Doctor Who Series 14, or Season 1 as it's officially being called by people who are wrong, is, well, it's an 8-episode season of television. I don't think anyone's going to contest me on that, right? And that is because today we're working strictly with facts, alright? And swiftly moving on to fact number 2, it was a catastrophic mess. You may feel that's a little hyperbolic. You may even have left a comment about how I'm baiting clicks by exaggerating, and I want to let you know right now at the top of the video that yes, I am. I'm not. I just genuinely believe what I'm saying, even if you don't. So while you may have found a few flaws, but overall enjoyed the season and thereby might feel my title and my claims are hyperbolic, for me, they're actually exactly and precisely representative of how I feel. I never make videos like this unless I feel incredibly strongly about something, and if I were to bait clicks, I'd just talk about how Doctor Who went woke or something. Whatever that means. No, the truth is, I don't script multi-hour critiques that take months of my life to make just to bait clicks. I just think these things, and I want to explore them in detail rather than a 140-character tweet that can be misunderstood and does very little in the way of actually being constructive. This season, as a whole, week to week, wasn't a grueling experience, not like the last 6 years have been, at least for me. You can hear as much in my week-to-week commentaries that I posted on Patreon, which, by the way, are now accessible to all free members. Talking of which, this video is definitely gonna get demonetized. I've been trying my best to work around the copyright claims with a bunch of test uploads, and every time I fail. This video has taken me months, and I don't usually ask people to go and check out the Patreon too specifically. I kind of just mention it in passing, but if there was any time to go check out the Patreon, where I do a lot of different stuff, now would be the time. I'd really appreciate it. You don't have to, obviously, but I would appreciate it, because this video might be the stupidest business decision I've ever made. But the finale being as bad as it was, both in its own structure, as well as how it worked to conclude things, tie up loose ends, and attempt to satisfy viewers, simply compounded the flaws I'd seen the whole way along. If the finale had been good and stuck the landing, the flaws throughout the season would have still been there, but would have been little niggles that annoyed me more than anything else. But because the finale was such a disaster, and I really do mean that, all it did was make the flaws that already existed far more glaring. And so, I don't just want to critique the finale, that's too easy. I want to critique the other bits too. I want to look at the season as a whole, and how those building blocks were so flimsy that the finale was just the final nail in the coffin. And hey look, I didn't dislike everything in this season, far from it. But this is a critique, so I'm not going to sit here listing things that I liked unless it's relevant to criticism I have, like an example of the season doing something well so we can contrast. So if I don't mention something, the odds are I probably thought it was done well. Or I cut it for time. You'll just have to decide for yourself which one it was. It's like a guessing game, you know, one where the clues are vague and unclear with a dissatisfying conclusion. I also want to take a second to say that I'm not a bigot. I'm aware that's a crazy thing to be defensive about unprovoked. Allow me to explain. Doctor Who Series 14 came under fire by the anti-woke collective, also known as the hive mind of husks, who share a collective brain cell and fall into disarray when a piece of media has any kind of diversity in it. This video will not be taking an issue with any of the casting based on ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, any sort of representation, anything like that, nor will it seek to undermine valuable political and social commentary conceptually. I love all of this. I love Doctor Who for it, and I'm firmly on the side of what this series attempted. It's why I'm making this. Too much of the criticism aimed at Doctor Who these days is in incredibly bad faith, and just exists to reinforce a twisted political ideology that aims to stifle creativity, diversity, and unity. I bet this video has really good faith arguments in it. I would think so, based on the really good thumbnail. So yes, I'm with Doctor Who. Conceptually. Sadly, I think it's mostly executed like dog shit. Giant ancient god dog shit. Doctor Who was created in 1963. Don't worry, I'm not spending ages on this. The show revolves around an alien bloke, sometimes he's not a bloke, travelling through time and space in a time and space machine called the TARDIS. Often he picks up companions to travel with him, and they get into scrapes with monsters and aliens, and sometimes just guys who aren't that friendly. The basic structure of the show is almost like an anthology. Each episode deals with a different story and is relatively self-contained, although it's not an anthology, and has character continuity, so characters usually grow and change and develop. usually. It was cancelled in 1989 and was rebooted in 2005 by Russell T Davies, ushering in the most popular era the show has ever had. Even if you've never seen Doctor Who, odds are you know about something from this era, whether it's the Daleks, Cybermen, Rose, or David fucking Tennant, who the show can't seem to escape. I'm a big 10th Doctor fan, by the way. I just find it really funny how he almost became bigger than the show itself. The show followed the same basic format and has since 2005. TARDIS lands, adventure happens, Doctor saves the day, TARDIS flies away, rinse and repeat. This run of Doctor Who from 2005 to 2010 was my era. This is my Doctor Who. I love the classics, I love a lot of Moffat too. Capaldi is a standout, that'll be a video on its own one day. But Russell's first era was my Doctor Who, and always will be. I'm telling you this because it's important to know where I stand. I think when watching any critique, it helps to understand context, to know where possible biases lie so you can understand the lens through which the critique is being made. It's also important to understand my original connection to the show because the newest era, the one in question, was also created and written by Russell T Davies. And the fact that I thought it was so poor is one of the most disappointing things I've maybe ever experienced. And yes, I'm taking into consideration this. Whilst the previous era, helmed by war criminal Chris Chibnall, was obviously worse, I'd elaborate, but I don't think I need to. It's not as disappointing as this is to me, because of the sheer hope I had. Finally, the man who wrote my Doctor Who was coming back. He was bringing back the team who crafted some of the best series I'd ever seen. Series that still hold up to this day. Sure, they may have their flaws. I'm not going to claim series 1 to 4 was absolutely 100% perfect, but it was consistent. It was well plotted out and characters were the focus. Beautiful arcs that would weave between episodes in a way that was deeply satisfying were a constant. I remember to this day Rose, Martha and Donna, the 13-episode detailed arc of the 9th Doctor, or the grapple with arrogance and vanity that the 10th Doctor dealt with, all while handling the loss of the Time Lords and Gallifrey, the grief of the Time War, all so well executed, paced and structured. I say all this so you understand that I love Doctor Who. I'm not hating, I'm not trying to tear it down, I want Doctor Who to be as good as I know it can be. I'm not saying RTD will watch this and hear all I have to say and bend the knee and write the best script of all time thanks to my YouTube critique, but I think it's worth voicing this stuff, especially among the droves of people with really bad faith criticisms of the show. It feels like all the videos I see these days are either people who love the show without question, or racists. There are some people with genuine and valid critique, but I don't think there's enough, or not as much as maybe there should be, and so I wanted to make something in good faith to maybe drown out some of the mindless drivel.
There is no testosterone in this episode at all.
What a perfectly reasonable criticism of a television program.
We really need to start testing the testosterone levels of any writers who make entertainment. If it's not above a certain level, no.
What in the fuck are you talking about? The plan for this video is to delve into several topics, all timestamped so you can skip to whichever you want if you're a coward. These include the character... Sorry, my dog's here with me too. He just made a little huff and a puff. These include the character writing for our protagonists and supporting cast, along with arcs, well, the lack of, the general episode-to-episode plot and how it handles itself as an episodic show with individual stories, the overarching mysteries and questions that are threaded through the series, how this all culminates in the finale of the season, and finally, we try to answer the all-important question, why did Russell do this to me? If at any point in this video you find yourself seething in disagreement, please do leave a comment. I'll get back to you in 5 to 10 business years. Part 1. Regenerating the show again. Remember to... oh shit. Russell T Davies announced he was coming back to helm the new era of the show in 2021, which was music to the ears of anyone who lives in reality. His first episode would air in 2023, just in time for the 60th anniversary of the show. Ahead of his brand new era, he would bring back David Tennant and Catherine Tate, who previously had played the 10th Doctor and companion Donna Noble for 3 specials to celebrate this milestone. The interesting part here, for me anyway, is that these were generally good. They had some RTD-isms, like the ending of The Star Beast.
Something a male-presenting Time Lord will never understand.
What does this mean? Are they implying that the entire time the Doctor was Jodie Whittaker, that he then knew how to stop the Metacrisis? What? And suffer from some poor resolutions, like a game of catch against a godlike being in the Toymaker, or this.
You're assuming he as a pronoun.
True.
But generally, they were well received, and I really like them. The reason is because of how well he wrote in the heart of the show. The Doctor, his own internal struggles, and the relationship he has to a grounded and real companion, that being Donna. It obviously helped that these were versions of characters we had attachments to, but I think that also raises the stakes. You could so easily get it wrong and ruin characters people love. Here though, I feel Russell got it so right. Donna was the same as ever, although a little older and with a slightly different temperament. Her love for her daughter Rose was clear and a joy to see.
I would burn down the world for you, darling. Anyone has a go, I will be there, and I will descend.
Especially after knowing the complicated relationship with her own mother, Sylvia, who was also here and truly felt authentic, an older person struggling with navigating a world where her granddaughter was trans, something she didn't perfectly understand, but was trying her best at nonetheless.
When I say she looks gorgeous, is that right? I mean, is it sexist? Never said it to him when he was... Oh, sorry.
Does she look gorgeous? Yes. Well, stop worrying.
I just get so clumsy.
I know. So do I.
I love this. I really, really do. It feels real and human, and that's the thing RTD always understood. Humanity, depth, and nuance. With the Doctor, this time around, David Tennant was playing the 14th incarnation. Well, okay, so technically, and the character is much older than the last time he was playing this role. It would have been so easy for him to just be the 10th Doctor again, but instead his performance and Russell's writing allows us to explore this post-Jodie Whittaker Doctor through David Tennant. It's actually really clever because it's maybe the first time since the show's inception we've been able to tangibly understand how much the Doctor has changed since a particular incarnation. 14 is very different to 10. The general surface level mannerisms are the same, but what's lurking beneath the surface is something we feel out over the course of these specials. He's more caring, more in touch with his emotions, far less arrogant and insecure, but also far, far more broken because of all the loss he's endured since the last time he had this face. Most of the time we get a new incarnation, and a certain level of change occurs every time this happens. The Doctor keeps the same traits, but they get shuffled around a bit each time. Except for when, in doing this, it makes it a little harder to notice change that runs deeper. It's easy to say the 12th Doctor is different from 10, but how much is the incarnation and how much is intrinsic character development? Well, having David Tennant play 14 allows us to see just that. The same face, but over 1,000 years of adventures, love, loss, and pain. I think it's one of the most spectacular things the 60th specials did. It allows us a tangible understanding of how very weary and broken the Doctor has become since he was the 10th incarnation. If you're thinking, it sounds like he was off to a good start, how could it end up so bad? That's exactly what I was thinking on Saturday the 21st of June while staring into my bathroom mirror totally vacant. The 60th anniversary specials did more than just bring back some old faces and celebrate the last 60 years. They also ushered in the new era by essentially soft rebooting the show. Now this is fine, I have no problems with this concept. The 2005 reboot was a soft reboot in a lot of ways. You don't need knowledge of the classic show to jump in from 2005, and I think that's good. Sometimes you need to do that when a show is going for this long, and knowing how Russell handled it back then, I had no qualms. Russell did this by having David Tennant set to regenerate, but instead, this time, Bonnie Langford the actress pulls Ncuti Gatwa the actor, the 15th Doctor, out of David Tennant's body, meaning there are now two versions of the Doctor around at the same time after a regeneration. The Doctor is born, but the old one remains. He coined this term bi-generation because he's really clever. This got mixed responses. A lot of people feeling it made a mockery of canon and confused things, which is an odd criticism given how many random things have been introduced in Doctor Who over the years. Bi-generation doesn't actually contradict anything unless you listen to his commentary of the episode where he says his headcanon is that every Doctor bi-generated and slipped into an alternate dimension or something. I don't... What this did, however, was conclude the 14th Doctor's arc of coming to terms with his trauma. You see, the reason this face came back is because the Doctor was so tired. He hadn't had a true rest for thousands of years. He'd worn himself to the bone, figuratively, and so this face, as ones have been in the past, was a message, a cry for help from his subconscious, and over the specials we see this manifest. His struggle coming to terms with the events of the previous season and the destruction of half the universe.
I saw it, the flux.
It destroyed half the universe because of me. We stand here now on the edge of creation, a creation which I devastated. So yes, I keep running, of course I do. How am I supposed to look back on that?
It wasn't your fault.
I know!
Plus, the use of the timeless child reveal as this era's time warp, something that happened to alter the Doctor and something he's trying to get a handle on. RTD did alter this, however, from the original Chibnall focus to be more about him being adopted, about not knowing his birth parents or planet, which I think is far more engaging, and I for one can't wait to see how this is tackled across the next season of the show. We see his hubris get the better of him when he casts Salt at the edge of the universe. Put a pin in this, we'll be returning to this later. And his nerve failing him when trapped within the Toymaker's domain with Donna.
You always say.
What do I say? What do I say? What do I say? Because I'm always so certain. I'm all Sonic and TARDIS and Time Lord. Take that away. Take away the toys. What am I? What am I now? I don't know if I can save your life this time.
He's falling apart and is finally admitting that to himself. It's a short arc, but it's succinct, well structured, utilises Donna perfectly, and is honestly quite lovely. The 14th Doctor deciding to settle down, be an uncle to Donna's daughter, have the quiet life he's always yearned for, is fitting, especially given how much RTD's first era established the Doctor's admiration for the ordinary.
I've travelled to all sorts of places, done things you couldn't even imagine, but you two, street corner, 2 a.m, getting a taxi home. I've never had a life like that.
This, though, also plays into the 15th Doctor as well, because the Doctor as a Time Lord, by generation, isn't simply a split down the middle. It's not 2 different Doctors, it's the same Doctor, actually, at different points in their own timeline. The 15th Doctor comes after 14, after settling down, after healing from his trauma. So because 14 spends his time resting and recovering from the centuries he spent fighting, 15 is stronger for it, more emotionally stable, less insecure, and more well-rounded, which in theory sounds pretty nice. It's a clean slate, starting from the beginning with a new Doctor. The past exists, but this Doctor is a reset. I'm fine with this, but what it means for the Doctor's complexity runs a lot deeper and presents issues the further in we delve. But we'll get to that in his dedicated character section. First, we need to fit ourselves carefully down a chimney. 'Cause it's Christmas! Before Russell's second era could begin in earnest, we still had the Christmas special, which I'm forever grateful that he brought back. The church on Ruby Road introduces us to new companion for this era, Ruby Sunday, and gives us our full introduction to the 15th Doctor. I feel understanding why I feel this episode is a brilliant opener is key to understanding why I feel the rest of Series 14 is severely lacking. This episode is a great jumping on point, with considerable depth given to its themes, the 2 main characters in the Doctor and Ruby, and the surrounding characters in Ruby's family, and does a wonderful job to ground us in a narrative that sets the wheels spinning for the forthcoming series. How, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to try and elaborate. This episode begins by establishing Ruby Sunday's superhero origin story. The Doctor narrates in a very Dickensian fashion how on Christmas Eve 2004, a baby, Ruby, was left by a mysterious unknown woman draped in a black cloak on the steps of a church on Ruby Road, after which she was named. The mother left and was never seen again. Nobody knew her name. A very interesting mystery established, presented in such an enthralling way. The show clearly wants you to be pondering on this, because the actual episode in question does a wonderful job of explaining Ruby's origin itself. This intro isn't needed for context or exposition. That happens on the talk show with Davina McCall after the titles. This intro, where the Doctor narrates the events in 2004, is pure flavor text. It's presentation to get the cogs turning. If you were presented with this information only through information conveyed in the episode itself, you might come to the silly conclusion that Ruby's mother was perhaps just a teenager who ended up pregnant and didn't know what to do and so abandoned her baby, which is still a compelling story, but of course the episode circumvents that being your conclusion by making sure they start the episode with an ominous narration indicating something important must be afoot. Right? We then meet Ruby. She's chatting with Davina McCall, who you might know if you're over the age of old. Ruby is searching for a mother on a long-lost family type show, although I don't think it's actually that. Here's where we get all the exposition that we already learned in the cold open, proving that the cold open isn't necessary other than to make you start wondering about what's really going on.
That's how I got my name. Ruby. Named after Ruby Road, where I was found almost 19 years ago.
So you were a foundling and you were fostered by Carla, who then went on to adopt you, is that right?
Later on, after some stuff and some things, we're introduced to Carla and Cherry Sunday, Ruby's mother and grandmother, of course, adoptive. Carla is a veteran foster mother, which adds a uniqueness to her character and also works as a way to get in a quick dig at the state of the foster system and its lack of funding, which again just allows the situation they're in to feel authentic, something Russell was always good at. Carla is always fostering different babies and children, keeping in touch with all of them. We see all their photos on the fridge, and that adds a real character to Carla. She has endless love and care for so many people, but Ruby in particular is the only one she ever truly adopted. Ruby is the one who became her daughter, and that of course forms a special kind of bond. Over the episode, we get a few glimpses into how much Carla cares for Ruby, and we get to see a sneak peek into how she might feel about Ruby wanting so badly to find out who her birth mother is. It adds a level of complexity that I think is necessary, especially in a story about adoption. While it's just a pipe dream for Ruby, she can be supportive, yet reinforce that her mother did leave her there. Carla is the one who raised her. It must hurt as a foster parent to see your child who you raised yearning for someone who abandoned them, but at the same time you love them and of course want to support them.
I got lucky all those years ago. If you ever find her, your other mother, I'm gonna tell her, you were so small. I'm glad they didn't find her. Do you hear me? Glad. So I don't know if I could make room, because you're all mine. That's what you are.
It'd make for some good conflict later on if that boils over and frustrates Carla. Cherry is sweet, she's charismatic and funny, flippant and sarcastic, just enough nuggets to begin to characterize her well. We don't get particularly deep with either of these two right now, but we get enough for us to feel like they're people. They support the exploration of Ruby and help her feel grounded, similar to Jackie and Mickey in the episode Rose, which were then later developed upon and explored in Aliens of London and Boomtown, and then even further into Series 2. You'd expect with Carla and Cherry, as the series goes on, we'll discover more layers to them and their relationship with Ruby, especially as she goes off travelling with a strange man from outer space, causing potential drama and tension as much as well-needed growth for their relationship that we can get invested in. Ruby has a whole string of bad luck across the episode, being caused by goblins, the best mythical creature, don't at me. I actually have a whole video on a goblin-related mystery, which nobody really watched. If you want a goblin-related mystery, I got one. Go and watch it. They feed off of coincidence, just like Russell, and they orchestrate events through time that they plot out, also they can steal babies and eat them. Yeah, look, Doctor Who is sometimes, well, the goblins appear to be some of the Toymaker's legions that he teased at the end of the 60th anniversary specials, being able to, I don't know, use magic, I guess.
It's not magic, it's a language, it's a different form of physics.
Wow, what an innocuous line of dialogue. This introduces the Doctor, the 15th incarnation. Well, technically, he meets Ruby hanging from a ladder in the middle of London because she was trying to stop the goblins from stealing Lulubelle, the new baby Carla is fostering, over Christmas. The Doctor springs into action using a Mavity glove to help Ruby and get to the top of the ladder. Using a Mavity glove to help Ruby and get to the top of the ladder onto the goblin ship. The 15th Doctor in this episode is off to a really great start. I love so much of his characterization. After years of the 13th Doctor and a wildly inconsistent character, just within her own era and compared to previous eras, it feels really nice to have a return to the heart of what makes the Doctor, even if the traits have been shuffled around again this time, seemingly to a greater degree, with the Doctor now dancing in a nightclub wearing a kilt, which a lot of people were angry about, but I just think it looks pretty fucking great. As if the Doctor has never danced before.
I can dance! I can dance!
Did you dance? You always dance at weddings, don't you?
I'm of course playing dumb, I know why it wound people up, I'm just not going to entertain it. The scene that stands out to me in this episode in getting us to immediately understand this is the Doctor is when he saves a woman from being crushed by a snowman head and is almost crushed himself. A policeman comes over to check he's okay and questions him, and his immediate response, being snarky and flippant, just screams the Doctor.
Name, the Doctor. Occupation, not a doctor. Current status, just passing by. Employer, myself. Address, that blue box over there. Now, if you don't mind, I just got snowman. Now I'd like to go home.
But following that, as the officer follows him back to the TARDIS, we get this wonderful moment that says so many things subtextually.
She's gonna say yes. Your girlfriend. You ask her to marry you on Christmas Day. How do you know that? It's my sonic screwdriver. It's detecting a 2-carat diamond in your pocket. It says engagement ring, and I'm guessing that she's a she, because 91% of men would choose a diamond. Plus Christmas Day, it's obvious. But how do you know she'll say? The sales start on Tuesday, and you just couldn't wait. And that's why she loves you. Merry Christmas.
Here we're able to see a bunch of things. The Doctor thinks fast, he's clever, he's able to pick up on obvious context cues and is highly logical, but also despite those things, he understands feelings, he understands humans, he knows what to say, and he says it because he cares. It's really lovely and is the Doctor through and through. I really think this is a tremendous introduction to this incarnation of the character. This version of the Doctor, though, is still coming to terms with being a foundling, just like Ruby. He sees Carla's foster photos and can't help but stop what he's doing in the middle of a major moment of action to take it in and appreciate it. It's so very Doctor, but also speaks to his innermost anxiety about not having a true place, being alone. He even says as much before changing the subject.
What about you?
I've got no one. Make sure the oven's off, yeah?
This immediately feels like the Doctor, but on top of being well-executed characterization, it plays into obvious setup for this season of coming to terms with and exploring his own family situation, being shifted after discovering the truth and using his connection to someone like Ruby to do that. It makes sense. It sounds good. It'd be even better if they did that. Eventually, the Doctor has to go to 2004 to Ruby Road because after a string of coincidences, the goblins are able to alter time, taking away Ruby when she was a baby because they couldn't get Lulubelle. Ruby vanishes and the Doctor has to travel back to stop them. He sees Ruby's mother walking away from the church and for a moment seemingly considers running after her, but has to stop himself because of course, being a Time Lord, he can't just do whatever he pleases. He has to keep timelines intact and so heads off to stop the goblins. So, to coin a new phrase that I didn't get from anywhere else, he brings death and skewers the king of the goblins on the church spire without a second thought. And probably felt a little bit bad about it later, maybe did some brooding. That's my Doctor. At least he didn't do it with a gun, that would have been unforgivable. After this, he returns to Christmas 2023 and begins to head inside when he stops himself, remembering the loss he's endured and the lives he's destroyed in the past by no fault of his own, but regardless, he ponders on maybe himself being the bad luck.
Maybe I'm the bad luck.
I really like this. It plays on his own insecurities and the idea that maybe picking people up and taking them across time and space is entirely selfish. Should he risk bringing Ruby along? Ruby, however, inside her flat puts everything together. All the clues, all the little things the Doctor has said. She doesn't conclude he can definitely travel in time, but after everything she's seen, she sure as hell suspects it, and so grabs her coat, kisses her mum goodbye, and runs outside and into the TARDIS. We get the classic walking around after seeing the inside in pure shock, and that sets up Series 14. The Doctor can't help himself. He needs someone, and so that concludes the Christmas special.
I'm the Doctor.
I think this episode is generally great. It's not perfect by any means and suffers from a few minor flaws here and there, and the goblins aren't really explored in any way that allows me to understand what they even do, and the way the Doctor just straight up skewers the king is, well, it's definitely morally dubious to say the least, which isn't an issue for the Doctor, but the fact it's never questioned or thought about after is a little bit shallow and hollow. Usually in good episodes of Doctor Who, when the Doctor does a murder, it's part of the episode's moral dilemma. Here, it's just a thing he does, and it's a cool thing too. It doesn't really seem that concerned with the moral implications or internal moral dilemma a character like the Doctor may have with that action, which is a shame. But overall, I think this episode works to establish and to set up. It gives us a good characterization for Ruby and her family. It does the same for the Doctor. It sets up a mystery and potential arcs, and feels like over the series to come, everything will be pushed forward. We'll see growth and conflict and drama, and the basis that this episode established in a character sense and narrative sense will be taken forward and developed upon. So what they did was part 2. Character. Character, to me, is the heart of Doctor Who. The thing that keeps everything ticking. While a good plot and story is integral to making things exciting, what keeps it ticking over and going all these years later is character. That isn't to say plot isn't important, but so long as it makes sense mechanically and how it's written, I'm fine with it being low concept or low stakes if we have riveting character work. To keep the show fresh, with a character who's lived as long as the Doctor, we get new companions every few seasons, and in the case of Russell's first era, and this era, sometimes they only last a single season. But time isn't what brings investment, it's the depth and quality of writing. Usually, Russell takes a character and links them to the themes and then again to the Doctor, in a way that feels like they have autonomy, but are also closely linked to the concepts being explored by the overarching journey of the series. A great example to look at is Series 1 of the reboot. I think that's the best example, and probably the best series of the show that there is. Rose is our POV character. She's the companion of this series of the show. We meet her family, we see her general day-to-day life, we see the monotony, we see her boredom, we understand her desire to escape and to do more. That's when we're introduced to the Doctor, the only exciting thing that's ever happened to her, and we see her latch on like a moth to a flame. And because we've been with her this whole time, so do we. When he shows up at her flat, she follows him asking more questions, but she doesn't just follow his every word. She also has a life. She doesn't just exist to serve plot or to serve story. She has morals that often conflict with the Doctor's icy exterior in this incarnation. He'll be flippant, he'll sometimes express a lack of care, and that conflict leads to a deeper understanding of both of them as characters, and also works to bring them closer. Across the series, we see multiple moments of tension. Times they disagree, times Rose gets angry, and so too does the Doctor, but it's that conflict that births a stronger bond. You see, the Doctor is also grappling with things too. He's sometimes so cold because he just lost all of his people in the biggest war there ever was, and he's struggling to find himself again. Rose is the key to that. Rose helps to build him back up, to strengthen his empathy, his patience, and his kindness. Things he'd buried deep down, but she peels back the layers. And similar for Rose, the Doctor is the key to finding something she cares for, a passion, her reason to be, showing her there is so much more to life than work and food and sleep. They inform each other, and their distinct characters do that. We love seeing them together because they feel real. They aren't always on the same page, but that's what makes their relationship convincing, authentic, and engaging. Not to mention how it all plays into the themes we can take away for our own lives. The themes of important relationships, of not bottling things up, of kindness being the most valuable of virtues. The idea that we can do whatever we want with our lives and don't have to simply conform to monotony, and that there is a beauty in the ordinary too. We can all be as special as Rose, and that's conveyed not through the characters telling us that explicitly, it's conveyed through the actions, conversations, and growth we see from episode to episode. So what I'm saying is that generally, strong characterization, while essential, isn't the only thing you need to write into your characters. You need depth, layers to explore, an arc, the most important thing of all. They have to start the series one way, and end another. And we need to see those lessons along the road. We need to watch them change before our eyes. Lessons learned episode to episode that mold them into someone new, without wavering from their core character traits. It makes every episode valuable on a rewatch. As you know, each episode is integral to their growth in one way or another. This isn't crazy either, as analysis goes. This is just character writing. And so, this is all to say, the newest series of Doctor Who doesn't have poor characterization. It's very good and very consistent. The flaw isn't there. The flaw is that it's maybe too consistent. The flaw is that our characters are totally static, and nowhere is that more clear than with our newest companion, Ruby Sunday. Like I said, Ruby is not poorly characterized, which is what makes her far superior to the fam from series 11 and 12, and that other guy that the Doctor travelled with for a bit.
Now I'm gonna walk right out of here.
Her reaction to the TARDIS is exactly right. All the questions she has are endearing. It makes her feel real. She's amazed and overwhelmed, and that's great writing. I have no real issues with Ruby's first time in the TARDIS from a character perspective. It's the deeper aspects that feel off. Across Church on Ruby Road and Space Babies, the very first crime of Series 14, we learn everything we need to know about Ruby, and I really do mean everything we need to know. We learn very quickly Ruby is great in a pinch. She's willing to jump right into action without thought. She runs off immediately to help Eric when he's in danger. She jumps right onto the Goblin ship to help Lulubelle, and she's very quick to help the Doctor by handing off a counterbalance when he insists on doing it by himself a couple of episodes later. She's very clever and will often be able to work out solutions to puzzling scenarios, sometimes even quicker than the Doctor can, which we've had with companions before, but usually it's part of the story, either due to their unique humanity when the Doctor is being too logical, or because their particularly unique perspective on the world that the Doctor doesn't have is something that speaks to the reason he has companions in the first place. They complete him. Ruby is a musician. Sometimes. Ruby is great with kids, probably because of her own past, being a foundling. She obviously cares for children. This is a really nice trait that links with a major part of her character and isn't explicitly told to us. We can just absorb, oh, Ruby really cares for any children she comes into contact with, which makes sense she's so warm because of the fact she didn't know her own mother. This is essentially everything we learn about Ruby on a trait level. Every situation she is placed in is then acted on based on these character traits. The traits themselves are fine, they work as a basis for characters to exist. The job then is telling stories and taking her on an arc that involves these traits in various ways. You write in character traits so you can inform a character's decisions, but also as a basis for the arc you wish to explore. The sad thing with Ruby is that never at any point does it get deeper than what we're presented with in the Christmas special and Space Babies. Ruby begins this series the exact same way she ends it. There actually is no arc. The show can try to pretend there was one, it can act as if she changed by the end, but the truth is, the way she acts in The Legend of Ruby Sunday is the exact same way she acts in Church on Ruby Road. Her traits never get any deeper, we never learn any new ones. Everything I laid out is everything we need to know. You can skip the entire series, go from Space Babies to Legend of Ruby Sunday, and the only things you'd be missing is the context of Susan Twist popping up, which is plot anyway. And by now, it's even happened 3 times, enough for anyone eagle-eyed enough to notice it. And Ruby letting us know a few times that she's not sure who her mother is, and she'd kinda like to know that information. She also makes it snow a couple of times, so that as an audience we're aware of how this is a serious mystery and not just a girl wanting to know her biological mother. Regardless, all of that is also done in Space Babies. We know she wants to know who her mother is. We know she can make it snow. We know we can't go back to 2004, and we see her get a TARDIS key and officially start traveling with the Doctor. We also see them land in 2023 and speak with Carla and Cherry, so they're aware. There is nothing about Ruby we learn outside of the Christmas special and Space Babies that is new or relevant in any distinct way that matters for either development or the finale. And that's crazy. It's also one of the reasons she doesn't actually have any sort of real character development. And I mean specifically a character arc, not a plot arc which includes a character. The story of Ruby discovering who her mother is not a character arc, it's merely a story involving a character. A character arc is something internalized, it's a change of perspective or outlook or inner growth, something that alters how a character acts or looks upon the world, that can be tangibly observed based on how they interact with situations across their arc. For a character arc to work, you have to have an A, your start point, and a B, your destination. To get there in a satisfying way, you have to have specific events occur along that trajectory, anywhere from 5 to 10 major events depending on your episode count or runtime that alters your character's outlook, forces them to reconsider morals or opinions they hold, events that build confidence or independence. You can do a whole number of things, and when stacked together across a series, they slowly work to change our character in subtle and major ways so that if you watch the first episode in a series and then the finale side by side, it would be a stark difference that you don't notice as you're watching organically because it happens naturally across a long period of time. This makes characters feel convincing, engaging, interesting, and gives them necessary depth for a story. Ruby doesn't have this. Ruby starts the series already headstrong, capable, and perceptive, and any experience she gains or anything she learns probably happens in the giant 6-month time jump they do after the first episode. Which is insane, but we'll circle back to that later. And having Ruby start already capable and independent isn't a bad thing fundamentally. You can do it, but then you have to develop from that point. She has to change in some way from the starting point, whether developing hubris or arrogance, whether it's learning to be more patient instead of brash. They've done this before, with Rose in Series 2 and Clara in Series 7. Rose is probably handled better, mainly because she already had Series 1 to build her up, and then Series 2 works to critique what the Doctor made her into by accident. She gets cocky, she gets in over her head, and she pays for it. It's compelling, and it's interesting. Same writer, by the way. Clara is a little different, because she begins her run the same way as Ruby in a lot of ways. It's a core reason why people didn't warm to Clara in Series 7, and honestly, a lot of people never really gave her a chance after that point. The thing with Clara is that Moffat course corrected. After making her so perfect and infallible in Series 7, he plays with this. He does a similar thing to what happened with Rose in Series 2, I'd argue to an even greater effect. Clara has been perfect, and that's built up a sense of confidence. Across Series 8, she gets addicted to travelling with the Doctor. She lives for it, and after the death of her boyfriend, Danny Pink, she falls headfirst into travelling. She essentially casts off Clara Oswald and becomes the Doctor 2.0. It's so tragic to watch because you can see history repeating itself. Episode by episode, she becomes more and more self-sure. You can observe the Doctor worrying about her until she fucks up, because she's just human. The Doctor is a Time Lord. She was just getting lucky, until that luck ran out. We follow that up with arguably the greatest episode of Doctor Who there ever was, a whole episode dedicated to exploring the Doctor's grief now that she's gone. Until Moffat undid that the very next episode, but that didn't happen, we don't talk about that. What I'm trying to say here is that Ruby having the traits she has are not in service of her character or any sort of development. They're in service of her being super convenient for the plot. Because if there was any friction from her at all, things would have to slow down. You'd have to resolve her lack of resolve and develop it. Having her start the series fully developed means you never have to tackle that, and your job writing plot is easier. But it's far, far more boring. And that's the other thing. Like I mentioned with both Rose and Clara, them being so headstrong and confident and capable and able to think on their feet and willing to help the Doctor no matter what, were character flaws. Character flaws that were explored across their arcs in their respective seasons. Flaws that caused their downfall. An important part of character, their journey, or just who they are flaws. It's what made the Chibnall era of Who, for a lot of people, really boring. None of the protagonists had any character flaws that made them nuanced or added a moral grey area to confront. Flaws help characters to grow and change. Rose could often be selfish, sometimes short-sighted, even rude in ways that bordered on being unlikable. She would disregard Mickey and sometimes her mother. She had a lot of resentment from the life she was running from, and so when stuck there again for any reason, she'd get cagey, and it's something she had to learn to deal with, to get over, and it helped her grow as a character. The scene that stands out to me is how she reacts when Mickey joins the TARDIS team.
Can I come? And not with you. I mean, with you. Because I'm not the Tin Dog, and I want to see what's out there.
Okay, then I could do with a laugh.
Rose, is that okay?
No, great. Why not?
The show wasn't afraid to have the characters act in ways that would make the audience feel, wow, that wasn't cool of them to do. And it was all in service of making them feel far more real and authentic in a way that engages us. Ruby Sunday doesn't have a single fucking flaw. I'm not even kidding. I rewatched the whole season for this video and I couldn't find a single flaw in her character, especially not one that is actually addressed by the story they're telling. If there is a flaw, it's incidental and not actually part of the narrative. It's a flaw in the writing, not an intentional flaw of her character that's written in because it's part of the story. Her running in to help Eric without a second thought isn't a character flaw because it's painted as the unequivocally right thing to do, and the Doctor never takes issue with it. When she insists on helping the Doctor balance himself on the landmine and boom, this is a point of contention, but it turns out the Doctor was wrong to worry because Ruby is perfectly capable and it's never really an issue she was so willing to put herself in harm's way, nor is it ever discussed again how it was kind of fucking reckless for her to do that. Everything she does is always in service of making the plot move along and not actually in service of doing anything for her character. Sometimes Rose, Martha, or Donna would do things that would slow the pacing down. They'd make mistakes, they'd fuck up, they'd have a learning experience. But here the show is so afraid of letting things come to a halt for a moment that Ruby has to keep up with the pace things are moving at, meaning she can never actually get things wrong. She can only be absolutely and completely helpful 100% of the time, and I think that makes her boring. Millie Gibson is great, she's so charismatic, and that makes it fun at times, but on a character level, on a writing level, on a developmental level, it's really no better than what we've had since 2018. Despite her lack of development, like I said at the start of this section, her characterization is still consistent. But sometimes she lacks traits at all. Ruby has surface level ways she interacts with the scenarios that are the same across the whole season. One of those consistencies is that often she is deeply unbothered by anything that she is experiencing, but only sometimes. Almost like they forgot to have her say or do anything as a reaction. There are moments like her first entering the TARDIS, or her first time on a new planet, or visiting the Beatles that are great little reactions, something that feels like a person reacting to a thing that is happening. But other times, they'll have something happen to her, like, you know, die and nothing. She just wakes back up and keeps traveling. You'd think that dying and then being brought back would be cause for concern, maybe even just a conversation about if she wants to go home. But it's never treated like anyone should care. She never dwells on it. And it's not like with Clara or Rose, where they loved the thrill and the risk was worth it. A core part of their character is that they're so nonchalant about the possible risk of death. It's part of their story. With Ruby, it's more that they just forgot to write anything at all. Why is this normal girl who lives in a flat in London and is 19 years old dying on an alien planet and then luckily being resuscitated not something the story even wants to address? Whether in a plot sense or more importantly in a character sense, why doesn't she care at all? I'm sure some people will argue, well, it's after the 6-month time skip, so she probably gained a lot of confidence in that period and now this is normal for her. Which, first of all, the word probably is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but second of all, that sure would have been a cool arc that would have been nice to see if that were the case. Whatever way you look at it, it's just poor and absent writing. I also forgot to mention, she doesn't just almost die one time, it happens twice, and neither time does she particularly care at all. The Doctor does, and that's nice. It's the bare minimum, but it's nice. The issue is that after it's resolved, there's no conversation. There's no pondering on the dangers and risks, and that whole maybe I'm the bad luck thing from the Christmas special. No, it's more like the Doctor has just lost a super expensive phone and thought he'd have to buy a new one, and is just really relieved that he doesn't when he finds it again, and then they go on their way, completely uncaring about the fact that she either died or could have died. And again, I find that boring. It means the risks don't matter when the characters don't carry the knowledge of those potential risks with them across the episodes, which is another issue. Characters simply revert to a baseline at the start of every episode. Any lessons learned don't seem to stick or matter, but I have more on that specific criticism later. I just wanted to touch upon it now. Remember earlier when I mentioned briefly that Ruby is a musician? Yeah, they didn't. Ruby's thing is that she plays music. See, look, here's half of her head playing the piano. She performs with a band. We see that in Church on Ruby Road. These are also her friends, by the way. Take a look as quickly as you can because they'll never show up again. Imagine if Mickey just never showed up again after Rose, just totally disappeared. She uses her musical ability to improv a song with the goblins as a distraction, which is cool. Her musical side is used in Boom when she needs a rhythm to help the Doctor time properly, which is very nice, and she also uses it in The Devil's Chord when she plays a piano as part of the plot, playing a song she wrote for one of her friends, who might as well not actually exist. But after that, it mysteriously vanishes. She never talks about it again or uses music again, which I think is weird. If you look at other Doctor Who characters, they usually have a thing. For example, Martha is training to be a doctor, something that is principal to her character. It comes up in passing.
Somewhere before they mentioned the toilet. Sorry about that.
I've seen worse. I've worked late night shift A&E.
But it also shows up in major ways, allowing Martha to have a real sense of autonomy about her.
So this is what you call a hospital, yeah? Where the patients are whipped to entertain the gentry, and you put your friend in here. You'll be all right. It's just a cut. Try and keep it clean.
Vet.
Bones of the hand, carpal bones, proximal row, scaphoid, lunate, triquetral, pisiform, distal row, trapezium, trapezoid, capitate, hammock, then the metacarpal bones extending in 3 distinct phalanges, proximal, middle, distal. You read that in a book? Yes, to pass my exams. Spent all these years training to be a doctor, now I've got people to look after. They saw half the planet slaughtered and they're devastated. I can't leave them.
Of course not.
And this gives her depth, because it's not just a character trait that she sometimes mentions. It comes in handy in almost every story, and it's also one of her major aspirations. She wants to become a doctor, and that plays into her time in the TARDIS heavily, along with her self-doubt, her relationship with the Doctor, and so many other aspects of Series 3. Similarly, Rory from Series 5 to 7 is a nurse. It's just his job, but it's something that shapes how he interacts with specific scenarios, from saving his own life in Curse of the Black Spot to his reaction to Amy being pregnant, or even his time on the TARDIS causing his job at the hospital to become more strained than it already is. With Ruby, it feels a little more like Yaz from Series 11, 12, and the poorly titled Series Flux. Yaz is a police officer. It's something that comes up in a few episodes until it doesn't anymore. It's totally forgotten about, and that feels like what they did for Ruby's whole music thing. Again, I think people could be drawn to defending this by saying, well, it's not her whole personality, it doesn't always have to come up, and like, yeah, it doesn't, but also, she's a character, and if you write in that she's a musician, I feel like that needs to be done for a reason, but it's not. It's superfluous, and becomes pretty much valueless outside of very specific moments where we need to make sure Ruby can do a thing. Again, it's her having traits that move the plot along more than them existing to inform her character. If you had a part of her truly passionate for music, and a major part of her expression being writing music, that can actually be a really nice layer of depth that could end up bookending her arc too. But instead, it's forgotten and ends up being useless information that adds absolutely nothing on a character level, which goes for a lot of Ruby. I like her as a person. If I met Ruby, she seemed nice. But as a character, in a story, I can't tell you much about her other than how she would act in very specific situations. I don't know what makes her tick as a person outside of the story. It doesn't feel like she even exists outside of the story. And so I find it deeply hard to get invested in her as a character within the story. We don't really know why she even travels with the Doctor. We get that she finds it fun, but I need something a bit more than that. Why does she? What prompted her to run away? With Rose, it was to escape monotony and to find purpose. With Martha, it was to escape the responsibilities that were keeping her isolated. With Donna, it was because the Doctor made her feel special and she wanted to feel that again. With Amy, it was diving back into her childhood with her imaginary friend just before her wedding. Just before adulthood begins, she gets to be Amelia again. I could keep going, but the point is, you need to give me an in-story reason that I should understand why the companion wants to travel, and then you need to explore that reason and reach a conclusion with it through their character arc. It just being, yeah, it's a bit of fun, isn't good enough. And on top of that, you need risks for leaving. Rose runs away and leaves behind Mickey and her mum, people who were worried about her. And due to that, there are major consequences that need to be resolved. And with Martha, she ends up leaving her mother feeling isolated, and in doing so, she ends up aiding the Master because she's worried about her daughter. Depth, complexity, layers. Wow. We don't get any of that with Ruby. She goes off with him because she's a Doctor Who companion and there are never any consequences for doing so. And even when there are, she doesn't care about them, so neither should we. All of this is to say, we do not know who Ruby Sunday actually is. What are her opinions on things? What are her relationships like? Does she have a job? Does she study? Is there anything she wants out of life beyond finding her biological mother? How does traveling with the Doctor alter her outlook on the world? I don't know this character outside of her being a decently charismatic woman played by a really good actress. She's generally just a good person. There's no actual substance to her. And hey, look, that might be all you want. And actually, that's fine. But I don't think writing her with more depth would make her worse. And Russell has absolutely done it before. Up until this point, I've been purposefully avoiding talking about Ruby's focal episode, 73 Yards, an episode that has been pretty divisive within the Doctor Who fandom. A lot of people saying it's their favourite, while a lot of people are pretty critical of its plot. I'm not here to talk about that right now, though. I want to look at what this episode does for Ruby on a character level, as a focal episode really should do a lot to add layers to a character, and also allow them a huge point of development in their overall arc. I guess I should spoil it now. This episode doesn't do that. We've already established Ruby doesn't have an arc, but this episode might be the best microcosm of that concept that the series has. The episode follows Ruby on her own after the Doctor mysteriously disappears for some reason. Although look, plot isn't important here. The point is, Ruby is alone and she has a mysterious woman following her, but only ever from 73 yards away. It's an interesting premise. I think that's cool. What you'd expect from an episode like this is to have it be a major beat in the development of the character in question. It should teach major lessons and have a major takeaway, either in a character sense or for us as the audience. But what actually happens is Ruby does the same stuff she would do in any other episode thus far, because, again, she's totally static. The biggest thing we see is that without the Doctor, she's a tad more unsure of herself at the start, but even then, she tends to keep her cool. Ruby is clever, able to adapt, and doesn't really show any anguish over the events happening. Over the course of the episode, we learned that whenever the woman following Ruby speaks to someone, that person then begins to avoid Ruby like the plague. At first, it's just disconcerting, but then it happens to her own mother. Ruby is broken up, locked out of her own home, and then... well then, nothing then. The plot moves on, and we never dwell on her relationship with her mother ever again. That to me is wild. You could have had an episode that deals with things getting worse and worse, and Ruby having to deal with that. On a character level, how far can she be pushed by negativity and isolation before she snaps, before it really breaks her? And use that to explore a sense of abandonment that her innermost trauma over not knowing her birth mother has manifested in this dream world where she's left alone again and again by those closest to her. And we discover that Ruby actually does need to know who her mother is. It's one of the things that makes her feel lost, and so that's why she ran away in the first place. She feels unsure and lost, and so leaves her life that is otherwise happy. She abandons her family and friends before they can abandon her. If her friends had been fleshed out, we could have seen them leave her too, but instead, it happens with Kate Stewart, who Ruby doesn't have any actual connection to, and so while on a plot level, Kate leaving her gets the audience to go, oh no, that's bad. On a character level, it means absolutely nothing because Ruby doesn't fucking know her. For a character episode, it's incredibly concerned with plot over all else. The other strange thing is how it portrays Ruby's loss. Off-screen, she clearly keeps losing her connections to people. We see this by the number of birthday cards getting less and less each year as time ticks by, which is cool, I like that little detail. But the odd way it represents this is her inability to hold down a relationship, which, up until this point, has not been a major part of Ruby's character. Not at any point have we confronted the idea of romantic relationships with Ruby, and that being something that matters to her. And so this feels tacked on more than anything else. If you want to showcase Ruby losing things, maybe make it something we've established matters to her, instead of random men who don't mean anything. Maybe show her losing the ability to play piano. Maybe bring that music thing back around, and every 10 years we see the cards in the window dwindling away, and we see her playing music by herself, and maybe she's losing touch, or maybe the melodies get more sad. It'd be a nice way of bringing back around the passion for music, while also showing that she's feeling emptier and emptier. And at the same time, you link back to the themes of the Devil's Chord. Music can be lost from the soul if you lose the things that matter to you and feel alone. But that it also can protect you from pain or danger or, I don't know, something like that. The worst offender of this episode, though, is that none of it matters, other than this one dude on this one talk show, because plot in the finale, but we'll get there. Ruby forgets all of this ever happened. She lives out her whole life, and the Ruby that travels with us, the one that we go on with, doesn't remember that this ever happened. It's vaguely within her subconscious, but it doesn't exist in a way that molds her character or alters her at all, which feels like such a monumental waste of time, especially given the fact that we don't learn anything new about her in this episode that we didn't already know anyway. Even the idea of abandonment isn't explored in any way that has a great deal of depth. It's just a vague part of the episode that exists. It's there, that's obvious, it's definitely part of the episode, but what does it say about it? What does it mean for our Ruby? I really have no idea, and it never matters again. Now, there's a similar episode to this in Series 4 from 2008. You didn't think you were getting away without me addressing the comparisons to Turn Left, did you? In Turn Left, Donna is tricked into a parallel world unknowingly by someone forcing her to alter the choices she made in the past that led her to meeting the Doctor. Because of her different actions, the world changed and caused the Doctor to die, meaning everything he stopped from happening over the course of Series 3 and 4 happens. It causes untold horrors, devastation, and leads Donna into a truly awful spot. This episode is also forgotten by Donna. Once she awakes, she remembers fragments and pieces, but it's like a dream. The difference here, though, is how it's executed in two major ways. The first way is how it explores Donna from the end of the series. After we've had a whole season of character development, it takes us back to square one and says, what if she never met the Doctor? And what if she had to endure all of this? What would happen and how would she act? It's a story that allows us to be grateful that she did meet the Doctor when she did, but it's also an episode to show us that even without the Doctor, Donna is still magnificent, which is the core theme of this season for Donna's character. She is special despite being the most ordinary person in creation, and this episode cements this in our minds. Donna is not special because she met the Doctor. She always had it in her. The way she tries to comfort her mother despite being pushed away. The way she deeply cares for her granddad and tries at every turn to make him smile like he does for her. And the fact that when push comes to shove and Rose needs her to give her life to correct the timeline, she does it. Because it wasn't the Doctor that made her special. It does wonders for how it contextualizes our version of Donna at the end of her arc and her context in the story to come. The difference is how the episodes affect our perception of these characters and their context within the greater story they are a part of. Turn Left nails this. 73 Yards simply doesn't. It adds nothing to how we perceive Ruby that we didn't already know. It doesn't stick because she doesn't remember, and it fails to cap off an arc or play into the themes of her character beyond a vague sense of fearing abandonment, which isn't played with enough to actually matter as a cohesive season of television with one story and a set of arcs. Because there aren't any arcs. The second main character is always the Doctor, the character after the show is named. The 15th incarnation, played by Ncuti Gatwa, is our lead for this series, and hey, he's tremendous as far as performances go, and generally the writing issues don't go as deep as they do for Ruby. They're there, you can feel them, but the Doctor as a character is generally pretty static. I find him more engaging when he has an arc, be it the 9th Doctor overcoming the grief of the Time War, or Capaldi learning to truly be a good man and understand again what it means to be the Doctor. But Doctors in the classic era were often a static means to explore themes or concepts with a companion who was a bit more dynamic. When you've lived for as long as the Doctor has, it's a bit more reasonable that you wouldn't be constantly going through character arcs, and so that's why writers sometimes create major events to give the Doctor a reason to change, such as the Time War or the Regeneration reset that was the catalyst for Capaldi having such a crisis of identity. That's not to say the Doctors didn't have arcs. One of my absolute favourites was the first Doctor's run, which is very similar to Capaldi, which was maybe intentional on Moffat's part, the first Doctor of a new regeneration cycle undergoing the same change as his original self. It's pretty wonderful mirroring. RTD, again, this time around, puts in place reasons for our Doctor to go on some sort of arc, the original reason being the events of Series 12 and Flux. Shit, I'm gonna have to give a quick rundown of the Timeless Child arc, aren't I? Give me a sec. So, in Series 12, the Doctor discovers that her people, the Time Lords, have been lying to her. The entirety of Time Lord society was built around her. She was the original. She's taken in by a woman when she mysteriously appeared on Gallifrey as a child. She was experimented on, given her unique ability to naturally regenerate, and the woman reverse-engineered that ability to be able to give it to the other natives of the planet. Over time, because of their increased lifespan, they eventually built a citadel, created the Council of the Time Lords, discovered time travel, and at some undisclosed point, wiped the Doctor's memory so they were unaware they were ever anyone else. I assume force regenerated them into a young boy to live on Gallifrey as if none of this ever happened. He was just another Gallifreyan boy who went to the Time Lord Academy unaware of this thing that happened in the past. Does that sound fucking dumb? Yeah, it was. I ask that as if anyone still watching by this point isn't already intimately familiar with Doctor Who. The idea Chibnall established was the Doctor as a special chosen one, the only person with the natural ability to regenerate and the original Time Lord before any of them existed, which is a disaster for a character who's supposed to be the everyman, just a guy going from planet to planet saving people and doing good, and remarkable because of their resolve and morals, not because of their birth. As a Time Lord at the Academy, the Doctor was only ever average. The Doctor became a legend because of his heart. Hearts. That's a lame joke. RTD switches this on its head. He doesn't ignore that it happened, which I think was a brave move. He instead changes the context. No longer is the mystery, who is the Doctor? What happened in his past life? Who is his original species? What happened during his time with the Division TM? And his place as the original point for all Time Lord society. Now it's all about not knowing who your family was, not knowing where you come from, being a foundling, and that leaving you feeling a little bit lost, and then using that to reflect on how you viewed your own family in the past, namely, the Doctor's granddaughter Susan, who he left on Earth in the 22nd century so she could be happy and settle down without him holding her back or putting her in danger. We'll wrap back around to Susan a lot later. We'll also wrap back around to this supposed arc a lot later. The other component of the 15th Doctor and who he is now comes as a result of the 60th anniversary specials. After the bi-generation that I talked about before, the 14th Doctor settles down with Donna and co, assuming eventually that time healing is passed on in a timey-wimey sense to the 15th Doctor, so that he's no longer carrying the same baggage that he's been carrying for over 2,000 years, and because of that, this Doctor is one of the most different we got. And the reason is because his healing and character development all happened completely off-screen. Which is fine. The Time War also happened off-screen, and so we don't see how the 8th Doctor became the 9th Doctor until we sort of deal with it a bit. The arc of the 9th Doctor is dealing with this change and recovering who he was before all this trauma and loss, which is what leads to a character like the 10th Doctor. I'm okay with this large change in character coming around from something that we don't see. What matters is actually what you then do with it. And what exactly did Russell do with it? Well, the Doctor just cries a lot now. Okay, so this is a complex argument. There's nothing wrong with the Doctor crying, but there is an issue with him crying in every single episode, because not only does it lessen the impact, it creates a far less cohesive and engaging vision of the character. It'd be like the Doctor flying into a blind rage every single episode. It works when it happens because it's sparing. The Doctor is often very stoic and alien. He doesn't express like humans do, and so when we see him vulnerable, either sad or angry, it hits harder because of what the norm is for this character. And that would be fine if we, saw him become this new character. We understood the nuance and the complexity of his healing, what led him to this point, how did he reach this point as a character. But because we don't, it just makes him feel more shallow. And hey, you could do this if it was a part of the story, if it was ever actually confronted by the narrative and tackled as a part of an actual arc, but it's not. In Series 1, the 9th Doctor losing his temper came up again and again. It was consistently present because it was a part of his arc. At the end of the World, he opens up for the first time. We understand the why of it. Unquiet Dead, we see the guilt of the war, then linked to Rose and her possible death. Aliens of London, we explore that deeper, then you hit Dalek, and the floodgates open for character development. You see it on full display, the way anger can control, how guilt and bitterness can control, and how it's destructive. And that sets up the finale. Can the Doctor make the right choice on his own when faced with 1,000,000 Daleks? Will he let his anger keep him from being the Doctor? 15 crying doesn't amount to anything. It's never even slightly dissected. It's not actually a part of an arc, partly because he has no arc. He just does that sometimes. It's shallow and barely falls into the category of characterization. It's as complex as 9 saying, fantastic. It's just a thing that he does, and seemingly doesn't actually want to be tackled by the story. They could tackle it in Series 15, but that doesn't change the fact that Series 14 lacks anything in the way of anything of substance at all, actually. And this is symptomatic of a larger issue with this version of the character, and that's a severe lack of depth. Similarly to Ruby, this Doctor is too perfect, too cookie-cutter. He lacks the rough edges and character flaws that made watching this character enthralling in years gone by. One of the best versions of the Doctor to me is Capaldi, and it's not because he's simply a good man. It's because he's a flawed man trying so hard to be a good man, trying to be the best he can be, and that is moving as well as engaging. Sometimes the Doctor makes mistakes, he tries to do good, he cares too much, and he does things that he regrets, for one reason or another. His grief at losing Clara caused him to do things he wouldn't usually do on Gallifrey. He has to be talked down by Rose when he almost kills a dying Dalek whose inner self has been altered by Rose, a Dalek who now isn't a Dalek and hates itself for it, and he was going to use a comically big Looney Tunes gun to kill it. The situation is nuanced, and the Dalek has killed tons of people, but it was changing and it was dying, and taking revenge was wrong, and Rose has to calm the Doctor down so he can see that. There's also the greater theme here about someone seen as a killer and soldier being turned good again by Rose, just like the Doctor, but that's a whole other topic. And the Time Lord Victorious arc from Waters of Mars is one of the show's strongest character beats there is. The Doctor finally sick of losing people, of being defeated, of having to walk away or let time take its course, and he fights back. He saves people who were supposed to die and alters the course of history for it. He knows it's wrong, but he's so sick of having to witness loss and grief, and he pays for that choice. These moments come from allowing the Doctor to be flawed, to do things that are morally dubious yet fueled by his desire to do right. It adds complexity and nuance. Seeing this man who's been through so much, molded by pain and suffering and loss, turn that pain into kindness is such a powerful message, because we as people are flawed, so deeply flawed, and to see a character who's lived for thousands of years grapple with those same flaws, deal with loss and grief and anguish, and come out the other end stronger for it, kinder for it, it's inspiring. This version of the Doctor has some of that, like when he addresses Maestro in The Devil's Chord.
Are you enough of a genius?
Oh, I would never call myself that, Maestro. But I have lived, and I have loved. And I can only smile like this because I have lost so much. I've experienced everything. Every single thing. And if that's where music comes from...
Or when he's talking with Rogue in the TARDIS.
Who did you lose?
What?
You lost someone.
How'd you know that?
Because I know.
We traveled together, we had fun, you know? And then a day came along, and at the end of that day, I lost them. What about you?
I lost everyone.
Do you ever wonder why keep going?
Because we have to. We have to live each day because they can't.
But it's so shallow. It doesn't work its way into every facet of the character, which is what made it so compelling before. Every choice the Doctor would make, how he'd act in certain scenarios, would be guided by how broken he is at his core, a broken man turning that into kindness so nobody else ever has to be broken the way that he was. And that doesn't work unless we can peer into his trauma. Not just in the moments when he mentions it, but in every part of his character and the way he interacts with everyone in every situation. By being a version of the Doctor who is no longer broken but healed, these moments don't ever really hit as hard, because they're more memories being recalled than they are core components of what makes up his moment-to-moment characterization. And that maybe could be fine if you wanted to do something with that idea, but it doesn't feel like we're getting anything. There's no substance. All it does, having the Doctor healed, is remove a core part of what made the modern iteration of the character so engaging. He just ends up more shallow for it. The same goes for his relationship with Gallifrey.
My world is called Gallifrey.
And where's that?
Gone!
Ruby, it's gone. It's gone. They died. It was a genocide and they died.
So the one that was adopted was the only one left? I am the last of the Time Lords.
It's not that how he talks about it to Ruby is out of character. Russell has done the work to make this version of the Doctor make sense. It's just far less compelling than, say, how the 10th Doctor talks about Gallifrey to Martha in Gridlock.
I lied to you because I liked it. I could pretend they were still alive underneath a burnt orange sky. I'm not just a Time Lord. I'm the last of the Time Lords. There was a war. The last great Time War. My people fought a race called the Daleks, and they lost. Everyone lost. They're all gone now. My family. Even that sky. Oh, you should have seen it, that old planet. The second sun would rise in the south and the mountains would shine.
Which I think is my main complaint. It's not that doing this to the Doctor makes no sense or feels out of character, it doesn't. Russell has built this up, he's written it into the story. The Doctor is like this now, and there's a reason that was explained. The issue is that it's just less interesting as storytelling and character writing. To take a character that is as complex as the Doctor had become and then to just remove layers and not replace them with anything. The idea that the Doctor struggled with their emotions was something that I felt gave the character depth and made them relatable, but now we're left with something without the depth. However, and this is a stretch, there could be more to this. After this season, I'm not super willing to be charitable that it'll be paid off, but there is an angle that I feel it would be negligent not to discuss, and if tapped into the future, could retroactively add depth to this season. Is this Doctor, this persona, an act. I don't think him being more in touch with his emotions is an act, or his reflection on who he used to be, but perhaps this version of the Doctor that is acting like he doesn't still carry the weight of trauma, maybe that's him coping. The reason I think this comes up a couple of times. The first time is in Boom. The situation the Doctor is in, being so dire and so complex, mean he has to be matter-of-fact about things. He has to drop the charade, and so through Moffat's writing, which is very distinct and carries across every single Doctor he's written for, which as of now is every New Who Doctor bar 13, and New David Tennant, we see the true Doctor come out. He's nervous, yet masks it with stories and scientific babbling. He can be rude when he's frustrated, he's confident and headstrong, and he can get angry.
I'm a much bigger bang than you bargained for. I'm a lot more explosive than I look, and honey, I know how I look. Put a quantum chain reaction through me and I will shatter this silly little battlefield of yours into dust. All of it, in a heartbeat, into dust. Everything is possible. Everywhere is a beach eventually. I mean, most armies would notice that they were fighting smoke and shadows, but not this lot. You know why? Because they have faith. Shut up! Faith, the magic word that keeps you never having to think for yourself.
The Doctor we see here is so very different from the Doctor we see across the rest of Series 14. It feels like the Doctor laid bare. The mask drops and the old Time Lord comes out. The same goes for the ending of Dot and Bubble, when the Doctor realises what's happening, when he realises the people he's trying to save this entire episode won't accept his help and would rather die purely because of the colour of his skin. It breaks him. He snaps and his exterior drops again.
But you will die, and I can save your lives. Now let me.
No longer is he the 15th Doctor, he is just the Doctor. And he's not mad because of the racism on a personal level. The Doctor is hardly going to be offended by that. His new ethnicity isn't rooted in culture and history the same way it is for humanity. He's mad because prejudice, baseless prejudice, has stopped him from being the Doctor. The one thing that gives all of his wealth of life experience purpose. The Doctor tries so hard to turn trauma into kindness, but when met with these people, he's confronted with an evil from deep within them. An evil that he's seen time and time again through the Daleks, but to see it through humanity and being directed towards him is something he's never had to experience before. You get that release in a performance that Ncuti kills. And as well, in Rogue, after the death of Rogue, the Doctor hops up and wants to get back to business, similar to how he is at the end of Boom. However, this time, Ruby doesn't let him. She comforts him and tells him, "You don't have to be like this." To which he responds,
Doctor, you don't have to be like this.
I have to be like this because this is what I'm like. Onwards, upwards, new horizons, moving on.
Okay, can you just shut up a second?
Little nuggets like this litter the series, and it's why it's so hard for me to come to terms with not liking it as a whole, or that the character of the Doctor is lacking, because there's potential here, there's depth, but not enough is done with it. Not enough manifests as something that matters or has a long-term effect on our character. And that's a shame, and a waste. You could have told a story about how healing isn't linear, that the Doctor isn't just all better now and that he's working on it, but there's still a way to go and he'll slip back and forth before he can truly feel whole again. But instead it's vapid and not actually part of the story. All the examples I noted are me extrapolating meaning that isn't actually in the text itself, just what I wish was there to give the character the depth he deserves. This is all mainly missed potential. It's like, man, I wish there was some more to chew on here, but it's not inherently bad. Like, they didn't get anything wrong here, they just didn't do enough. So anyway, here's all the things I think they got wrong and are bad. I really don't like how the Doctor scares the babies and space babies. Multiple times.
So scary.
It felt weird to me. I don't know, that doesn't really feel like something he'd do. I don't like that. Sometimes he'll just say things that sound dumb, like someone was writing it who maybe didn't fully understand what they were talking about, and it just takes me out of it. The Doctor shouldn't make these mistakes. And look, it's minor, but it's weird. Like, in Rogue, he calls what they're doing cosplay, and it's just not that. Like, sure, I guess it doesn't actually matter, but with a character like the Doctor who prides himself on really obscure and specific definitions or understandings, to not get this is obviously LARPing just feels a bit out of character to me.
The children is cosplay.
Again, look, it's not a major thing. It's really not, but it's a thing that I noticed. There's also the matter of the Rogue romance.
It's time to be gay. Super duper gay. It's time to be as gay as the day is long. Gay, 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 all the live long gay.
Dude, it'd be so awesome if he had an actual criticism here.
By the way, did you know that the actor who plays the Doctor right now, Ncuti Gatwa, is gay? And this newest episode of Doctor Who, entitled Rogue, is the gayest thing that you can find to watch.
Okay. I mean, it's really no wonder that a lot of people turn to making this right-wing reactionary content when all you have to do is churn out this completely uncritical slop and make bank off of it. I mean, it's also sad that people trade in their morals for money, but that's just the world that we live in, isn't it? Although, he wasn't wrong, it is time to get gay. I'm not totally mad at this. I think in most ways it works. Maybe once it gets a bit more serious, it feels a tad rushed. It could have been nicer to spread it across multiple seasons to really give it time to marinate, but even then, I think I'm generally just not hugely into the Doctor being romantic or sexual. The only time it genuinely works for me is with Rose, but because it's built up over 2 seasons. We saw what she did for him, what he did for her. It was a pretty unique bond, and it never really crossed the line into sexual territory, and was more an implied love than one acted on. And even then, when you get to Journey's End and you have the idea of the copy Doctor living with Rose and they do the big kiss, it just feels, I mean, for one, fanfiction-y, but also, I don't know if I love that. The same for me goes for River. I love the implication of the Doctor's wife that at some point in the future he has this woman who he loves with all his being and shares his deepest secrets with. The implication he would have such a connection is powerful in the library episodes, but in the end it boils down to Matt Smith making childish sex jokes all the time because Moffat is perpetually horny. Which we love him for, but still, it's way less interesting than how it was presented in the library episodes. And so this criticism is like one of the most subjective ones there is, because history shows us the Doctor kisses random people, he gets romantic, he randomly fucks Queen Elizabeth, but it's still a part of the character that I don't generally like across all of these iterations. And so I take issue with aspects of how it's executed in Rogue. I think in terms of a personal, intimate connection, they have chemistry, I buy it, I think it's a vibe, but on top of that, I think on a character level, Rogue acts as a window into who the Doctor was, a mirror into his past, a lone traveller, very logical and matter-of-fact, out to stop aliens, throwing himself into what he does after the loss of someone close to him. It's very much the story of the Doctor's life, and I think he sees that, and so to that extent, I buy that they'd feel a connection there, romantic or otherwise, and I think that works. It's more the dancing under a spotlight, it's the genuine personal pain the Doctor feels upon losing him, it's always wearing the ring, it's like, come on, it's a bit rushed, right? You could have had them connect slowly over multiple appearances of Ncuti's run, use that time apart to grow a sense of yearning so that when they meet back up you get this sense that in the time apart they've actually grown closer in a sense. I just think this episode was maybe blowing its load on that character story instead of maybe giving it time to marinate and develop over time. There's also the larger issue of the Doctor's character writing, but that'll come back around once we discuss the finale. It's interesting, that's for sure. Okay, so what is the 15th Doctor's arc? Or I guess a better phrase would be, what was the arc supposed to be? Like we established before, I think that what we're meant to explore with him, at least unlike with Ruby, actually exists. There is at least an idea or concept of some form of internal arc, but similarly to Ruby, it doesn't hugely exist as something we're able to observe across the series. The core concept the series wants to explore with the 15th Doctor is that of his outlook on family, which I think is deeply compelling. I just don't really think it does a lot with it. There are aspects of episodes that deal with this concept, but they don't appear to hugely be internalized or discussed in ways that allow us to see the Doctor's perspective shift. You've got the babies and space babies being abandoned, you've got the awkward exposition about Susan in the Devil's Cord, you've got Splice losing her dad in Boom, and you've got the reflection on who the Doctor used to be in Rogue, forming connections, losing those connections. The thing is that with the Doctor, similarly to Ruby, these things do not have great presence within the story, nor do any possible lessons learned seem to carry across episodes, and so while episodes can sometimes vaguely deal with similar ideas to the arc they want to explore with the Doctor, there isn't enough consistency and development that carries through the stories, nor is there enough internalization of the concepts that allow us to feel like the Doctor is changing gradually across the season in any sort of actual way. The Doctor notices the parallels to both him and Ruby and Space Babies, but beyond that we get nothing on a character level. Susan's exposition is dumped, but we move swiftly on and it's never talked about again until it's shoehorned in as a red herring in the finale. Splice and her dad are things that happen, their story exists, and the Doctor witnesses it, but we never get any sort of internalization of these events, that they're affecting the Doctor personally. The only parts that are vocalized or have effect are the immediate events that affect the characters of the episode. We don't get a sense that anything has allowed the Doctor to reconsider his own outlooks at all. The biggest offenders for me have to be Dot and Bubble and Rogue. The Doctor coming face to face with racism for the first time in his life, while a great scene is not a lesson he learns anything from. We swiftly move on and act like it literally never happened. The rest of the season doesn't do anything with it, and it makes the lesson feel super strange. You could have done something with this. The Doctor could have realized he's been so ignorant to this type of bigotry as he's explored the universe. You could have had him come to terms with this fact and have something alter his outlook on the universe. Have some sort of character lesson we're supposed to take away from this, because as great as the scene is, and as fantastic as it works as a character moment for the 15th Doctor in a vacuum, or within the context of the episode, in the larger context of the season, or this incarnation's arc, it ultimately means nothing. You could remove it, and the finale doesn't change. The rest of the season doesn't change. And so, what even was the point if a major moment like this cannot carry into the episodes that follow? In Series 1, like I've talked about before, we had the moment where the Doctor is going to kill the Dalek, and he learns a valuable lesson about revenge, about lashing out, about losing any empathy and becoming the thing he wanted to kill. That lesson isn't in a vacuum, it's in service of the larger series themes, and returns in the finale on a larger scale, when he's going to use the Delta Wave to kill every Dalek at the cost of Earth, but he doesn't. His moral convictions win out, and he reclaims his status as the Doctor again. It also plays into the larger series arc about overcoming the Time War with the parallels to the destruction of Gallifrey, but that's separate to what I'm discussing here. If you're going to have a major emotional moment, that needs to not just be in service of that episode, but needs to somehow be in service of a character arc, so the lessons learned can be internalized and carried forth into future episodes. These things need to alter characters. This event in Dot and Bubble could make the Doctor less trusting, maybe guarded. You could have him reconsider the lens through which he's always viewed the universe and humanity. And hey, you could literally do anything with this incredibly pessimistic ending that leaves the Doctor stunned because his worldview has kind of been dismantled. But whatever you do, an emotional moment like this has to alter the character in a show that's serialized. And hey, even if it doesn't do that, then it needs to be applicable on a different scale in the conclusion of the series. It has to wrap back around like the example with the Daleks in Series 1, or it's quite literally pointless other than in the vacuum it exists within. The same actually goes for Rogue. The Doctor connects with this man, they grow closer, there's chemistry, there's something special there because of their specific place in the universe, the way they are as people, it brings them together. The Doctor loses him and he's sad about it, which makes sense, cool, but what is the point? What does this loss even do for him? It never comes back up. It doesn't wrap around to a larger theme of loss or sacrifice. It just doesn't mean anything for the Doctor again, outside of the context of this single episode. Again, you can remove Rogue as an episode and lose physically nothing in a character sense, which isn't a good thing when it contains a major character moment. There's a difference with being able to exclude, say, Unicorn and the Wasp from Series 4, and the finale not losing any substance, because Unicorn and the Wasp is just a run-of-the-mill adventure. A fun one, but it doesn't contain a huge character beat. Rogue does contain a huge character beat, but for whatever reason, it means nothing moving forward, and so it renders itself pointless in the context of serialized television. And what I'm basically trying to say is that all of these examples that I'm listing should affect the Doctor in some way. They should alter him, or they should play into the themes of the series in a way that is internalized by the character. If they don't, they don't hold a purpose. And so, just like Ruby, the Doctor remains static. I have more to discuss with both of these characters, well, with all the characters, but I'm saving that conclusion for the deep dive into the finale towards the end of the video. I'm just sowing the seeds now, going over the generalization of it all. A core part of Doctor Who is the bond and relationship between the protagonists, whether a duo, trio, or a whole group of characters travelling in the TARDIS. Ruby and the Doctor as a pair is just as important as Ruby and the Doctor as individuals. So let's explore that. Ncuti Gatwa and Millie Gibson are great. There's no beating around the bush. They are both great actors and their chemistry is obvious. It's electric, and honestly, they make watching even some of the poorly written stuff fun. The characters might be static, but at least they're fun to watch, which goes a long way compared to some of the stuff we saw in the previous era. An actor who is charismatic can elevate poor writing. It's why most people see Graham as the best character from the Chibnall era, because he's simply the best actor for the role he was cast in, and he manages to give character to dialogue that is empty or hollow. I'm not saying the new era has dialogue that is equivalent to the Chibnall era, although sometimes, but I am saying a similar thing is at play. The actual lack of substance of the characters can be overlooked by a lot of people because the actors have great chemistry and make it fun. Pair that with competent characterization and most standalone episodes can just be a good time to watch in a vacuum. But we're not here to praise that, we're here to dissect what went wrong, because something did go wrong. So what went wrong? A major component of what I think lacks is, again, on the development front, The speed at which they become friends is just too quick. After one episode, they're best mates, and that's how they remain. While it's fun to watch because they get along and bounce off each other well, it's not riveting character writing. The same issue that affects them as individuals affects them here. They're just static. And look, don't get me wrong, Donna also has one singular Christmas special and then is best mates with the Doctor in Partners in Crime. But there's an important difference in context here. There was a whole season between The Runaway Bride and Partners in Crime. Plenty of time for off-screen rumination on their time together. And so while they part amicably as decently good friends, when they meet back up after Donna spending all this time regretting her decision not to travel with him and the rapport they already built, Partners in Crime feels entirely natural for them. Whereas for Ruby and the Doctor, it doesn't have that gap. Space Babies is right into the fray, and so the fact they're such fast friends feels not necessarily out of character or totally implausible, but just rushed and so boring as a dynamic. I feel an integral part of a dynamic like the Doctor and their companion is building their relationship, seeing over time their bond deepen. I mean, that sort of goes for any character writing ever. If two characters need to be friends or lovers or whatever else, generally the idea is to have that slowly build so as viewers we can get invested in a blossoming relationship. That's not an insane stance, right? I want to feel their bond is earned and grown across tons of shared experiences. You know, like real relationships are. One of the main reasons people didn't like Clara, who I just keep coming back to, is that she and the 11th Doctor got on immediately and never really had any sort of conflict. They were just great friends, and the point of contention was, who is this woman? She's mysterious and we don't know where she came from, and also her skirt is a little bit too tight or something. Yeah, I didn't like that one. Which, yeah, I mean, that's very similar to Ruby Sunday, the mystery thing. Moffat rectified this in Series 8 as much as he could by giving Clara depth, conflict, and creating drama between her and the Doctor with some of the best scenes of his era. God, I need to make that Capaldi video one day. I love his arc so much. By the end of Space Babies, Ruby has a TARDIS key and is an official companion. That's their report done. They get no more, and I'd hardly call this episode major relationship development because, again, they start at the end point. There's no growth. This is compounded by the dumbest thing they could have done in episode 2.
So when is it for you back home? What time are you? June 2024?
It's hard to keep track, but yeah, I think so. June, July.
What? It was Christmas. You skipped 6 months. Are you kidding me? Who made this fucking decision? This move is baffling to me. Why on earth would you skip ahead 6 months? Clearly they've been traveling together a while, as Ruby says things like,
You never hide! We always know! It's hard to keep track.
Implying they've been doing stuff together for a while now, which I guess means any aspect of getting to know each other happened completely off screen for some reason. The date doesn't even matter. There is literally no purpose to this. The only thing I can think of is getting us away from Christmas, but even then, just like go to January. Why are we jumping to fucking June? People have said it's because they wanted the date to line up with when the finale would air, but why? It doesn't need to. It changes nothing. You also could have just had them traveling together for a while and the Doctor takes them back a few months later or something, and then Ruby has to explain that in some way. Or this, I don't understand. You didn't need to circumvent them getting to know each other to do this. You could have got them to know each other and then brought them back to Earth months later. You could have done that. Why didn't you do that? I don't understand. Welcome everyone to Russell T Davies Try Not to Say Silly Shit in Interviews challenge. I was this close to finishing this video, and then out of nowhere, he goes and says some stupid shit in an interview with SFX regarding the 6-month time jump. Apparently this is an old interview, but it just surfaced now on Twitter, in Twitter discourse, so I'm doing so now, so it's new to me. No, that's complicated. I mean, I can see that no one in the audience would ever get this. I'm trying to explain how Sarah Jane is clearly from the 1970s, and yet in Pyramids of Mars, she says she's from the 1980s. So I'm trying to establish some sort of temporal drift as you go in the TARDIS. There's not a 6-month time gap there. No one else but Doctor Who Discourse would ever think 6 months had passed. So everything's still brand new to Ruby. The next thing, they land on an alien planet. It's brand new to her. It's me trying to explain that you drift in time relative to where you left from. That's the only reason. I do believe Sarah Jane came from the 1970s. I don't think she came from the 1980s at all. I have very little time for unit dating. I think those things went out in the year that they went out. It's not set in the future. The John Pertwee seasons. No way is that in the future. So there's a kind of temporal drift going on. That's the reason why he asks where she's from. He's kind of triangulating where she feels like. She feels time has shifted in the way that Sarah Jane feels like after all that much travel in the TARDIS. It's like a decade has passed for her, but it clearly hasn't. So there's a kind of temporal drift at work there. What the fuck are you talking about, Russell? This quote feels like it's written in moon runes. It reads like he's having a mental breakdown. Who in their right mind thinks like this? I imagine the fact that it's transcribed from spoken word makes it sound more frantic and nonsensical than it probably was, but still, what is he talking about? Where do I even start here? He says no one else but a Doctor Who discourse would ever think 6 months had passed. But why? We were at Christmas, and now she says she's from June or July 2024 in the next episode. It implies 6 months have passed. That's the only thing it can imply. That's like basic comprehension. What he's actually saying has happened is that being in the TARDIS changes where you think you're from, but I mean, that's literally never happened, ever. It happens here in a way that we couldn't have even grasped until he told us, just so that a one-off error from 1975 where Sarah Jane says she's from 1980 is now not an error, but is just canonically how travel in the TARDIS works. What the fuck? I cannot fathom why you would think writing this in needed to take precedence over the story making sense or characters feeling consistent. All it did was make it feel like we jumped over major events in the story, and no matter which way you look at it, it's inconsistent. If the Devil's Cord is the very next adventure, and that June 2024 line is just Ruby's weird new time dilation or whatever the fuck, then why does she say, "You never hide," when in the last episode, he literally only hid? It implies they must have had episodes in between, in which case, we've skipped over other events, and that's not a good idea when we've just been introduced to these characters. We should be with them for all of their first adventures. You don't start skipping until we've been together for a while. Toward the end of Series 1 is when trips happened off-screen with Rose, and the same goes for Martha and for Donna. Off-screen trips are good. It implies they sometimes do things that don't come with danger and monsters, and allows for them to become more familiar with general TARDIS travel, but in ways that aren't major character-forming events. So when you go from episode to episode, you can see them changing quite drastically sometimes, but that's because things obviously happened in between where they've become more familiar with the TARDIS, especially like with Rose in Series 2, and that works. It's actually a good way of writing that kind of development, because when you start to see Rose getting more reckless, you're like, oh, she's really becoming familiar, and that works because the focus is on Rose's recklessness, and then you have context for that in the fact that they've been on adventures without us seeing them. That's good, but you can't do that until you've developed your characters, because it either means we miss crucial development, or they actually don't develop in those adventures that we don't see, which also renders them pointless too, and you might as well have shown them, because at that point you're literally just saying, oh, they did things off screen and nothing happened. So what's the point? Writing in this line in The Devil's Cord serves no function within the story. It literally only serves to make Series 14 feel more disjointed. But the main thing it aims to do is to make a one-off line from Pyramids of Mars, which was an error, now not an error, which is crazy that Russell took the time to write a line that makes his current series messy just to correct a line from the 1970s so that the canon felt more consistent, yet also failed to address or explain major components of his own story. He chose to invent a new time dilation effect that had never existed for previous companions and was never a point of contention, so that a 50-year-old story doesn't have continuity errors, yet the same line also creates continuity errors so that our connection to Ruby and the Doctor feels disjointed and distant. Every time Russell says something in an interview, it makes this clip from my Burning Shores video last year 10 times funnier. There's a great quote, actually, from one of the greatest British writers of all time, Russell T Davies. One of the best parts of previous companions' development is that they ran away with the Doctor and lived on the TARDIS. Their first few adventures were chronological, one after the other, and they eventually had to come to terms with returning home, events that often came with consequence. Travelling with the Doctor wasn't just a hobby they sometimes did, it was an escape, a totally new life until they chose or were forced to return to their old one. Eventually, with Amy and Rory in Series 6 towards the very end and into Series 7, they were mainly living at home but waiting on the Doctor to show up so they could head off and have adventures. Their two lives were in constant battle, and that's the whole story of Series 7, the focal point of the Power of Three, an episode of Doctor Who that exists. Moffat did the same with Clara into Series 8 and 9, with her becoming increasingly obsessed with travelling, and that eclipsing her life on Earth. Again, part of the story. Here with Ruby, I have no clue what her relationship is like with the TARDIS. Does she live there? Does the Doctor just rock up sometimes and pick her up? We don't know that situation because they don't show it, because we rarely see them traveling to a new place. We rarely see them in the TARDIS at all. We rarely see them debrief or hang out or anything, which was some of the best stuff that they did in the older series, which I think is instrumental in people's dislike for this new TARDIS interior. It's not the design, it's how it's used. The TARDIS from the original series was white and could be described as pretty sterile, as this new TARDIS has, but how it's used in stories, seeing them live there, seeing different rooms, getting the sense it was lived in as the Doctor and the current companion would just hang out, it made a space that was decently empty feel alive. I quite like the new TARDIS in the 60th specials. It felt like home because we had such nice intimate moments there, but as of Series 14, it feels like a backdrop and not a home because it's never really used, and so I cannot grasp Ruby's investment in traveling with the Doctor. Is she like Rose, running away to find purpose and discover a new way of living your life, or is she like Clara, trying to balance two lives and finding it increasingly difficult? I have no idea, because Ruby literally does not exist outside of the episode's narrative. She doesn't exist outside of going to a baby farm or 1963 to meet the Beatles. She doesn't have a life, and so her relationship to traveling with the Doctor means nothing. It has no value because there is no opposition to it. We don't know how this will affect anything in her real life because as far as we're concerned, she doesn't have one. She exists to serve the plot, and outside of that, she might as well not exist at all. She's our point of view character in the Christmas special. She's how we're introduced to the Doctor, but her only worry in the world is not knowing who her mother is. She doesn't seem to have any responsibilities, any close friends that might miss her, obligations to study or to work, or worries about money. Nothing. There is nothing to tether Ruby to her home or to her time with the Doctor, because we don't see any of it, and so it takes a sledgehammer to any sense of depth. The second major issue is conflict. There isn't any. Earlier, when I mentioned Donna, I didn't really delve into why their fast friendship works specifically. I was saving it for here. The reason you buy their friendship is because of just how much conflict there is in The Runaway Bride. Donna is so stubborn and argumentative. She pushes the Doctor to his limits, but he's also the Doctor, and he won't let her simply leave when she might be in danger, and this binds them together by the end. Donna moans and complains and calls him out constantly.
I demand you tell me right now, where am I?
Inside the TARDIS.
What?
The TARDIS.
What?
The TARDIS.
No, what?
It's called the TARDIS. What are you dressed like that for?
I'm going to Hempin Bowler. What do you think, Dumbo? I was halfway out the aisle. I don't know, you drugged me or something.
I haven't done anything.
I'm having the police on you.
What was that for?
Get me to the church!
Right, fine. I don't want you here anyway. Where is this wedding?
It doesn't have pockets. Who has pockets? Have you ever seen a bride with pockets? When I went to my fitting at Shares Allison, the one thing I forgot to say was give me pockets!
To honour and obey. Tell me about it, mate.
All right.
And the Doctor gets wound up, frustrated and irritated, but over the course of the story there are moments where they start to understand each other, and Donna begins to appreciate the Doctor being there to help her even when she pushes him away. And so by the end, you buy their friendship, you buy this bond. They went through a lot, and they had a lot of conflict, but because of that conflict, because they butted heads, it allows them a deeper understanding of the other person in a way you can't get if all you do is exchange pleasantries. By the end, they deeply understand the other, and so when they meet up again in Partners in Crime a whole season later, it works. It all just works because of the context of a year going by, because of how they left things, because of what they went through. Conflict is the biggest catalyst for growth in character writing. In reality, people don't get on 100% of the time. They're flawed and you can fall out, argue, not see eye to eye, but that's real. That's how people work. And so the best characters exhibit these same flaws. Let's take a look at a random episode from Series 1 that definitely has no direct comparison in the new series, say, End of the World. Oh, look at that, by Russell T Davies. The Doctor takes Rose to the final days of planet Earth, to a space station, sitting in wait for the Earth to be roasted by the sun, the rich and powerful all coming to see the planet die. It's a pretty sadistic first date, to mirror the fact that he also recently just watched his own planet burn. But besides that, this episode is Rose's first trip in the TARDIS. After seeing all the aliens show up, after hanging out and taking it all in, she gets overwhelmed and runs off, trying to find somewhere to calm down and recompose herself, and after a while, the Doctor goes to find her. Rose is a little freaked out by the aliens. It's all so strange and new, and she asks the Doctor where he's from.
Where are you from?
All over the place.
His response is guarded, and so she changes the subject, asking why they all speak English, to which the Doctor explains it's the TARDIS, it gets inside your head and translates for you.
They all speak English?
No, you just hear English. It's a gift of the TARDIS. The telepathic field gets inside your brain, translates.
But this isn't just exposition. Rose doesn't just acknowledge this and move on. She's offended.
It's inside my brain.
Well, in a good way.
Your machine gets inside my head. It gets inside and it changes my mind, and you didn't even ask.
I didn't think about it like that.
No, you were too busy thinking up cheap shots about the deep self.
And from this, it makes her think, who is this man? And so she goes on the offensive.
Who are you then, Doctor? What are you called? What sort of alien are you?
I'm just the doctor.
From what planet?
Well, it's not as if you know what it is.
Where are you from?
What does it matter?
She pushes and pushes, and the Doctor gets mad. He doesn't want to remember Gallifrey, but Rose is getting scared of this man she ran away with without thinking. It's complex. There's so much happening, and it does wonders to build both of our characters through real and emotive dialogue.
Tell me who you are!
This is who I am, right here, right now, all right? All that counts is here and now, and this is me!
Yeah, and I'm here too, because you brought me here, so just tell me!
From here, the Doctor walks off to cool down. It goes silent for a moment. Rose realizes she pushed too far, sees that, despite not knowing who he is, he's still a person with feelings, and clearly has a past that he doesn't want to discuss. She walks down and breaks the tension. She didn't mean to hurt him, and knows he didn't mean to hurt her. She doesn't apologize, but she does change the subject.
As my mate Shreen says, don't argue with the designated driver. Not exactly call for a taxi. There's no signal.
The Doctor swoops in to give her phone an upgrade, understanding she's freaked out because she misses home, and he doesn't just do it with a wave of his Sonic, he does it by tinkering and with some playful banter, just to add some more character in case the scene wasn't oozing with it enough.
Tell you what, a little bit of jiggery-pokery.
Is that a technical term, jiggery-pokery?
Yeah, I came first in jiggery-pokery. What about you?
Nah, I failed hullabaloo.
Oh. There you go.
Here, thanks to the Doctor, Rose calls her mum back on Earth in 2005. She's blown away. She's so far away. She's only been gone an hour or two, but she feels so distant. And this call grounds her. Her mother, her life, it's all still there.
Hello?
Mum?
Oh, what is it? What's wrong? What have I done now? Go on. There must be something. You never phone in the middle of the day. So funny.
Nothing. You're right, though.
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
What day is it?
Wednesday. All day. You got a hangover?
Yeah, I was just calling because I might be late home.
Is there something wrong?
No, I'm fine. Top of the world.
But it doesn't end there. Rose looks out on the Earth in the year 5 billion, and her only thought is how her mother is dead.
That was 5 billion years ago. She's dead now. 5 billion years later, my mum's dead.
This scene is magnificent. It's everything you want out of a first journey in the TARDIS. The uncertainty setting in from Rose, the pushback, the conflict, the tension that comes from it, the rumination on how time passes and 5 billion years later her mother isn't here anymore, the mortality of humanity. On top of that, how the Doctor reacts, the nuance in Eccleston's performance conveying the trauma this man has been through, it's just dripping with subtext and does wonders to characterize and push forward their relationship. They learn about each other through their actions, tone of voice and reactions to each other. It builds on their connection and our investment in it. So anyways, let's contrast that with a totally random scene from Space Babies.
The human race, we survived. 10 minutes ago, Doctor, just 10 minutes ago, you said genocide.
that wasn't my criticism, but fuck, that wasn't very tactful.
How do you keep going?
For days like this, I don't have a people, I don't have a home, but I don't have a job either. I don't have a boss or taxes or rent or bills to pay.
I can't lie, I don't think Ruby does either.
They speak English.
No. Humans don't speak one language by this point, a bit like Cantonese. But the TARDIS translates, it's got a perception filter.
Right.
Ruby doesn't care. Okay, fine.
My mom, she's long gone now.
Can I see your phone? My sonic screwdriver can make the distance between you and Earth 19,000 years or one phone call.
What? But
your mum, Ruby. Call your mum.
He simply explains how it works. No playful banter, no tinkering, just here's the exposition on how it works. Now, call your mum, because this is Doctor Who and we're doing the scene. Did you guys know we're doing the scene everyone likes?
Well, what is it now?
Mum?
Yes, Mum, obviously. You went like the wind. Where are you going?
Yeah, yes, I will. I'll catch up with you in a minute. That was my mum on Christmas Eve on my birthday 10 minutes ago. That's the best signal ever. How much that cost?
I want to know what the hell is wrong with this place.
And that's it. In the original version, the Doctor does what he does, for one, to say sorry, but also because he knows Rose is feeling out of her depth and unsure, and he does it to build trust, but also because it'll help her emotionally, and it means a lot to her, thinking about how her mother is dead, but she's also right there on the end of the phone. It's subtle, it informs character, and it feels organic. Here, the Doctor does it almost to show off, and for no real character reason. Ruby bringing up her mother being dead has no real significance to what events are unfolding. It happens that way with Rose because she's literally looking out at a future version of Earth, of her home. Ruby just sort of says it to prompt the scene to do an epic reference to the original with as much tact as a steamroller. I'm honestly glad Russell decided to rip a scene right from his old era because it shows what's lacking as openly as it ever could. The character depth from the writing doesn't exist here. It doesn't inform an arc, it doesn't inform growth or relationship building. It's just a thing that happens and is moved on from. In End of the World, it's an important beat in building up Rose and the Doctor's relationship, in characterizing both of their mindsets and bringing them closer together through reasonable and realistic conflict. Here, it's not. It's just not. It doesn't do anything, and that goes for pretty much all of their character writing. Father's Day is a great example of the importance of conflict between characters. I actually have an exclusive analysis of why Father's Day is maybe my favourite episode of Doctor Who on my Patreon right now to go along with this video, as well as all my week-to-week commentaries on the new era for those so inclined. Everything from Starbeast the Rogue is also, as of this video, available for free members too. You'll have to fork over a little bit of dough for the finale, but hey look, I'm running a business here, hopefully you can forgive me. I'll be doing the same for Series 15 as well, week-to-week commentaries on Patreon, and I'll make older ones free as the new series comes out. So probably when Series 15 airs, the finale will at that point be free. So if you're watching this when Series 15 is out, then the finale is also free on Patreon now. Anyway, Father's Day is an episode which hugely impacts the growth of our two main characters, because its central drama is a drama between the Doctor and Rose. They go back to 1987, the day Rose's father died in a car accident. She impulsively saves his life and the Doctor is furious. He set clear rules and now time is in jeopardy. The episode revolves around the Doctor flying off the handle and Rose putting her foot down. Her having to learn she made a mistake and the Doctor learning to be gentle with things, to understand why she did what she did and to forgive, not to be so aggressive when someone makes a mistake, no matter how big the mistake. Growing his empathy.
I did it again. I picked another stupid ape. It's not about showing you the universe. It's about the universe doing something for you.
So it's okay when you go to other times and you save people's lives, but not when it's me saving my dad.
I know what I'm doing. You don't.
He's alive!
My entire planet died. Do you think it never occurred to me to go back and save them?
What, would you rather him dead?
I'm not saying
No,
that.
I get it.
No. You're both the same person. That's a paradox, and we don't want a paradox happening.
I can't do anything right, can I?
Since you ask, no. So, don't touch the baby.
I'm not stupid.
You could have fooled me.
There's nothing like that for Ruby. Not even close. The only example I can think of is in Space Babies. I'm gonna play a clip now, just don't blink, okay? Not in that way, it's gonna be quick.
Second right next leg, you'll get to live.
What about
left? Second right next leg.
That's it. It's kind of a conflict. It doesn't mean anything, but I guess it is a conflict. The only other time, because look, there is one more, is in Boom.
Let me give it to you.
No.
Okay, that was just a little bit of comedy for you. There's more. That's not the whole scene.
You'll have a much better chance if I just put it in your hand.
If it goes wrong, you will be caught in the blast.
Well, let's get it right then.
I forbid this.
Yeah, good luck with that. So how are we gonna do this? Count to 3? No arguing, Doctor. Blood pressure.
Ruby, if this doesn't work, you are brave. And you are wonderful. And I forgive you for being incredibly stupid.
Good then.
And if it does work, I'm gonna be very cross at you for a very, very long time.
Not that long, babes. You're standing on a landmine.
Now this scene, in theory, shows Ruby being overconfident, not really analysing the risks and doing it anyway, like as if the Doctor has changed her into someone more confident and willing to step into danger. It doesn't really make sense in the context of the series because nothing has happened to make that the case, plus they've been travelling for 6 months apparently, and her demeanour here is different to the previous episode, and especially given 73 Yards is right next where she's not written this way. I think it's really just Moffat channeling Clara, to be honest. But it reminds me of another comparison I can make. Aliens of London and World War III are the 4th and 5th episodes of Series 1 and form one 2-part story. Toward the end, the Doctor, Rose, and Harriet Jones, MP for never mind, you know, are trapped inside Downing Street. The Doctor only has one way to stop the aliens who are going to start a third world war, but at the possible cost of Rose. They're on the phone at the time to Jackie, Rose's mother, and this is how the scene plays out.
There's always been a way out.
Then why don't we use it?
Because I can't guarantee your daughter will be safe.
Don't you dare. Whatever it is, don't you dare.
That's the thing. If I don't dare, everyone dies.
Do it.
You don't even know what it is. You just let me.
Yeah.
Please, Doctor. Please. She's my daughter. She's just a kid.
Do you think I don't know that? Because this is my life, Jackie. It's not fun. It's not smart. It's just standing up and making a decision because nobody else will.
Then what are you waiting for?
I could save the world but lose you.
Oh my god, what a scene! The subtext, man, it's oozing out the fucking walls. The Doctor's apprehension, Jackie's intense worry, Rose's willingness to let the Doctor do what he has to do no matter what because they've built trust over the last 4 episodes. She's willing to risk it because the Doctor has already changed how she acts. She's living up to his example and the precedent has been set over the time they've spent together. Rose being home has only strengthened her sense that she wants to do this forever. She wants to be like the Doctor, and he feels guilty for that, but he loves her too. The conflict here isn't just Rose deciding she wants to take a stand no matter what, it also comes from the Doctor's worry and duty of care. It's complex, it's tense, it's conflict, and it's hugely informative of character and relationship moving forward from this episode. I love it. And that's what Russell used to do. He'd write pretty crap episodes sometimes. I mean, Aliens of London is like...
Oh, excuse me. Oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, but the heart was always there. No matter what, whenever an episode had a pretty naff plot or a concept that was a little bit rubbish, the character writing, the arcs, the conflict, the tension, and the depth is what allows the show to flourish, despite episodes that had silly or stupid premises. Series 14 doesn't do this. It lacks everything that makes a relationship between the Doctor and a companion engaging. I think Ncuti and Millie are great. I love them together so much. But the Doctor and Ruby are another story. They're shallow and they're boring. They don't grow, they don't develop, they don't argue, they never butt heads, they never disagree. And that's poor character writing. Okay, this is a shorter section. I hope. I wanted to touch upon how supporting characters are treated, handled, and why they're generally good sometimes, not all the time. The reason, of course, is because they're supporting characters. They don't require an arc, and instead just have to have compelling characterization for the singular story. At least, that's the case for static characters. The same can't really be said for Ruby's family, who ought to be dynamic, but we'll get there. You've got characters like Jocelyn, who looks after the space babies. I think she's decently characterized and gives some amount of pushback to allow the episode to have a sort of ebb and flow about it, especially with her being the one to try and kill the bogeyman after we find out he's actually just a decent bloke. It's nothing special, and this moment is really weird.
You save them all.
But still, the Beatles are sort of supporting characters in the second episode, although they don't show up as much as they maybe should. They allow us an understanding of what's at stake and why it matters through their exploration of what music means for their inner soul, which is pretty damn touching. I just wish they'd maybe been used a little bit more like Shakespeare from Series 3. Shakespeare accompanies the Doctor, and in the end they need the wordsmith to be the one to banish the witches who use the science of language and words to give themselves power. It's a way of tying the historical figure to the monster in a pretty compelling way. Could have done with less of this, but we all make mistakes. Would have been nice for the Beatles to be actual characters across the episode. Them regaining their love and passion for music against all odds could have been what banished Maestro. They should have been proactive rather than passively saving the day by sheer dumb luck. The Anglican Marines in Boom are nice. They're just kind of classic Moffat supporting characters, but he usually does enough to make me care. Setting up Splice and her dad's little kiss thing was cute, and I think it works for that reason. Same goes for Mundy and Kanto. It's a surface level love, but that's all it needs to be for it to work on me. The performances carry it, and the brief window we see into them as people makes me care. It works, I like them, I think they're solid. On top of that, they explore the nuance of how faith operates in the human mind, both the positives and negatives, and I think seeing the personal and authentic reaction of Mundy is compelling in that regard. Grounds the critique and discussion of faith. The group of people in the pub in 73 Yards are great. I love how they fuck with Ruby, not just because I don't think she's a good character either. I think they're really fun. They feel real and authentic, and I love that. Just the best vibes. Lindy and Ricky are well realized enough that we can feel irritated and frustrated. We care for their well-being at one point, and when all is said and done, we feel conflicted and angry. That's a sign of good characterization. I think it's well executed. Mostly. Well, this was stupid. This whole thing was kind of dumb. Rogue is probably the best one of the lot. A Captain Jack stand-in, or so it seems until the episode subverts that and you realise he's nothing like Jack. He just feels that way on the surface. He's really a bit of a loser, and he's super sensitive, and I love him. I think he's wonderful. All of this is to say, supporting characters are usually very good, and that's an example of the fact that RTD is still writing compelling characterized characters. When they're meant to be static, they're good. It's why I felt Ruby and the Doctor were so compelling in Church on Ruby Road, because it was their first episode. They weren't supposed to have an arc yet. It was setting up a baseline for them, a foundation from which to grow, and so it works. But they never grew. They stayed at that very competent baseline, and that's when you start to see the cracks form. The same can be said for Carla and Cherry Sunday. Both of these characters are well characterized and have a great baseline, but they too, like our protagonists, never change, never develop, never get any deeper than their first appearance. And my god, what a bloody shame. The only time prior to the finale that they even show up is in Space Babies, for the briefest of moments. Ruby is told by the Doctor that they cannot go back to Ruby Road on Christmas Eve 2004, the timelines and such, it's too dangerous, and Ruby responds that they are actually going to go see her mum at Christmas before taking them to 2023 and to our home to visit Cherry and Carla, which is really nice. The issue here is that we stay in the TARDIS and roll credits. We don't get to see how that conversation goes down, we don't get to see how they react, we don't get to see Carla having to come to terms with Ruby running off with an alien. None of it. That's insane to me. All of the character development that spanned a two-part story in Series 1, all that juicy development and depth added to Jackie and Mickey coming to terms with who the Doctor is and where Rose has been, is completely ignored here, totally brushing it under the rug. Don't worry about it, it doesn't matter, is essentially what RTD has said with this, and don't start screaming, oh, the episode count, the episode count. If the episode count were an issue, you could simply not write it this way. You could have dedicated one episode to a super interesting story where they come to terms with what Ruby is doing. Or you could have Ruby live alone so her family doesn't matter as much, like you did with Martha or like what was done with Clara. Just saying, yeah, look, stuff probably happened off screen is garbage, no matter how you toss it up. This sucks because Ruby's family are supposed to be characters we care about. They're meant to be a major part of her life, and hey, one of the central themes of this series is fucking family, but Ruby's actual family, the only physical tether we have of Ruby to her actual life, is ignored, cast aside, and thrown in the bin. Cherry I can understand being more of a flat character. I'd rather she wasn't. I mean, we never had to make that compromise in RTD1, but okay, fine, I'll give them that. She just sits in bed, makes remarks, whatever. She can be a flat character. But why is Carla? Why doesn't she have depth? Why don't we get to see her worry about Ruby? Why don't we get to see her concern over the Doctor? Why don't we get to see her grow to like or trust him? Why don't we get to see her thoughts on Ruby being so desperate to find her birth mother? Why don't we get anything? She's well characterized. Again, they all are, but they don't have the depth necessary for me to give a fuck past the first episode, because you start to notice they're static. You start to notice they only serve the plot, and you start to notice they are not characters. This is maybe RTD's biggest failing this season. No, it absolutely is. Character was the heart of Doctor Who for me. It was for a lot of people. The depth, nuance, conflict, drama, love, relationships, the authentic raw sense of humanity. It's what made the show tick. And it's gone. It's completely absent. We aren't done with character. We'll conclude it all when we reach the finale. For now, let's move on. Part 3. Episodic structure. Doctor Who operates as a semi-serialized, semi-anthology-based drama series. Based on the last chapter, you might be inclined to call me a liar here, but I assure you it is supposed to be a drama. It always lands somewhere on this scale, though. Modern Who is largely individual stories sandwiched together with an overarching story woven throughout, and character arcs that carry from episode to culminate in a finale. Although there are those threads that carry throughout the season, each episode is usually its own self-contained story with a beginning, middle, and end. The issues arise in Series 14 with how the episodes are structured and how those episodes work when taken in the larger context of the season they are a part of. But on another level, what about how they operate as episodes? How do they feel to watch as isolated pieces without continuity between them? Individual stories also need to have compelling plot, efficient dialogue, and focus on their singular concept. And looking at the series like this is pretty charitable. Doctor Who is supposed to be viewed as a whole, as part of the investment comes in seeing how the characters will change and how that will alter the way they interact with the next adventure. But let's be charitable for a moment. One of the biggest things people have noted, and that I've seen, is the general pacing, and I agree. It feels like each episode is running at breakneck speed. I think this is partly the fault of the writing, but partly the fault of the editing itself. In the scene we looked at earlier from Series 1, the camera will linger. It's often slow, and that helps convey the slower pace of the scene. When we enter faster paced action sequences, the editing will often convey that through quicker cuts. I'm aware this is super basic stuff, but that's the point we're at now. In Series 14, the same scene, the camera just keeps cutting back and forth. It's so jarring. It's edited like a 2012 YouTube vlog. I mean, take for example this scene of Ruby talking to Eric. I'm gonna let it play uncut. For this whole video, I've been cutting clips to try and avoid being copyright claimed by the BBC. Although, that's probably pretty futile.
I did not mean to scare you. There is no such thing as the bogeyman. That thing was more sort of like a, bogeyman!
You see what I mean? It's actually edited in the episode, like I've been editing clips across the video to avoid copyright. You can hear Ruby's breaths being cut out, and moments that would be a pause are just completely vacant so that her sentence just runs on continuously like it's jump cutting. It's so weird. And to be fair, this doesn't happen in any of the episodes other than Space Babies, but I do think it's symptomatic of the issue that the episodes are trying to rush themselves. They're trying to keep the pace up for the sake of keeping the pace up, almost like they feel that people are going to lose interest if it's not edited like a TikTok. Maybe that's an exaggeration, and maybe that's too much of an assumption, but it feels that way. And then the fact the episode is also trying to speedrun all the important exposition, and you end up with an episode that feels like it's just trying to get it all over with, rather than an episode that is allowing itself to be enjoyable.
Who are you?
I'm the Doctor. It's called the TARDIS. Because I was adopted, and the planet that took me in, they were kind of posh. They used titles like the Doctor or the Bishop, the Rani.
The police?
Police box. No, that's a disguise. My world is called Gallifrey.
And where's that?
Gone! It was a genocide and they died. I am the last of the Time Lord. TARDIS translates, it's got reception codes. My son is Screwdriver. Get this.
Yes.
The exposition about Gallifrey, the Doctor, who he is, how he acts, why he does things, is slowly drip-fed to us across Series 1, and it's not done through exposition dumps, it's done through realistic and emotive character dialogue. Contrast these two scenes.
Gone! Ruby, it's gone. It's gone. They died. It was a genocide and they died. So the one that was adopted was the only one left. I am the last of the Time Lords.
My planet's gone. It burned like the Earth. It's just rocks and dust before its time.
What happened?
There was a war and we lost.
What about your people?
I'm a Time Lord. I'm the last of the Time Lords. I'm left travelling on my own because there's no one else.
Who's me?
It's night and day. And sure, the Doctor is at a different point in their life, their outlook is different, but that doesn't change one being far, far more compelling as a way to learn information. There are ways to alter the Doctor's general demeanour without losing subtlety, and that's without even getting into the presentation of it. In Series 14, it feels incidental, it's just a conversation that is happening in a place. In Series 1, it feels deliberate and intentional. The framing is set up specifically like this to create a sense of juxtaposition between the intimacy and the fact that they're in a public space. The blurred out crowd in the background, the chatter from everybody in this very busy street fading into obscurity as the Doctor, who's been so tight-lipped this entire time, finally opens up. The Doctor finally talks about his trauma while the world spins on by, oblivious. It's beautiful. The scene in Series 14 doesn't have that level of subtlety. And that's one of the other major issues. This series is so obsessed with dropping as much overt exposition as possible. It's not done through character dialogue or juicy, thick, satisfying subtext. It's just overtly said out loud. Constantly, and it gets beyond draining. The reason this is an issue is because you're supposed to be invested in what's happening. The reward of watching movies or television, especially ones that are dialogue heavy, is putting the pieces together yourself in a character sense. Based on what people say or how they act, you create a larger picture of who they are in your head. Characters should never overtly tell you their motivations or how they feel unless that's also providing important subtext on top of that. If your dialogue only facilitates a surface level reading of literally what is said out loud, then you've failed to write dialogue. Good dialogue has two meanings, the one on the surface and the one underneath that informs character. There's the Space Babies examples I've already used, but there's also stopping the episode to exposit information about Susan.
In the past, right now, I live in a place called Totter's Lane. 1963, I parked the TARDIS in a junkyard, and I lived there with my granddaughter Susan.
You've got children.
I did have, I will have. Genocide rolled across time and space like a great big cellular explosion. Maybe it killed her too.
And look, there are elements of subtext here. I get that when he stops to talk about Susan, we're supposed to glean a slight feeling of guilt, but I think the issue is that it's just not enough. It doesn't play into a larger theme or anything that's consistent with his character across the season. It's just one isolated moment, and so the very, very small subtext it does provide is pretty meaningless until the very end of the finale, which is just shallow. So they amount to moments where the episode stops to go, "So audience, keep this totally unrelated thing in your mind." The expositional information it's conveying is far more important than any subtext, and it's just so obviously bad in a way I find hard to critique. It's like trying to critique why Hitler was bad. I don't know, man. He just is, isn't he? It's obvious. This isn't to say Series 14 of Doctor Who is as bad as Hitler. It's obviously worse. The Doctor also really loves just outwardly explaining the themes we're supposed to glean, like here at the end of Space Babies as he saves the bogeyman.
I am the last of the Time Lords.
How do you keep going?
For days like this, I'm the only one of me. Whole wide universe. The only one of his kind.
Thanks, Doctor. I didn't realise that was the themes. Go out. That's my fucking eye. Contrast this to another Doctor Who story from Series 5, The Beast Below, Amy's first trip in the TARDIS, and you'll see the theme conveyed in a way that is so much more satisfying. Starship UK is a spaceship housing all of the UK in space as they flee from Earth looking for somewhere else to live. By the end of the episode, we discover that the thing has no engines and it's being powered by the last living star whale in the universe, a creature that they found, built their ship around, and are torturing to keep the ship moving and to keep it imprisoned. They believe if they stop torturing it, it will fly away and rip the ship to pieces, and so the continued survival of all of these humans, millions of humans, is to keep this secret, regardless of how unethical. The Doctor has to make a choice, weighing up all of the human lives at stake. He can let them keep torturing it, or he can send a pulse through its brain large enough to keep it brain dead. It won't feel the pain, but it will keep the ship sailing through space. He's furious. He loses it at Amy, trying to find someone to blame, but what happens next is Amy takes it upon herself to pick the third option they hadn't considered as viable, to free the star whale, and when she does, nothing happens. The creature remains in the ship of its own free will. It actually speeds up. The Doctor doesn't understand why or how she could have known, but that's when she explains. It's because she's seen it before.
It came because it couldn't stand to watch your children cry. What if you were really old and really kind and alone? What couldn't you do then? If you were that old and that kind and the very last of your kind, you couldn't just stand there and watch children cry.
It's so touching and does wonders to build Amy's character, to show us another side to this version of the Doctor, and her explanation isn't just exposition for the audience to understand, it does serve that purpose, but on top of that, it has all-important subtext, that the Doctor is like the star whale, that despite his trauma and loneliness, he is kind and just wants to help, and it allows us to understand that Amy has understood that. They're two aliens who can't stand to watch children cry. It deepens their bond as a duo and allows us to understand how she sees him, how he sees himself, and it does all of that through subtext. We absorb that information subconsciously. In Space Babies, it's a similar theme, but the Doctor just says it out loud, by himself, and it means pretty much nothing at all. There are examples of this done well. There's Paul and John talking about their love of music in The Devil's Chord. It allows us to understand what's going on, but it also shows a deeper meaning beneath the surface, and the value that there is. This is good.
I just want to go home, forget this life, just have me tea and go to bed with a woman of my own, you know? And why do I wake up crying? I get this thought. It's so far away. A single note, and then a second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and you put them together, and it feels like the most holy thing on this earth.
There's also the conversation between Rogue and the Doctor in the TARDIS too.
You lost someone.
How'd you know that?
Because I know.
Yeah. We traveled together, we had fun. And then a day came along, and at the end of that day, I lost them. What about you?
I lost everyone.
At the party, I saw you with that woman.
My best friend.
Do you ever wonder why keep going?
Because we have to. We have to live each day because they can't.
But the issue, I find, is that these are so few and far between amongst a sea of dialogue that exists purely to push along plot or clue in the audience and does little else besides that. It makes the series feel shallow and mindless. There's nothing to really think about because everything you need to know is just handed to you by the characters saying it to your face, and it's a really, really boring way to convey information. But these issues aren't relegated to exposition, they run deeper into the general plot of episodes too. Sometimes things happen purely because they have to for the story to keep going, and not because it's a natural or logical thing to occur. This is called contrivance. The example I always jump to in order to explain this concept, although I'm sure plenty of you are already totally familiar with it, is if the main character of a show needed a lot of money, and that was their conflict, and that gets resolved by them winning the lottery. It's not out of the question that the person could win the lottery, but it's incredibly unlikely, and having that be the resolution to a major point of contention in a need for large quantities of money makes it feel like it was totally plucked out of thin air. You can obviously tell stories about people winning the lottery, but then winning the lottery is not the answer to a conflict within a story, it's just the story. The story is about them winning the lottery. In a contrived story, them winning the lottery is never mentioned again and isn't subject to the point of the story. It's just a thing that happens instead of writing something interesting. To then port this over to Doctor Who Series 14, it will often lean into contrivance to either explain things or solve situations, and I genuinely think contrivance is one of the most annoying aspects of bad writing. It shows its face in smaller ways, but also larger ways too. In larger ways, you've got Maestro, who has outsmarted the Doctor and Ruby, has practically won and is trapping them away. But luckily, just earlier, they knocked the all-important piano out into the corridor where John Lennon and Paul McCartney just happened to be walking by, and by sheer luck, they wander over and play the chord which banishes Maestro. The situation isn't resolved by any sort of proactive character, it's totally luck. If those two weren't in that part of the building, or Maestro hadn't thrown the piano into the hallway, Maestro would have won. And that feels contrived. The Doctor and Ruby get out of it and survive and win the day based on pure circumstance of the piano just being knocked into the corridor by chance, and the Beatles just being in that part of the building, also by chance. One of the most annoying contrivances is Splice in Boom. She is way too old to be this dumb.
Splice, Alison Vector. You have been identical John Francis Vector.
The fact she cannot discern that her father is dead, and this is obviously a hologram, just so the plot can happen in a particular way, is silly, and I refuse to believe it. In the same episode, while not necessarily contrived, the Doctor ends up winning because he somehow appeals to the humanity of an AI interface. It's not real. The dead guy isn't actually in there, just somehow, for some reason, feelings are allowed to win inexplicably. And it can feel anticlimactic, because it's just sort of plugged out of thin air when it needs to be. Apparently, I guess the holograms can retain the humanity of a dead person, somehow. I don't know how, but apparently they can, I guess. Again, it doesn't feel clever, it feels like they cheated. One of the most egregious to me is in 73 Yards. When they first land, the Doctor starts talking about Welsh things because they're in Wales, and he brings up Roger ap Gwilym, the worst Prime Minister who got into power in 2046 and wanted to start nuclear war.
Mind you, Roger ap Gwilym, that's a bad example of the Welsh. Terrifying.
Oh, yeah?
The most dangerous Prime Minister in history. He led the world to the brink of nuclear... Wait, what year are you from?
2024?
Oh, yikes, sorry, he was 2046. Sorry, spoilers.
I'm just editing, and I didn't mention this in the video, but I just realised watching this clip back again is how unnatural this dialogue sounds in literally any context at all. If the Doctor had assumed that Ruby knew who he was talking about, why would he explain it in the way that he did as if he was saying something brand new? And also, there was no reason for this to be brought up at all. Ruby was just talking about the times she'd been to Wales before, and the Doctor decides to bring up some mega evil dictator out of absolutely nowhere. That's a thing that you do.
Mind you, Roger ap Gwilym, that's a bad example of the Welsh. Terrifying.
Oh, yeah?
The most dangerous Prime Minister in history. He led the world to the brink of nuclear... Wait, what year are you from?
2024?
Oh, yikes, sorry, he was 2046. Sorry, spoilers.
It's some of the most painfully expositional dialogue I think I've ever heard. It's definitely one of the worst lines in the whole series. It turns out this information will be incredibly important later on in the episode as Ruby lives out her life on Earth and eventually reaches 2046, 22 years later, and this information is instrumental in her realizing she needs to stop him. I don't know what else to say other than the way we have delivered this information is really cat-handed and stupid. Not only is it super convenient that he says this, and that Ruby somehow remembers it in 22 years, but besides that, it would be like taking a companion from 1920 over to Germany in the TARDIS, and then randomly saying, mind you, Adolf Hitler, now that's a bad example of a German, terrifying, the most dangerous chancellor in history, he led the world to the Second World War. Wait, what year are you from? And then the companion replies, 1920, Doctor! And the Doctor says, oh yikes, spoilers, about the Holocaust. I really need to stop bringing up Hitler as a point of comparison. But do you get what I'm saying? The dialogue is forced, totally unnatural, and played as a bit of banter despite being very serious fascism only 22 years in Ruby's future, and also conveniently happens to be crucial information for the second half of the episode, which also, by the way, is when the episode takes a total fucking nosedive.
Roger ap Gwilym resigned from the office of Prime Minister.
wait, why does he step down from being Prime Minister anyway? Everyone else across the episode has just run away from Ruby. Why does he quit his job? Or like, does Carla also quit her job? Does Kate step down from unit? Why this particular time does Roger step down from Prime Minister? I suppose you could argue that maybe Ruby just stayed working at the political party, so he had to resign to avoid her. Maybe that could be why. Even still, Ruby did stay living at home, and Carla eventually changed the locks to lock her out, so he could have, like, sacked her instead, which would have been more logical, because the people don't lose, like, their sense of, like, actual, like, common sense. They just hate Ruby and want her to stay away. So it would have made way more sense from his point of view to just, you know, sack her. But, well, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, obviously. There's more examples. I had more written down, but I think I've made my point here. Too much of the writing runs on contrivance, coincidence, or convenience, and it gets tiresome when you start to realize, oh, so I don't really need to invest myself in the tension because some bullshit will probably just happen. Talking about the second half of 73 Yards, it sure does feel like an episode that needed to be a two-parter. You see, in Doctor Who, in the past, sometimes stories are too big for just one episode, and so they take place over 2 and sometimes 3 parts for major finales. These were always fun, because they allow for Doctor Who to really slow down a bit, take its time with some larger concepts. They were also usually used as major character episodes too. Aliens of London was Rose's first time back home. Rise of the Cybermen establishes the parallel world that will become important in the finale. Human Nature acts as a character study on who the Doctor is, the treatment of Martha and her own disposition, as well as establishing the concept of the Chameleon Arch, which comes back around in the finale of that season too. Series 14 has only one two-parter, and it's the finale, which we'll get to very soon, don't you worry. I'm slowly edging myself. And you... just keep waiting. With the reduced episode count, we don't end up with any other two-parters, and it feels like such a shame given how fun they were in previous seasons of the show, how much they allowed for larger concepts to be explored in greater detail and depth. 73 Yards is the only episode in the series, though, that I feel needed to be a two-parter. You can make the rest work if you alter some of the pacing and dialogue. 73 Yards, though, is a two-part story by the nature of how it jumps time, and it feels wasted being crammed into 45 minutes. But that's the thing. The rest also feel crammed into 45 minutes too. Like I mentioned earlier, it often feels like these episodes are rushing to their conclusion, like they're trying so hard to just get it over with. Like the stories are a chore rather than being a nice and fun 45-minute story worth experiencing. It feels constantly like the episodes are apologizing for existing, speeding things up, and almost saying to the audience, I know this is long, just bear with me, it'll be over soon. And therefore doesn't allow anything to ever sit and marinate and develop and take its time because it would mean indulging in its own story and having something to say for either us or its characters. Which is interesting because this season has the most esoteric concepts of any season. Usually Doctor Who runs on formula. Sometimes it breaks from this formula to do something totally different, whether in Blink or Midnight, Turn Left or Heaven Sent, or if you're feeling really cheeky, Love and Monsters, which is a certified Hood classic. Sometimes Doctor Who does experimental concepts for its stories that break formula. The weird thing with Series 14 is that 3 of its 8 episodes do this. In some ways I'd argue 4 of them do. These episodes are Boom, 73 Yards, Dot and Bubble, and at a push, The Devil's Cord. The Devil's Cord is a lot more in line with formula, but the use of Maestro and the reality-bending nature of events sort of begins to subvert general formula as the episode goes. I think this is cool though, I like this one decently enough. The other 3 though revolve around the Doctor standing on a landmine for the whole episode and having to save the day without moving a muscle, the Doctor vanishing and Ruby having to live out her life in a parallel timeline because of, I don't know, fucking magic. Doctor Who doesn't make sense anymore, and we'll get to the Jigsaw of it all soon enough. And an episode where we follow a racist navigating bugs while the Doctor and Ruby hop in on FaceTime occasionally. These episodes as concepts are good, I like them, and although 73 Yards needs to be 2 parts and lacks a lot of basis for like what is happening and why, it's a great idea. The issue here is that with only 8 episodes, dedicating 3 of them to concepts that are esoteric for Doctor Who means you're spending a lot of time dealing with high concept stuff and not a lot of time on the ground with our characters to flesh them out. In Series 4, Midnight and Turn Left don't negate development because they're only 2 episodes within a series of 13. But when you change that ratio to 3 within 8, it's almost half the series spent on conceptual stuff, which ends up lacking tactile character development. Now, the reason for this is because Ncuti was deep into filming the final season of Sex Education and had commitments to that show when Doctor Who was in production, and so they had to work around that. And while I respect that and understand it, it doesn't make the way the show was executed any better. Having the main character out of commission for essentially 2 episodes and having him simply stand still for 1 means we lost a lot with him, especially when the other episodes aren't really doing their best to make up for that in terms of development. It makes the series feel a little bit like a patchwork mess, a jigsaw if you will, but one where things don't really fit together. Its concepts and stories and ideas all sandwiched together in a way that doesn't feel cohesive and so lacks any consistency and reason to care. Our characters revert to their base selves at the start of a new story, carry nothing with them, and then do an episode that could be slotted anywhere in the season, which is interesting because there was a theory while the episodes were airing that they were being shown out of order on purpose, which is hilarious in hindsight because people noticed that things felt wrong. The 6-month time jump, then Ruby seeing her first planet in the next episode, the development not seeming to carry forward, 73 yards having Ruby feel less confident and daring than she did in Boom just the episode before. It turns out the reason it felt this way is because it's bad. The reason it felt this way is because there was clearly no care put into the order of the episodes or what would carry between the episodes, and part of that must come from Ncuti's scheduling conflicts, needing these episodes to work in any order so Russell could slot things around without hugely affecting the characters, and the series on an episode-to-episode basis suffers for it and lacks cohesion. As a result, it often doesn't feel like we're joining the Doctor and Ruby on their adventure from start to finish. It feels like we're sometimes just dropping in to see a thing they did at a vague point somewhere in time after Space Babies, but before the finale, with very little real sense of continuity or chronology, which is far inferior to how previous seasons handled their own episodic formatting. It feels like we were along for the ride. We saw them land, do the thing, head off and land again. We were part of the journey and the adventure of it all, rather than just sometimes seeing stuff that happened at some point. And it starts to feel like there's no longer anything grounding us in the show itself. It's like looking at tigers in the zoo compared to living among them in the wild. Ignoring the fact they tear you to shreds. Yeah, well, that's a terrible analogy. This section is one of the sections I've been really looking forward to talking about, because it's one of the most infuriating, and that's how Doctor Who has decided that nothing seems to matter anymore. Other than the ways we've already established that nothing matters anymore. Now let's get the canon discussion out of the way first. Canon is not something I ever feel needs to be handled in the most rigid of ways, in a Star Wars way, where everything can be boiled down to a Wikipedia entry. I think that's boring, and more often than not misses the point of stories. But what that doesn't mean is that I think rules and continuity can be completely thrown out the window. You have to try to strike a balance. Let's take an example and go for my clear favourite again, Series 1. Series 1 establishes that in the time Doctor Who had been off the air, the Time War had happened, a huge universe-altering event that saw the Time Lords and Daleks wiped out. This works its way nicely into a gap that wasn't truly accounted for on television, and allows us to establish a new status quo. In episode 6, we meet what is supposedly the last surviving Dalek from the Time War. They tell a story with it and mirror the Doctor. It's a great episode, and then we move on with the series. Then, in episode 12, Bad Wolf, it's revealed there is an entire fleet of Daleks that survived the Time War. It's then part of the story to explore why they survived, how, and what they're even doing here. The Dalek Emperor created them, substituting human DNA in place of pure Dalek to make more, thinking himself a god. The Daleks have gone mad, spiteful at their own existence. Not only is it compelling storytelling, it's consistent with the jump from Classic Who to New Who, respectful of what came before, and so explains itself to give context to the differences, and it's consistent with what we learn of the Time War. It helps as well that the fact this happened is explored in the episode. There's continuity across the story, and it makes it feel real and believable, not just within its own season, but as part of Doctor Who. Season 14 will just do things, with a little rhyme or reason or explanation to make it compelling. Instead, it will either brush it off with a single sentence, or ignore it entirely, because why let logic get in the way of telling a story? Those things are obviously mutually exclusive. We all know you can either tell a good story or make it make sense. You can't do both, that's illegal. I think Chris Chibnall said that once, don't look it up. They set this up with this chapter's namesake, the Salt and the Jigsaw. I mentioned it a very long time ago, so you might have completely forgotten, but in the 60th anniversary, in order to trick the not things in Wild Blue Yonder, the Doctor invokes superstition. He sprinkles salt on the floor, stating they cannot cross unless they count every grain. At the end of the episode, he laments that it was a mistake. To invoke superstition at the edge of creation is to play a game and to let beings of another nature in. And he's right. The toy maker comes back because the Doctor did this, and look, this makes sense. I'm not mad at this explanation because it's actually an explanation, but in doing this, it paved the way for Doctor Who not having to work inside the confines of rules anymore, something that has held the show together for decades. One of the most interesting parts of the show for me was how the seemingly supernatural had to find a way to be explained as science. It's one of the most engaging elements because the episode can start, present magic, and then work out a way to explain how it was actually all science all along, and I find that so compelling, more so than just saying, it was actually just magic. Take an episode like Mummy on the Orient Express, for example. You can't tell that story in a way that feels totally and completely engaging if the answer is just, yeah, it's just a magic fantasy mummy. Because that's not fucking interesting. Learning what it is and how it works and having the Doctor have to piece together tiny puzzle pieces of information to work it out is what makes it so engaging. And making this major change has lost us that element of the show, because now things are just magic, and even if they aren't, the show can sometimes just not explain things and the fans can brush it under the rug because of how the show now operates. The Toymaker is one of the gods of the pantheon of discord, my biggest fear, and he brings us to the second culprit, this goddamn scene.
I made a jigsaw out of your history. Did you like it?
Kill yourself.
This line has done irreparable damage to Doctor Who discourse, on a level with Rule 1, the Doctor lies. And the thing is, both of those things are interesting concepts when used within a story, and the Doctor lies usually was. The problems arise when these are used as excuses for why a story sucks. For over a decade, we had to deal with criticizing an aspect of the writing, and someone on Tumblr would whip out, Rule 1, the Doctor lies! Like, go get fucked. Sorry. That's a cop-out. The Jigsaw line is worse, though, because it's not just used by annoying fans on Twitter, it's also Russell's literal and real get-out-of-jail-free card. In interviews and commentaries, he stated this line has allowed him to relax canon.
There's the moment where the toy maker says, I made a jigsaw out of your history. Which, again, is part of this whole loosening the rules, the Doctor first, was the Doctor half human when he was Paul McGann?
Mm-hmm.
Is he a timeless child? Is he this? It just relaxes the rules, say he is whatever you want it to be.
Right.
Could be the toy maker's puzzle, that could be interfered, or it's all true, and it is all true, but it just opens the canon a bit,
For people to decide what things from previous seasons were or weren't real, which parts of the Doctor they like or dislike, from across the show and extended media. But also, it allows the show to tackle the fantasy and supernatural in their purest form, which the show has never done before. Like I touched on earlier, Doctor Who was always grounded in reality. It could do fantasy concepts, but it'd explain them in a scientific way that I think was half the charm. Now, random shit can just happen and Russell can tap the sign.
I made a jigsaw out of your history.
And you can't criticize it because, didn't you know, canonically Doctor Who doesn't have rules anymore, idiots.
It's not magic. It's a language. It's a different form of physics.
This line was interesting during this episode because it implies that there's a logic, a reason, an explanation for how the goblins function, but then the rest of the season just ends up explaining it off as, oh, well, it's just magic, it's the supernatural.
Sci-fi is a freedom it had.
Well, sci-fi, it's interesting. That's the one modulation I think I've kind of brought to it. When I started writing The Toymaker, the supernatural kind of crept in, and I'm loving that. To an extent, it's like, let's stop pretending there's any hard science fiction in this show. Look at this magical box, it's just nonsense.
He said it! He said it!
The Unified Intelligence Task Force created to investigate the extraterrestrial, and more the supernatural.
Kill yourself.
I'm just kind of fucking around. You can do supernatural. You can jump into the fantasy territory. It's why I enjoyed a lot of the stuff with the Toymaker and the Giggle. The thing is, though, it still has to have internal logic. It can't just be used as a crutch to say, well, it's nonsense, we can do anything. Magic also has to have a logic too, because if it doesn't, then nothing has any stakes at all. And I think one of the biggest issues with this is that it isn't actually used within the stories themselves. If what the Toymaker said was something that was actually part of the narrative, it could be interesting. That he altered the Doctor's past and the rules of reality becoming skewed, and the Doctor has to fight against that and rectify it or navigate his way through a universe that doesn't play by his rules anymore. That's interesting. But that's not what happens. What happens is that the Doctor pretends like this is how the world has always worked, and the show doesn't even address it. It's really just that Russell said what he said in one commentary, and now everybody on Twitter has decided this is excuse enough for stories not to be written with satisfying and logical cause and effect, with consequence and resolution. At the beginning of Space Babies, before they get to the Space Babies, the Doctor takes Ruby to the dinosaurs, and just beforehand she asks the question about stepping on a butterfly.
What if I change history by stepping on a butterfly or something?
Well, that's not gonna happen, is it? Who steps on butterflies? You literally have to be like, wait, come here, butterfly, come here!
Which is very similar, thanks again for this, Russell, to a scene from the start of the Shakespeare Code from 2007.
But are we safe? I mean, can we move around and stuff?
Of course we can. Why do you ask?
It's like in the films, you step on a butterfly, you change the future of the human race.
I'll tell you what, then don't step on any butterflies. What have butterflies ever done to you?
What if, I don't know, what if I kill my grandfather?
Are you planning to?
No.
Always.
They are very similar scenes that do very similar things. The only difference is what they mean within their respective contexts. In Shakespeare's Code, it's a way of basically saying, look, time travel doesn't work like you think it does. It's not as fragile as movies make it out. You could move around and talk to people, just blend in, it doesn't matter. And so it sets the audience's expectations for how Doctor Who handles time travel, and for a show about time travel, it's surprisingly not that complicated. In Space Babies, the purpose of the scene feels the same until Ruby does step on a butterfly, and...
What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Because I'm Rubython Blue of the 57th Hemisphere Hatchlings, and I do not do wrong things, Doctor.
Bye.
If you have made an incorrect accusation, I will have to kill you.
No, just wait, wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Nothing, just...
Am I missing something?
What is this? On my first viewing, I thought there was maybe a deeper reasoning for this scene, but it turns out, I think, it's just a really dumb gag. It's supposed to just be funny more than having any actual bearing on establishing the rules of time travel. I did think maybe it was to show that they're having time be more fragile, the opposite of Series 3, but no, it's not that, because the Doctor explains they can't go back to Ruby Road because for one, he was already there, the goblins were there too, and they can't risk altering those events. So they actually already establish why he can't go back there without the butterfly scene. It's totally superfluous to the plot. Your understanding of the season does not change if you remove that scene. In fact, it might be more cohesive if you remove that scene because it's just a really weird fucking thing they inexplicably do. And also, on a totally subjective and not particularly critical level, it's also very cringe. On a larger scale, 73 Yards deeply suffers from this issue. The episode begins because the Doctor and Ruby break a magical fairy circle, which makes the Doctor vanish and Ruby live out her life in an alternate timeline. We've been over this. The episode poses the situation as the mystery, the thing we need to work out. What happened to Ruby and how does she fix it? That's the thing pushing the episode on. Differently from Turn Left, where Donna is unaware, we aren't waiting for Donna to solve a mystery. We're watching things play out with her completely unaware anything is even wrong. It's Rose who has to step in to put things right. But in 73 Yards, Ruby is totally aware, and so we aren't just watching her do things totally divorced from the story. She's aware of what's happening and is spending all of her time trying to work out what to do. So much so that 22 years later, she thinks she's finally worked it all out. That's the whole crux of the episode, and like we already established, it doesn't do a very good job of even being a character study anyway. So you reach the end of the episode and... Wait, what's even... Oh, wait, no? Hang on. What the fuck happened? It turns out, what I guess happened is, Ruby lived out her life, and then when she died, she became the woman who was following Ruby, and somehow she managed to call out and say not to break the circle, and then they didn't break the circle, but the memories sort of linger, like timelines are getting crossed or something. How? No idea. Why? Not sure. The only reason we get is, yeah, look, it's magic. The only thing people can cite is, remember when the toy maker said that one line?
I made a jigsaw out of your history.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? A story now cannot even function within its own parameters. We have to use that line to basically wave away the story not making any sense. 73 Yards' resolution is the episode has to end, so the episode ends, and everything was fine and a dream, and none of it mattered. Which I guess I could accept if the episode did anything beyond the most surface level exploration of a character we know nothing about. Like I said in the character section, Turn Left shows us firsthand Donna is special despite the Doctor not being around. 73 Yards tells us Ruby really wants to find her mum because it clearly impacts on her psyche not knowing who her mother is. And sure, that's fine, I guess. But it's literally the only thing we learn about her beyond her base character traits. Ruby wants to know who her birth mother is, and that's shallow. But I digress. The main issue here is that 73 Yards isn't given any sort of scientific grounding, which is what made episodes like this in Doctor Who so compelling. Getting to the end of Turn Left and finding out the giant beetle on Donna's back is the catalyst for this whole parallel universe shifting around her is interesting. Then the Doctor explaining how it's part of the Tricksters Brigade, someone already established as a player in Doctor Who, despite being the first ever member of the Pantheon of Discord we come across, has very specific rules to how his magic works, which grounds him in Doctor Who despite still being a little outside of our usual frame of reference, and having a smile only a mother could love, which I think works. It's why I generally enjoy the Toymaker and Maestro. They also operate inside their own little rule set. Maybe it's a little shallow and a tad flimsy, but it's rules nonetheless. 73 Yards has no rules, and so no reason for me to care. Turns out the mystery is just a mystery for mystery's sake. That couldn't be potential foreshadowing, could it? It exists to keep the story going, and it has no conclusion, no reasoning, no grounding in Doctor Who, and means nothing. A lot of those who like this episode like to take it in a vacuum. It has symbolism and is open-ended and doesn't over-explain itself, and sure, I think if the episode was an episode of Black Mirror or The Twilight Zone, I don't think that a lot of the issues I have would particularly matter. The thing that makes this concept fall apart is that it's Doctor Who, and it's part of a larger narrative, supposed character arc, and story. If this episode existed on its own, then sure, an exploration of abandonment through a character we don't really know outside of the story's existence can be interesting, especially using cinematography and symbolism to convey a theme, a single theme. And its concepts are fine. It's when you realize it doesn't exist on its own, has to have impact on the larger season and on Ruby, who we still don't know much about. Add on then that it also doesn't work to give its concepts any real grounding within Doctor Who, and the whole thing just feels incredibly flimsy and stops me from caring. On top of this, there are so many random little things that just compound this flaw. Musical numbers, because why the hell not? Richard E. Grant from Scream of Shalka is now one of the actual Doctor's regenerations. Fantastic, I'm so happy about that. It's so cool being invested in a thing that makes absolutely no sense. Characters just breaking the fourth wall, including the Doctor, have now become common. And yes, Doctor Who has done fourth wall breaks before, but they've always been independent of the story and not intentionally mysterious, like the Doctor wishing everyone happy Christmas, or a deliberate framing narrative like in Listen. Nobody watches those episodes and feel like, I wonder if they'll explain this. Because the episodes made it very clear that the fourth wall break wasn't part of the story, it's just charming or a framing device, like I already said. Mrs. Flood is so conspicuously part of the story, and if she's not, then I don't even know what to say. If you honestly believe this...
What happens, you might wonder, to that mysterious traveller in time and space known as the Doctor? His story ends in absolute terror. Night-night.
Doesn't need an explanation? Then I don't know. I don't know what to say. Saying, well, they've done fourth wall breaks 6 times over 61 years, so the fact characters are randomly doing it is totally normal, is fucking insane cope. I can't even fathom who would unironically make an argument like this. It's Stephen Moffat. You cannot tell me you came away from this and didn't think it was in any way suspicious. And when you saw people theorizing, you honestly thought, this is just normal Doctor Who. People always break the fourth wall. Nothing here to see, people. You're so silly. I don't think it needs addressing. And any of these instances alone maybe wouldn't be super conspicuous if only one of them happened. But it's not just once. It's about 7 times over the course of a single season. The fact that it happens this frequently makes it feel conspicuous. It makes you think, as a viewer, is this something I'm supposed to be noticing? This doesn't usually happen this often in Doctor Who. But Mrs. Flood specifically is the most conspicuous, because the framing isn't just a flippant joke or a quip like it is in Heaven Sent. It's a monologuing, quite menacingly at the camera. I don't know how you could come away from this and think anything but, oh, something's up with her. And Russell continues to hype her up in interviews and commentaries, pushing us, the audience, to wonder, who is she? And it's done with these fourth wall breaks too. It's a part of the mystery of who she is. But it's not just that. It's also the fact that in that same Radio Times interview that I've been popping up on screen that one, Russell said that actually he does have a reason for why she's doing it. It was almost in the original script for the Star Beast. However, he decided to cut it, feeling that it wasn't really necessary, which is the most interesting part of all of this. Because if it was just a stylistic choice, as some people have been saying, Russell wouldn't have thought of a reason. The same way I'm sure in something like Listen or Before the Flood, Moffat didn't think of a reason for it because there isn't a reason for it. It is just a stylistic choice. The fact that Russell sat down, came up with a reason why Mrs. Flood was doing this, and then just didn't include it, speaks to the fact that it's not just stylistic. There's a reason why she can do it. He's just not telling us for some reason. And if you wanted to hold up this idea that it was just a stylistic choice and you actually really didn't think that the reason needed to be explained because you didn't think that it was necessary, why would you say that? ever. Why would you let people know that there is a reason and you're just not going to tell them the real... What are you doing, Russell? What's this? What are you doing? If you cannot tell, I've been engaging in Doctor Who discourse on Twitter.com, and I'm slowly losing my grip on reality. Nothing is grounded in anything anymore. Shit just happens, and it feels like I'm watching a TV show that knows it's a TV show, rather than getting invested in a drama that takes itself seriously and wants to create immersion in a universe with rules and a story that matters. I feel like all these things and more is one of the main reasons people, myself included, had a working theory that the Doctor was trapped inside a TV show, that there was a god of stories working to alter events and warp things a la Alan Wake. And look, that could still be the case. Mrs. Flood maybe is that god, possibly. Maybe she's causing some of these things to occur, and it's one big, long game. That'd be nice, for there to be a deeper reason to some of the things I'm taking issue with. That it's less of a, fuck it, who cares, we're doing random shit, and more of a, we're sowing the seeds for a reveal that will recontextualize the series preceding it. It won't undo the lack of character arcs and the poor dialogue, rushed episode structure, or the lack of cohesion, but maybe it can provide some sort of worthwhile explanation as to why Doctor Who feels so random all of a sudden, both in tone and direction. I can't say I'm sitting here holding out hope or giving it the benefit of the doubt that the series is flawed on purpose, but hey, I couldn't not mention it because I know people will push that idea in the comments. On top of this too, Russell had recently said in an interview regarding the inclusion of Richard E. Grant during Rogue, it was lovely. A little bit of payment there because he created the Ninth Doctor with Schalke and we completely replaced him with Christopher Eccleston as the Doctor. So how nice all these years later to take a little lean back and sort of say, the door's open now thanks to the Timeless Child and you can come in now and own your Doctor again. Really, it's not just fun, it's a nice thing to do. He continues, we talked about that many times, with co-writers Kate Herron and Bryony Redman. Just fun, a joke. It's funny. It's that simple. And I can't help but feel like this is a deeply poor handling of the show for literally no reason within the narrative, purely to farm engagement from viewers and to do a thing he finds funny. I don't think that's a compelling reason. I also don't think the Timeless Child does open that door for there to be an alternate Ninth Doctor, unless you're trying to say now that it's not the Ninth Doctor and it's pre-Hartnell, but that's also bad and dumb and cringe anyway. And hey, Russell seems to think that it's just a joke anyway, so cool, once again, nothing matters, it's all just silly. Doctor Who doesn't need rigid canon, but it does need to at least feel like I'm watching something that contains some amount of consistency. Why should I see this as nothing but a joke, yet McGann showing up in Human Nature as an intentional canonization? Where's the consistency? If nothing matters, and sometimes the reason things happen is because we thought it would be funny, then why should I care about anything in the show? If random things can just inexplicably occur because they think it'd be funny, nothing matters and the show loses integrity. I also can't help but feel like this acts as a dig at Eccleston. I'm not going to claim that it is because it's pure speculation and I'm far more concerned with the actual flaws in how the lack of consistency affects general investment in things the show tells us or shows us being of consequence, but it's interesting that they decided now was a good time to canonize the other Ninth Doctor that they originally replaced with Eccleston, just as he's being very vocal about how much he doesn't like Russell or this production team due to unknown events on the set of Series 1. And hey look, 9 does show up, but it does feel like including the original Ninth Doctor does sort of attempt to undermine him. If I'm being honest, I don't think that's the case, but I thought it was worth mentioning. And so, the conclusion of this section, I suppose, is that Doctor Who wants to be fantasy now, but not the sort of fantasy that has rules and operates within its own version of science, like Lord of the Rings or The Witcher. Universes that operate within fantasy yet have their own set of rules and logic so that the stories feel like they make sense. No, this is the sort of fantasy that uses its genre as a crutch to brush away plot holes or lack of explanation under the guise of it all being magic. And isn't that fucking phenomenal? The thing is, Doctor Who has tapped into fantasy before. The difference is with the context of how it used that genre's conventions. When Stephen Moffat took over in 2010 and regenerated the show, he decided to take things in a different direction. Russell's era was very grounded in our own reality. It was matter of fact, often ugly in how real it could be. Moffat's era, at least in 2010 specifically, would have a very clear and distinct direction, and it was that of a fairy tale. Series 5 works to show us the Doctor through the eyes of Amy Pond, someone who met the Doctor once as a child, but now is unsure if she dreamt him up. When the Doctor comes back years later, she's confronted with her childhood and runs away in the TARDIS on the night before her wedding to indulge in the fantasy of childhood. Except for when she does this, but this was really fucking bad, we don't need to talk about this. The way we see the Doctor is totally different than we have before. When Rose first enters the TARDIS, we see anxiety, uncertainty, maybe even fear. It's ominous and it's strange and it's uneasy. When Amy first enters the TARDIS, it's framed as magic, like the doorway into Narnia. The Doctor is an old wizard who snaps his fingers and a whole dimension of wonders and fantasy is waiting inside. The music and Madman with a Box just accentuates this, but the truth of it all is that it isn't fantasy. It's only framed that way. The series uses fantasy conventions and tropes, but continues at every turn to keep things grounded in reality and in science. It's explicit that the fantasy element of the story comes from Amy Pond's childlike perception of the Doctor and his TARDIS, not because that's actually how things function. Series 5 remains one of my favourites, specifically for this framing device. It allows us to explore the Doctor in a totally unique way to how we had from 2005 to 2009, without losing the core of how Doctor Who operates, and so we don't lose narrative satisfaction, we don't wave things away or brush them under the rug. All the time. I think it's a shame that we've seen Doctor Who does fantasy before, and it's so much more engaging and compelling than anything in Series 14, by a mile. Every series of Doctor Who has an overarching thread. It doesn't matter. Different showrunners handle it different ways, but Russell's way has always been to have the core conclusion be character focused, with the plot being supplementary. Which means, while there are little secrets littered through the series, like Bad Wolf popping up all the time in Series 1, or the mention of Torchwood cropping up in Series 2, it's really just little secrets, so when the finale comes around and deals with the concept, it's like, oh, they mentioned that before, but the actual culmination is usually that of character arcs as they've been developed across the series. The best examples are probably Series 1 and 3. 2 is the weakest, people just say Torchwood sometimes, but in Series 3 there are real entanglements in the character arcs, theming, and the little secret plot messages that all culminate in an epic 3-part finale. You get deeper insight into the Doctor's loneliness after Rose, coming to terms truly with the loss of Gallifrey now that he's lost the only person who helped him move on in the first place, his almost sense of not having a place. You get little mentions of Saxon, someone running for Prime Minister, as we see from the posters and the little mentions here and there, clearly someone to watch out for in some regard. You also have the face of Bo telling the Doctor, "You are not alone," as his dying word, something set back up in Series 2. And on top of that, you have the Human Nature two-parter establishing the Chameleon Arch. All of these things work as the series goes on, so that by the finale, all the pieces are in place and they come together to form this symphony of payoff, as everything you've been absorbing across the series totally subconsciously finally clicks together in a way that is deeply satisfying. I'm exploring this because we need to examine how Series 14 sets up the overarching story. What threads are in place? The first, and probably most obscure, is the fact that since Wild Blue Yonder, the TARDIS has been on and off groaning. It happened in Wild Blue Yonder.
Okay.
Is it working?
I think so. Sorry.
Happens in The Devil's Cord.
Strange.
Did you break it?
No, that's something else.
And it happens in Rogue.
What was that?
Nothing. Indigestion. She gets upset by bounty hunters.
It's sparing, but it happens just enough that by the second time you're like, wait, why is it doing that? You can start to try and piece together a theory here, since we know the first time it happens is after Donna spills the coffee in Wild Blue Yonder, so at some point before that happens is when this was caused. But it couldn't be too long before, otherwise it wouldn't really make sense why it only started groaning now, right? Some people theorized it had something to do with the Star Beast, maybe a result of the meta crisis being resolved badly, or maybe it was even from Power of the Doctor, something that the Master did while in control of the TARDIS. I think going back any further than that started to feel like it was going into silly territory, which is why not many people really theorize beyond that, because, I mean, it would be silly, wouldn't it? The other thing, as I mentioned before, was the fourth wall breaks. It happens a handful of times across these episodes. You've got Mrs. Flood on the church on Ruby Road.
Never seen a TARDIS before.
Maestro in Devil's Cord, twice. Music breaking the fourth wall, and then the Doctor saying he thought the music was non-diegetic.
I thought it was non-diegetic.
He also winks at us in that episode too, almost like the characters seem to be somewhat aware they're within a TV show or a story. On top of this, you had the LARPing cosplay birds who love TV, you had multiple mentions of TV shows across multiple episodes, you had the Bogeyman being an AI constructed story, you had the huge time jump for no reason, you had the fact that every episode said the title at some point in the episode, and so many more things that pointed towards the TV theory that I talked about. One of the points I saw someone make is that Ruby is too perfect, that it's almost like she was created to be the Doctor's perfect companion, maybe by someone orchestrating the perfect season of Doctor Who to control his life, which honestly is so telling of the series' flaws, but Even I fell for this. I assumed Russell was cooking something, because why does nothing have depth? I honestly assumed it was for a reason, but no, it's not. Spoilers. The only thing I think does have more to it is Mrs. Flood, because it's so explicitly obvious. But then again, so was, a lot of this. One of the core parts of the TV theory too was the fact that one actress kept recurring across the season, Susan Twist. She appeared in every episode of Ncuti's run as well as Wild Blue Yonder. A lot of people theorizing that possibly this played into the idea that it was a TV show, that an actress was being reused by whoever was orchestrating it. But we didn't really know for sure what was going on. Midway through the season, Ruby and the Doctor started noticing her as well, which prompts the audience to obviously start to notice if they hadn't before. The One Who Waits was another thread mentioned by the Toymaker and again by Maestro. Clearly something big was coming. Another god, someone they even feared, which built stakes and had people wondering, who could it be? And finally, we have Ruby's parentage. The Christmas special sets it up as a mystery. In Space Babies, Ruby makes it snow for the first time and the memory of 2004 changes. Something alters it. The Doctor can't even make head or tail of it. The snow keeps cropping up, Ruby's mother can't be found even by an AI in the future. Maestro seems afraid of Ruby's past, the song hidden within her. There are so many little nuggets that aim to build up Ruby's mother as an obvious enigmatic figure, and Ruby's origins are something we should care about. There were, of course, tons of theories, but none of those are particularly important here, as you'll discover. These were the main threads the series aimed to weave across itself. There was a lot of stuff here, more than Russell had ever really done before, and paying that off would be a challenge. A challenge that I think he probably slept through because the finale was fucking Part 4, the finale. What? I'm a video essayist. I'll have to be dramatic. Plus, I just wanted a glass of wine. The finale of Series 14 is perhaps one of the funniest episodes of Doctor Who ever to exist. Don't get me wrong, it's frustrating, and I have a lot to say, but on a slightly less critical note, it's really funny. When the Empire of Death ended, my girlfriend and I sat there, confused at first, but slowly began to talk it all through, and as we went through and through, we found more and more issues and holes and baffling choices. And it just became hilarious. Because I cannot understand how this is a script that is anything but your first draft, that you never show anyone else and correct very quickly. This story is what we've been building to this whole video. Everything else has been valid. I feel the things that I've said, but the finale is what compounded all of it. You have to remember, as I was watching this, I had a lot of hopes, a lot of expectations that my issues would resolve, that I just had to wait it all out and see what happened at the end, because maybe there was a reason why it felt so off, like you can hear in my often optimistic views in my Patreon commentaries. But once the story was said and done, everything I'd been ignoring or brushing aside or assuming would go somewhere became glaring flaws throughout the entire makeup of the season. And that's all thanks to this conclusive story. This episode aims to tie up the loose ends for our characters and plot in an epic two-part story, The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death. So how does it do? Bad, it does bad. We begin this episode right in the thick of it, as many episodes in this season have. No conversation, no setup, no moment in the TARDIS where Ruby and the Doctor can ponder on what's been going on with this woman who keeps showing up. Maybe they could conclude what they think is going on, so that when we reach Unit with the conclusions we see, we understand how they got there, and why they did. But no, this season is afraid of letting things slow down and have smaller moments in the TARDIS. We have to rush to Unit as fast as humanly possible, because we have exposition to exposit. And exposit they do, for around about 9 minutes. On a first watch, you're sort of taking it all in, absorbing the information, and mainly waiting for what might happen. On a rewatch, though, you realise this section, while having compelling characterization, as we've established, it doesn't have anything in the way of actual character moments, nothing that makes you think or gives us a little nugget of depth. It's just decently well-characterized characters expositing dialogue, so the audience is aware of everything going on. It's driven by plot, driven by making sure you understand all the moving parts at the expense of actually doing something worth watching. In many ways, the first 9 minutes of The Legend of Ruby Sunday is written like a script treatment, something you show when you're pitching a concept that conveys the ideas of the story you want to tell, not something that should actually go into your final script. There is a comparison to make here. Stolen Earth begins with the Doctor and Donna arriving on Earth. No conversation prior to landing, and the episode just kicks things off. But the difference comes in two different forms. The first being we had Turn Left just before, an episode that concludes with the Doctor discovering something is amiss and with clear intent to do something about it, after a meaningful character conversation with Donna. If Rogan ended the same way and led into The Legend of Ruby Sunday, I wouldn't have as much of an issue with the episode's opening, at least in terms of diving right into the fray. The issues come from the fact that we don't get to see what led them here. We don't get to see the Doctor decide there's an issue necessary of UNIT's help. We don't get to see what Ruby even thinks. We don't get anything in the way of character. All of that is circumvented in favour of plot efficiency, and it's shallow for it. There's also the second major point, that while Stolen Earth is a lot of setup, it's set up with tons of characters who are three-dimensional. They all mean something to us, they're complex, they have different motivations and slightly different moral compasses. Seeing them all interact and talk things out and try to figure out what's going on is interesting because they're complex characters. It's exposition and setup which is secondary to interesting character interactions. You get Rose being jealous that everyone is on a video call except for her.
Hello?
Martha Jones!
Who's she? And Martha Jones, former companion to the Doctor.
Oh, so was I.
You get Sarah Jane protective over Luke when Torchwood is present because of their excessive use of guns.
Nice job with the Celine.
Yeah, well, I've been staying away from you lot. Too many guns.
You get Martha's obligations to UNIT and the moral complexities of the Osterhagen key.
Martha, back there, unit. What did they give you? What was that key thing?
The Osterhagen key.
That key is not to be used, Dr. Jones. Not under any circumstances.
I'm not saying the Series 4 finale is perfect. It has its issues, and it's not RTD's best, but its basis is still in character, and what these events mean for the people we've come to understand incredibly well, in how they all interact, and what that means for each of them, and what they're fighting for. And so often you can simply overlook when dumb things happen, or resolutions feel a little contrived, because while flaws, there are usually major consequences and emotional backing to cushion the plot being a classic RTD affair. When you remove all of that, and all you have is one of the weaker RTD plots, that's when you have an issue. When there's no character meaning to back any of it up or support it. We don't get anything like that in The Legend of Ruby Sunday. No nuance or character depth. Rose and Ruby become friends right away, everyone is compliant and friendly and quite frankly boring. It comes back around again to the character writing being squeaky clean. These guys are our heroes, so they can't be morally dubious, they can't have any issues with each other, they can't develop over time, they can't have flaws, they have to be besties from the get-go so the plot can take precedence. To use a phrase White Light used in his Spider-Man 2 critique, they talk like their employers are watching. Because they do. I mean, to be fair, in the case of Rose, her employer literally is watching, but that's by the by. Nobody has any rough edges or real humanity to them, and hey, it might be harsh, but if this scene was written by Chris Chibnall, I don't think we'd bat an eye. I believe people are more charitable to this season, and specifically this finale, because we know it's RTD, and so it should be better, right? But the truth is, the character writing has barely improved since Flux. Competent characterization is the foundation, it's the basis, that's better, no question. But in every other way, the Chibnall characters lack depth. They do again here. I think that's best shown, especially in the finale, by the handling of Kate and the Doctor's relationship to UNIT. In the 1970s, the Doctor worked for the United Nations Intelligence Task Force. It was a situational employment. The Third Doctor was exiled to Earth with the knowledge of how to fly the TARDIS wiped from his memory by the Time Lords. He'd already befriended a man on Earth a few stories earlier, Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart, who was now working for UNIT as the Brigadier. The Doctor was part of their team. He was their scientific advisor, for a time, until he got his TARDIS back and slowly began to head off into the stars once again. But during that time on Earth, he was part of UNIT. Despite that though, they didn't always see eye to eye. The Doctor, of course, doesn't love authority, and so that was a bit of a point of contention, being told what to do, but also the methods of UNIT didn't always align with how the Doctor did things, whether it be the violence, military presence, or disregard for new and interesting alien life. There were so many times the Doctor and the Brigadier, despite being good friends, would butt heads, would get into arguments, would go against each other's wishes, and it made their relationship a joy to watch, because they felt real, they felt in line with their respective characters, they always acted the way they should, and they never compromised for the sake of plot. Plot would just bend around them, and so it never loses a sense of reality, which in turn helps investment and the stakes of the story, because you believe it. Moving into the revival of the show, UNIT first shows up again in Series 4, now with a slightly different name, probably because it's woke or something, I think. That's probably what it was, it's woke. This episode is the Sontaran Stratagem, and by this point the Brigadier no longer has major sway and is a lot older. He gets mentioned in passing but doesn't appear. UNIT has grown and is more militaristic than ever, and after the Time War the Doctor is also a lot less lenient with his morals. He condemns UNIT. He worked with them because he has to stop them from firing missiles, from starting a war, and hopefully to guide them. There's the added level of conflict that Martha, his previous companion, is now working for them, but despite that, looking at just his relationship with UNIT, they are constantly at odds. The Doctor is fighting UNIT as much as he's fighting the Sontarans, and that makes the story tense and engaging. You get to see the Doctor grapple with his own morals, his own history, and it has so many layers to pick at because it's not black and white, enemies or friends. It's this morally complex layer, a tightrope walk the Doctor has to balance, and the mirroring then between the Sontarans and UNIT becomes an interesting angle to view them from. You see this rocky relationship continue into Planet of the Dead. UNIT show up to deal with the alien situation, and the Doctor refuses to respect Captain Magumbo, who can only view things from a militaristic perspective. But he's willing to talk with their current scientific advisor, Lee Evans the comedian, and so you see how the Doctor treats UNIT as a collective and as individuals. But at the same time, he does come around to sort of realizing that UNIT are necessary. He's not around all the time, and sometimes they have to take strict measures, even if he doesn't always agree with them. Their relationship changed slightly moving into Series 7 when they show up again, this time with a new leader, the daughter of the Brigadier, Kate Lethbridge Stewart. How she ended up in charge? It doesn't really matter, but it's safe to say the Doctor's relationship to this version of UNIT is a lot more positive generally. He's happier to work with Kate knowing she has her father's morality and generally isn't trigger happy. But that doesn't mean she doesn't sometimes do things that irk the Doctor, that make their relationship difficult. In the Day of the Doctor, if not for the Doctor's intervention, she would have detonated the nuclear warhead underneath the Black Archive, destroying London to try and prevent a Zygon invasion, something that the Doctor actively has to fight against. Not to mention his speech in the Zygon inversion, trying to stop Kate from starting a war, talking her into doing the right thing. He's angry, and they're at odds. Kate, though, believes she's doing the right thing, based on who she is as a character. It's not just conflict for the sake of conflict, it's conflict born of realistic and three-dimensional characters. That was a lot to discuss, but I think it's important to look at in order to understand the way that the 15th Doctor interacts with UNIT absolutely sucks. It's partly because he seems to just not care at all about how much power they have, how heavily armed they are, their insane degree of surveillance, or the moral implications of any of that. He's just totally cool working with what is essentially a private military force, just no care whatsoever about any of that, or the fact they're openly employing kids, with Rose being 15 and Morris being 13. Regardless of skill set, they're kids, and this is the military. That's wild that the Doctor doesn't even care an ounce. But it's also because of how Kate is written. She's totally flat. Kate has never been the deepest character, even under Moffat, but she at least had bite. She sometimes did things that were out of line with how the Doctor works, but she did those things because she believed in them, and didn't see another option. They didn't always see eye to eye. She had to act if she didn't think the Doctor had the best interest of humanity at heart, if he was avoiding violence for the sake of it, similar to the Brigadier in the 70s. For some reason now, Kate is weak. She allows the Doctor to totally override her command.
This is a gold security establishment. Even the Prime Minister can't walk into UNIT.
Yeah, but it's Carla. Come on.
Access granted.
Right. Fine, thanks.
She follows the Doctor's word without a second thought.
Kate, get Ruby to the time window.
What for?
You do not question, you move.
She loses credibility by how many random people she hires after meeting them once.
If we survive this, you should think about joining UNIT.
They never give me proper work.
I think UNIT can use you.
Oh.
And I don't know, she fangirls over Davina McCall?
We even tried Davina McCall, but we got nothing.
Oh, I love Davina.
I love Davina. Is she nice?
Oh, she's absolutely lovely.
That's one good thing.
What is that about? Why did you write that, Russell? It was because it was funny. It's really funny when characters just don't act like the character they're supposed to be. It's really funny. It's funny. Kate has become a shadow of the character she could be, and because of that, and the fact this season refuses to have any sort of moral ambiguity or complexity, the Doctor's relationship to UNIT feels unrealistic, out of character, and incredibly boring to watch. Gone are the days of the Doctor having well-defined moral boundaries that dictate how he interacts with the world and individual characters. Now he thinks bounty hunting is really cool, and that children being employed by the military is totally fine and not something worth scrutinizing. I say gone, but I think the 13th Doctor probably would have been okay with that too. At least their banger theme song is back, that's cool.
Go protocols, everyone. Positions. Helipad doors to...
Don't say I never gave this season props, okay? It is reiterated, in case you weren't aware, this one woman keeps showing up, even in stories we didn't see, just to establish they've been doing other stuff, sometimes also. That's probably where all the worthwhile character development happened. The Doctor comes to UNIT about it, for some reason, and it allows the episode to begin. We spend a long time establishing the status quo. Morris is UNIT's new scientific advisor because the position appears to be cursed worse than Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harriet is a character who is here now. I wonder if she'll be important at all after she just appears and has attention drawn to her. Rose is here as well, as we established. UNIT is kid-friendly now, but it's okay because she never gets any proper jobs anyway.
They never give me proper work. They had me investigating shoplifting in Catford.
So to be fair, at least she's not considered essential personnel or anything insane like that. And then we discover UNIT has actually been monitoring the exact woman the Doctor has been seeing all over their travels. Here, she's called Susan Triad, and she's founded S Triad Industries, a company that specializes in... The Doctor is quick to jump on this though, because you see, S Triad is an anagram of TARDIS.
It's an anagram.
Whoa.
S Triad spells out TARDIS.
Oh, look at that! Which... okay, I guess there's nothing particularly wrong with that, although figuring out this early is an obvious nod towards it being incorrect, because otherwise what's the story about? The weirder bit, though, is what Ruby says next.
Never mind the anagram, look at her name. Isn't that the point, Doctor? She's called Susan.
Is that significant?
Susan is the name of my granddaughter.
What? Does nobody in this room at any point consider that, like, just because the Doctor knew someone called Susan a long time ago, like 1500 years ago, who he's never really mentioned since, doesn't mean it's the same Susan? That's such a reach. And on top of that, Ruby wasn't aware at this point about what regeneration is, so why does she just think this random white woman, who is much older than the Doctor, is his granddaughter? It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I guess if I had to be charitable, she could be thinking about it in terms of, like, adoption. I guess that's the lens through which she views family, so maybe, sure, I guess. But that feels more like me making excuses for the fact the whole scene feels stupid on a base level. No, Doctor! She's called Susan, just like your granddaughter was, so they're the same person. And then everyone just agrees without question. Amazing. But we can't linger on this for too long, however, because despite this issue being pressing, we have another totally unrelated mystery that we also now have to wrap up because it's the finale, so it has to happen, even though it makes no sense to suddenly address it right now logically. The Doctor brings up Ruby's mother.
We also have another mystery woman. Ruby Sunday! Okay, so Ruby is not the mystery woman, but your mother is.
The Doctor has had a whole season to do something about this, but only now, because it's the finale, does the Doctor just decide to see if UNIT can look into Ruby's mother, something that weirdly takes precedence over Susan Triad, despite her probably being a threat. I mean, 95% probably a trap, as Morris says.
Probability of a trap, 95% and rising.
This is another one of those slight contrivances where, sure, I guess there's nothing totally wrong with this, but it feels weird. The Doctor learned of Ruby's mother early on, understood how much it mattered to her early on, observed the snow falling 3 times, and then after Boom, it's actually never mentioned again, at least not between the Doctor and Ruby. They just go off and do more stuff until he arbitrarily decides to investigate it based on seemingly nothing. It's not something that seems to have any basis in our characters' stories, naturally, as a progression of what we've seen. It's just something that comes up again here, because it's the finale of the show where Ruby's parentage has been a major mystery for the audience, which makes it feel inorganic and shoehorned in. Ruby heads off home to grab the CCTV footage of Ruby Road on the night of her birth, so the Doctor can use it in a time window so that Ruby can see her mother's face and, I don't know, get some closure or lend some catharsis to that or something. Or maybe it'll give them some info so they can track her down perhaps or something. The real reason is so that they can have the big bad cloud show up and link the 2 plot points, but shh, don't think about that bit. The only real look we get at Ruby's family in this episode before the very end is here, when Ruby goes to grab the videotape. Ruby explains what's happening to Carla. Rose is also there, and says they have amazing technology and so they can do anything, maybe helping Ruby to see her birth mother. You expect at some point here they'll have some sort of character tension. Maybe Carla, knowing Ruby is close, tries to temper expectations, or just wants to feel that no matter what, I'm still your mother, right? Something with nuance or depth. No, what actually happens is that after Rose says,
My mother's part of it.
Carla decides she wants to join the military.
Well, if your mother's part of it, then Ruby, you can tell her your mother is too.
Gone are the days of Jackie Tyler, a mother with genuine care, concern, yet also deep desire to be supportive of her daughter. Instead, we get this. Carla doesn't seem concerned that her daughter is involved with a military organization. She doesn't even have the more intrinsic worry about being replaced by her biological mother. She just does a funny bit about about causing some trouble and heading to unit. Like I said before, all of the characters, but most of all Ruby's family, are just incredibly plot compliant. They don't appear to have real autonomy or to even exist beyond the story. They just do the thing the plot needs and are also characters that exist and are there. Other than that, they're pointless. I want to see some damn conflict. I want to see Carla get mad at Ruby, maybe partly out of worry for her daughter's safety, but partly because she's projecting a level of insecurity about Ruby's birth mother, all of that bubbling over into some drama between the two that gives the episode some damn emotional stakes, something to fucking care about, for God's sake.
Now go and get Mrs. Flood.
What for?
For the plot, silly. She's one of the mysteries we need people to post about on twitter.com.
I'm always hiding myself away.
Time Lords can regenerate their faces. Sometimes we can hide ourselves away.
Carla is also ushered out of unit at the first sign of danger. She does nothing, says almost nothing, contributes nothing, she is just there. It is a huge waste. Talking about family, back to the Doctor reflecting on Susan, who he's just completely assumed this woman to be. Kate asks about her.
If you've got a granddaughter, that means you've got kids.
Well, not quite, not yet.
But you mean you can have a granddaughter before a daughter?
Life of a Time Lord.
Wait, what? Hold on. The Doctor says he can have a granddaughter before having kids. Okay, so is this just a joke? Or is this a retcon? Or was the time before when he said he was a dad once a joke?
I was a dad once.
This is the real reason they removed Fear Her from iPlayer? Don't look that up though. I mean, even just keeping it to this series, I don't think the Doctor knows what he's talking about.
You've got children.
I did have, I will have.
Oh wait, guys, I know what's going on here.
I made a jigsaw out of your history.
We spend a good amount of time this episode now dicking around with the time window.
This is rough.
Some stuff happens, we see Ruby Road, they can't see Ruby's mother's face, she's completely obscured, she teleports around the room, the Doctor notes that his memory of the event keeps changing.
My memory of this keeps changing.
And she points at him for 1 minute and 32 seconds. I checked. And no, they didn't pause it because Mel says,
Doctor, she's walking away.
As if it's playing in real time, which it has been the entire time, so of course this must mean something. This is where we get the big smoke monster. It kills one of our dudes, there's a 3-second moment of tension between Kate and the Doctor that never goes anywhere, and they're pulled out of the time window. Very convenient that the Ruby's mother mystery and the Susan Triad mystery are linked. Thank goodness the Doctor just decided to, for no reason, investigate her mother. I will say, this moment is good. I liked seeing the Doctor deal with the death of the soldier. Consequences, guilt, layers, very nice. And Mel's reaction and pep talk was really solid. This is a great scene. The Doctor moves on and meets with Susan Triad. He quickly realises it's not his Susan upon shaking her hand, which absolutely nobody could have seen coming, and clearly triggers some PTSD when he asks about her dreams.
Do you dream about being an ambulance?
This isn't a criticism, it's just really funny, especially with how serious the scene is, but we'll circle back to this. But this is our moment where all the moving parts start to take shape. Unit discovers the thing at the heart of the evil smoke cloud is the TARDIS, which is currently at the centre of Unit HQ. Kate clears the room of all non-essential staff, which you would think would include, if not Morris, at least Rose, wouldn't you? Here we discover the evil thing lurking this entire time was the god of death, Sutek, wrapped around the TARDIS. Fuck, that was really good timing. Holy shit. I wish I planned that. That was incredible. Okay, so there's a lot to actually unpack here, in terms of the reveal, execution of the reveal, and what Sutek means to us, or the characters and themes of the season. The reveal under any amount of scrutiny is incredibly funny. The tell is this totally unsuspicious character, Harriet.
Kate, who is she?
Harriet, you met her. Yeah.
Guys, she was Harriet Arbinger. Like, Harbinger. But the stupidest part has to be the anagram.
It was the wrong anagram.
It's not an anagram. This might sound like a really dumb criticism, but it's one of those things that makes the Doctor sound like a moron because it's just wrong. Sutek is not an anagram of S-Triad technologies. It's a different word that contains some of the letters and some that aren't in the original word. That's not an anagram, any more than cattle is an anagram of caster sugar. They're just different words that have some letters in common. Obviously, if you decide to read S-Triad Technologies as Susan Technology, for some reason, even though that's not the name of the company, and then shorten it again to Sue Tech, then it sounds the same as Sutek. But that's fucking stupid. It is still not an anagram. A lot of people have compared this to the Master reveal at the end of Series 3, and to be fair, there are some similarities. The Doctor was told earlier in the season, "You are not alone," and then meets a guy called Professor Yana. You know, Professor, you are not alone. And yeah, that's dumb too. The difference though is then what they do with it, and also what it means for the Doctor. The reveal is silly. The idea that the Master's human disguise name is an acronym for what the face of Bo told the Doctor is really funny. But it takes place in a story that is otherwise narratively sound and fueled by character depth. The acronym isn't the point, it's just a thing that is part of the reveal, and is a method by which the reveal is conveyed to the audience through a means they understand. In Clause, the anagram is the whole thing. That's the whole mystery. That reveal is the major takeaway, because they set up the concept with S-Triad. They've had her appearing episode to episode. They have the anagram be the main way Sutek reveals himself to the world. I guess one of the Susan Triads was a graphic designer or something. In Utopia, after a season of exploring the Doctor's loneliness after Rose, with him being the last of his people, multiple episodes exploring that exact concept, the point of the reveal is to subvert that and show that actually Professor Yana is the Master. It subverts what the season has established in an internal character sense, but it also subverts it twice, because it doesn't just subvert the Last of the Time Lords narrative, which would be positive, it then immediately subverts the positive idea of "you are not alone" by having it be the Master, and plunges the Doctor's biggest desire, to have just one of his people around, into his biggest nightmare of it being the Master. It's all driven by character. The acronym YANA, which is actually directly tied to a setup from the Face of Bo, is something said to the Doctor, pondered on, and then lingered across the entire series through stories that deal with these sorts of themes. So when Yana comes back around and the Doctor sees the Face of Bo's words woven into a name of a professor he just met, a professor with a pocket watch just like his, it conveys all the meaning we've subconsciously absorbed. The coincidence of the words from Bo and the professor's name is still funny and a little goofy, but it's not something the Master specifically chose. It is supposed to be a major coincidence, like time and space itself is mocking the Doctor, with the precedence given to the prophecy about Bo's last words, and even later finding out that Bo was Jack, who was literally there. It's still a little silly, but it's generally grounded in meaning and substance, with that reveal being a direct subversion of what has been set up by the Doctor for the past 3 series, that he is the last of the Time Lords. Actually, he's not. He's not alone, and this man is the other Time Lord. But who is he? And that's what gets us wondering. That's what keeps us invested, because we've believed this entire time that the Doctor was the last of the Time Lords. To find out that he's not is a huge subversion in something that we were invested in as a core part of his characterization in this era of the show. With the Sutek reveal, Susan Triad Technology is not something that means anything to anyone outside of everyone just weirdly and contrivedly assuming that maybe because it says Susan, it's the Susan you knew a long time ago, and that's the only meaning that we get. The Series 3 setup works because we have not just one series, but 3 of them exploring the Doctor's loneliness, guilt, and regret over Gallifrey, over being the last of the Time Lords. It's woven into his character, so when the finale comes around, we know how much this means to him, how scary it is given his reaction. In Series 14, he mentions Susan once. The scene lasts 59 seconds in an episode that has nothing to do with the themes of his relationship to Susan, and then it never comes up again, and they expect us to give a shit by the finale enough to brush away how ridiculous the reveal is. It's a complete mess. On a separate note, Susan has nothing to do with Sutek. With You Are Not Alone being revealed as the Master, those things are inherently linked concepts. It's another Time Lord, just like Bo said, but it's actually an evil one, and that's bad. Jeepers. Susan is not linked to Sutek. These are totally separate ideas that do not weave together in any way. Sutek is not thematically linked to his granddaughter. It's just like, oh, Doctor, did you think I was your granddaughter from Doctor Who Season 1 to 2 and also the 5 Doctors 20th Anniversary Special? Well, I'm not. I'm a revered monster who showed up once in 1975. I couldn't do that job. I feel like I'm going insane here. What the fuck did they do this for? They also played the Master's reveal music from Series 10 here for some reason. I don't have much to say about this. It's just really odd that this happened. Now, with Sutekh specifically, I have a few questions to ask here. First of all, why did he stop waiting now? What specifically caused him to manifest his plan right now? I guess it's just pure coincidence? In Utopia, the thing that sets things in motion is the Doctor landing there. You might say, that's also a coincidence, but then so is every Doctor Who story ever told. This instance feels particularly odd, because there's nothing different that happens. The Doctor just lands on Earth like he has done hundreds of times, but this time, for no real reason, Sutekh is ready to crack on with his plan. It feels like, again, this falls under the same reason the Doctor suddenly wants to investigate Ruby's mother. It's because it's the finale, so it's just what happens. It feels a little lazy.
This just in, folks, breaking news, I'm sorry to say this, but Russell T Davies has just done another fucking interview where he said a thing we'd rather he didn't. I absolutely don't want to create any sort of mythology in which it is said that Sutekh was guiding the TARDIS for all those years. I just don't believe that at all. I think it needed the explosion that was big enough at the end of the Star Beast when the TARDIS kind of goes mad and blows up. That's what kind of woke Sutekh up. What? In Empire, it's implied that this was his plan, right?
I clung to your infernal machine, the perfect trap. I created an apparition of her. I burst them all.
He's literally the one who waits. And you're telling me this was maybe all an accident? He latched onto the TARDIS unintentionally? Susan twists were being made by mistake, all while he had a 1300-year power nap where nothing woke him up other than coffee being spilled on the TARDIS. Not Big Bang 2, not when they ended up in a parallel world, not when Davros threw it into, like, lava or something, not every regeneration. No, just the coffee. And then he thought, shit, I need to start doing my plan, I think. A plan that maybe he planned, or maybe he just made up on the spot. Wait, maybe Sutekh is an allegory for Russell. Was he asleep on the TARDIS the whole time until the end of the Star Beast, or was he awake on the TARDIS and plotting and planning and doing all of this consciously, or was it subconscious, or what are you talking about? Anyway, enjoy the rest of the video. Merry Christmas, or maybe I've just drifted in time relative to where I came from. It's just temporal drift. It was August/September, now it's Christmas. Or maybe I just think it's Christmas, but it's not actually, but I just think that it is. I'm going insane.
More importantly though, what is Sutekh? We know he's the god of death, cool, but what does that actually mean? We've met two members of the Pantheon so far, the Toymaker and Maestro, both of which play by very similar rules and seem to fear the one who waits.
There's only one player I didn't dare face, the one who waits.
One who waits is almost here!
We now know this to be Sutekh. So, is Sutekh part of the Pantheon, as Harriet Arbinger seems to make it out that he is? Or is he someone they fear? Is the Pantheon a real collective and group? Did they have to let him in, or is it an arbitrary thing? I just don't understand how this works, and because of that, I find myself unable to really care about him, because I don't understand how he operates and how he connects to the Pantheon members we've already seen, especially when you take into consideration the classic era of the show. Sutekh was simply an alien. He was an Osiran who aspired to godhood. Now, he's a giant dog who is a god. Or is he still just pretending? And on top of that, how does Maestro and the Toymaker even know about him when he's been latched onto the TARDIS and invisible this entire time? None of this makes any sense, and upon reflection just feels like breadcrumbs for the sake of it, rather than because they actually feel logical once you know the conclusion.
I saw it hiding, and I ran. That's someone else's game.
He's literally outside on the TARDIS right now. And that's the other major thing this reveal does. We learn in the following episode that Sutekh has been latched onto the TARDIS since his last appearance in Pyramids of Mars from 1975, in which the Doctor said he'd lived something like 750 years.
It means I've lived for something like 750 years.
Which implies, based on the last time the Doctor mentioned their age in any real concrete way back in 2014,
I've lived for over 2,000 years.
Sutekh has been on the TARDIS for close to 1,300 years. Every story we see between Pyramids of Mars and The Legend of Ruby Sunday, Sutekh has been on the TARDIS. That's what the groaning was that only started 9 episodes ago. It was Sutekh being hung onto the TARDIS for 1,300 years. and that has insane implications for the history of the show in a way that I just do not like. You can logically say that, well, the new doesn't replace the old. Just because they said this now doesn't mean your perception of the old episodes has to change. But it does, doesn't it? If I'm to take this seriously, if I'm to buy that Sutekh did this, that he's the big bad he claims to be, I have to believe he's been on the TARDIS this entire time. Like, here, or here, or here, or here, here, or here. Even when the TARDIS became a woman and said nothing at all. Just didn't warn the Doctor for no reason. Even when the TARDIS blew up and destroyed the universe. Even when all the Doctors met up and Sutekh was on all of their TARDISes at different points in their own time stream. Or what about when Rose could see into time itself but couldn't see the giant dog sitting on the TARDIS right beside her? It's just fucking silly. It's a total disregard for continuity and past stories with complete and utter wanton abandon. And I think it's bad. If I have to take this seriously, then it forces me to pretend past stories didn't happen, because they cannot coexist. What did Sutekh do in this situation? Someone please tell me what I'm supposed to take away from this. Listen takes on a whole new form and is much worse for it. Knowing Sutekh was wrapped around the TARDIS while the Doctor was investigating an internal fear of the unknown, a personal fear of never truly being alone rooted in his own past, an episode that deals with the Doctor's desire to make sense of something that you don't need to make sense of because it's just a part of you, for better or worse. It makes that episode worse. And that's of course without mentioning the obvious that he's got a giant dog's head up his ass here. It's a similar situation to when Clara was supposedly thrown into the Doctor's time stream and apparently saved him at every turn from the Great Intelligence. It's also similar to how Assassin's Creed canonized that a superhuman Greek demigod is apparently living throughout the entirety of canon, and while you're liberating Rome from the Borgia or tracking down the 9 Templars in the gritty world of Assassin's Creed 1, just know that she's out there somewhere, still immortal, with superpowers, and doing something. It just sucks, man, and it doesn't do enough interesting shit to make the negative implications worth doing. And I think that brings us to the most important part of any finale's villain, be it the Daleks, the Master, the Cybermen, or even the Pandorica for all that finale's faults. What does this villain mean for the Doctor and for the season's themes as a whole? Let's wheel out Series 1 again, because it's my absolute favourite example. We've already gone over what the Daleks represent. It's set up by the concept of the Time War, it's explored in Dalek, giving us the Doctor's historic relationship to them, and then the finale allows us essentially the same events of the Time War to play out again, and the Doctor gets a do-over to recover his sense of self, just before a transformation into a new body. Rebirth from the ashes of what birthed the current self. It had to be the Daleks, because of the character arc of the Ninth Doctor and what the series tried to explore thematically. It couldn't be anyone else. How can you apply that same level of analysis to Sutekh? I'm really trying here. The biggest theme the season has dealt with is family. It's less of a theme and more of a topic, but I guess the main theme would be, should you seek out family you once abandoned when you... Fuck it, I don't know. The point is, even the topic of family being so prevalent has nothing to do with Sutekh. There's no thematic connection here, not for the Doctor and not for Ruby. Sutekh could be replaced by anyone and it wouldn't make a tangible difference to the theming of the series. In fact, if you replace Sutekh with the Master or another rogue Time Lord, it'd probably improve the theming since family will become a central focus of that dynamic. Sutekh has no bearing on the themes they want to explore, and that makes it hard for us to give a shit. There is one other way Sutekh is used though, so let's push on into Empire of Death. So we begin this episode with... Oh, for fuck's sake, Kate gave the 13-year-old a turret. Would be awesome if this had any sort of moral implications that the Doctor could disagree with, but I would imagine he's somehow totally fine with it. Probably thinks it's awesome. Wait a second, what was that thing Russell said again about changing the design of the sonic screwdriver?
So, since I've been asked about it a few times elsewhere, I didn't directly quote RTD about the redesign of the sonic screwdriver for the sake of conciseness. If you're curious, this is what he said. Oh, that was largely me. I love that new Sonic. This new Doctor for 2024, I worry that sometimes the old Sonic starts to look like a gun, like a weapon that gets pointed like a weapon, and I just wanted to cool that down and check that out. That works brilliantly in an action-adventure show, but actually, let's just take the heat off of that. Little boys running around the yard playing with that. There's other ways to do it, and I think this is a thing of beauty now. Hax is back, baby.
Something's not lining up here. Oh, and look at that. Rose Noble is essential personnel. Out of everyone in unit...
They never give me proper work. They had me investigating shoplifting in Catford.
Yeah, that sounds essential to me. Gotta make sure the kids are in the line of fire. Honestly, what does Donna think about this? Does she support this? I do not understand these characters, their decisions, or the world they inhabit. Everybody gets Infinity Ward, so we know immediately it'll all be undone, leaving no stakes on the table. With Infinity War, we knew it'd get undone somehow, but the year-long wait made it feel pretty real. For a year, Spider-Man, Black Panther, Doctor Strange were all dead. We were waiting to see if and how they'd bring them back. With Doctor Who, it happens at the start of the episode. You know the episode is concluding the season, so they'll have to fix it somehow, and based on the season thus far, it'll probably be done by a means of total bullshit. Not yet, we'll get there. So you're probably wondering why Sutekh didn't kill the Doctor and Ruby. What reason did he have for not just getting rid of them right from the get-go? Well, the episode addresses this.
He's been riding on the back of the TARDIS beholden all of time and space, and then he can't see one woman. No wonder he's keeping us alive. Figure out the answer. Who is she?
Oh... no. So it turns out Sutekh is just frothing at the mouth for Ruby Sunday lore. That's why he doesn't kill them. He really wants to find out who Ruby's mother is. What? Over the last 1300 years of time he spent with the Doctor across all of the stories and adventures, the
one thing beyond his comprehension
is just a woman whose face he can't quite see clearly. Are you pranking me? This is one of those situations again where I find myself stuck on how to critique this. It's just so obviously dumb that I can't get technical with it. How do I explain why this is laughably stupid? So Sutekh is an allegory for fandom. Why? I mean, I have no real idea. The Doctor, Ruby, and Mel escape into the memory TARDIS, created by the time window. The memory of a time machine becomes a time machine, memory is time... yeah, it all makes sense, it's cool, it's well explained, nice. The issue I have with the memory TARDIS is an issue I have with large amounts of legacy media, and that's the in-narrative reverence for iconic things within the franchise. It takes me out of something when it feels like the story itself understands how cool the reference is. The example I always look at is Star Wars. The sequel trilogy has such a reverence for the original trilogy. When we see returning characters, it's really epic. It's given so much grandiosity with both the music and the camera angles to signify to the audience, look at this thing you recognize. And it does it so often that it struggles to really be a unique thing. Then you look at the prequels, and sure, look, these aren't great movies, don't get me wrong here, but the way they craft a unique identity within Star Wars is a great choice of direction. They aren't trying to mimic the original trilogy, nor do they give unnecessary in-universe reverence to characters like R2-D2 or Obi-Wan Kenobi. Even Anakin shows up without fanfare. And I think that makes it feel more real, more genuine. The movies don't try to acknowledge things the fans will recognize, and it makes it easier to immerse yourself in that fictional world. If you look at Series 1 of Doctor Who, again, it has respect for what came before, but it does its own thing. It isn't afraid to alter designs. Not everything has to be an epic callback to something that came before. The TARDIS is unique and different. The sonic screwdriver is reminiscent of old, but with a totally new flair. The Daleks have the basic silhouette, but are hugely changed, and the finale doesn't decide to make 50 references to old things from Doctor Who. It allows itself to be new, something different, within the boundaries of the old, with respect to it, while not spending the entire time paying homage. I'm not saying Series 14 does that, but I do think the memory TARDIS is just one big walking reference, and it takes me out of it a little bit. Imagine a memory TARDIS showing up in Parting of the Ways, with epic references to the 6th Doctor or the console from the first ever season. Like, it just wouldn't happen, because it was content respecting the old while being brand new and distinct. I think this criticism is a very personal and subjective one. I'm sure a lot of people just don't care. But for me, it does bother me somewhat, the reliance on old stuff you may remember, and it feels like it's holding it back, while paying fan service for no real benefit. The memory TARDIS feels like an excuse for references more than it feels like it's necessary for the story. By this point, most of the universe has been wiped out. Sutekh's Infinity War death dust has spread across the universe and all throughout time. Anywhere the Doctor has landed, a Susan popped out and is now doing the death thing. The Doctor gets mad, proclaims how it was all his fault for all the travelling he did. He thought it was fun, and unknowingly allowed Sutekh to ravage all of time and space, including Skaro, which is mentioned specifically.
And Skaro.
The Daleks are dead.
Everything is dead.
This will be a great setup for when it's all undone and the Doctor has to save Skaro. A little bit of tension there, a little bit of inner conflict maybe. This is good though. I like seeing the consequences of actions. Ncuti killed it, and I can only hope, after feeling he was somewhat to blame, we see that guilt trickle into the next season, similarly to how Russell handled the Flux being a major point of guilt for the 14th Doctor. And look, I hate to make baseless assumptions, but I really don't think he's gonna do that. This scene works in isolation, but if that guilt that he's expressing isn't something that affects him long term, then it's worthless. In RTD1, losing Rose had tangible effects that had to be worked through. Losing Donna and all the people since Series 1 caused him to take actions that he did in the waters of Mars. Even into Moffat, you had the loss of Amy and Rory, causing him to hide himself away in Victorian London. Doctor Who is no stranger to things happening and having direct consequences that affect our characters. Sometimes they're to a greater extent than others, but it does happen. I truly believe that this finale has to have some effect on 15 moving forward. If it doesn't, then what was the point in this scene? However, based on what we've seen so far, the Doctor pondering on maybe I'm the bad luck never comes up again, even when Ruby dies twice. In the moment, he feels guilt, sure, but it's never actually pondered on after. It doesn't have actual lasting impact and doesn't put strain on their relationship. And so, I don't think this will either. On another note, also, Ruby and Mel are just sort of hanging out here. They maybe provide some words of comfort to 15, but they don't do a whole lot of anything. When Ruby asks about her mother...
My mother, is she?
It's everyone.
No, but can't you just...
I can do.
It's just sort of moved on from. This to me was the perfect moment to capitalize on the Doctor's guilt. Have Ruby demand he do something, for her to get angry with him because her mother is dead and she's grasping for some sort of way to reverse that. Finally, some conflict. Maybe you throw Mel into the mix, with her being the one to mediate, to calm Ruby down a bit, because, let's be real, she hasn't done a whole lot of anything outside of that one scene that I like. This is without getting into the can of worms that is Ruby's lack of interest in who Mel even is. Mel was an old companion of the Doctor. Why doesn't Ruby care? Why is there no thought towards how she'd take that news? That this Doctor is thousands of years old and has travelled with tons of people, similar to Rose's reaction to Sarah Jane in School Reunion, but without the jealousy. Maybe have Ruby express genuine concern, maybe even worry. She ran away with this man, but has no real idea who he even is. And now she's meeting an older woman who travelled with the Doctor over 30 years ago. And now she's watching a planet die. Her mother is gone, and the Doctor is partially responsible. Just something to bring an ounce of conflict, an ounce of tension, something introspective. Please, I'm begging you. I'm literally on my hands and knees here, begging you for something worth watching on my television box. The episode pretty much hard cuts here to a desert planet, one which Russell was really hyping up before the episode came out, but it turns out it's just some random woman the Doctor needs to get a spoon from. This scene is generally great. I really enjoy how it takes its time, it focuses on feelings and emotions, and gives us something of substance to latch onto for the first time this episode. I actually felt something here, but there are two things, just two little things. Okay, first of all, I'm fairly confident the Doctor had metal with him. He says he needs it to be something real, not a memory, so it can't be something from the TARDIS, that's fine, but he did not need this spoon. He's wearing a belt buckle, he's got zips on his jacket, his necklace is metal, he definitely has metal, which makes this pretty funny. But second of all, they mention the death wave travels backwards through family, so why isn't the Doctor dead? I mean, other versions of him exist in places he landed, and also surely his Susan was caught in the death wave too, right? Would this not cause the Doctor to also disappear? It's not a major issue, and it's one of those things I'd be willing to wave away if the rest of the story was solid and good, but because it's not, it's just another thing that stands out as not being thought through in very well at all. The metal he didn't need, though, was for a TV that he stole from UNIT so it can show the memory since it's still connected to the time window. It does a bit of exposition and reference and draws from the classic show, which, by the way, Series 1 never had to do with the Daleks. It conveyed all the necessary info from the here and now, had established them as the Doctor's nemesis without ever mentioning their history outside of the time or in the current series. The same can't be said for Sutekh. So much of this rides on explaining the classic era to you in case you haven't seen it, and it feels a little bit messy for it. The TV starts answering Ruby's questions because it's her memory in the time window, and it turns out 73 Yards did have a greater purpose, but not in terms of what it means for Ruby's character, or even the Pantheon and their magic. No, 73 Yards existed to establish the Roger Ap Gwilliam government, so the Doctor can conveniently remember that in 2046 he made DNA testing compulsory for the population. Which is... okay. After really deciding that Sutekh is so deeply interested in Ruby's mother, which is the stupidest thing of all time, they head to 2046 to get the DNA tested so they can all discover who Ruby's mother is. Maybe because they think it'll lead them to stopping Sutekh or something. I'm gonna be honest, at this point, it all became so messy that I'm finding it hard to follow why anything's happening. They're just doing things because the plot demands them to at this point. They head to 2046, they search for the DNA, and Mel, who's being controlled by Sutekh, stops them and brings them back to Unit HQ. Now this is where we get to the kicker of the episode. Sutekh is so enthralled by the idea of finding out who Ruby's mother is that he doesn't realize they're about to trick him. Ruby drops the TV and then attaches a rope to him. You get it? It's like a lead, because he's a dog. You get it? I don't know what you're thinking. He's a god, right? He'll use the mind powers he used on the Doctor 25 seconds ago now and stop them, right? No, he fucking won't. He'll get dragged off into the time vortex when the Doctor uses his convenient whistle that activates a blue laser underneath the console, positioned just right so that he can blast away someone who might be looking underneath the console. You idiot. Obviously, this whole scenario is ridiculous and deeply contrived. It's very convenient that at some undisclosed point the Doctor built in a blue laser underneath the console that could be activated specifically by a whistle that he also found conveniently, accidentally in the memory TARDIS. How do we get out of this situation? Well, what if this inexplicable thing could happen? Fantastic, let's do it! There's no reward to anything when things can just happen for seemingly no reason at all. Sutekh is dragged into the time vortex once again, just like he was in the 1975 episode of the show that allowed him to survive and latch onto the TARDIS shortly after. So of course what happens this time is he dies. Oh, sorry, did you think that what happened before would mean this episode would be consistent? Because no, you fool. Sutekh, the god of death, is killed by being dragged on a rope through the vortex as the Doctor spells out the themes for you.
Because if you're dead, then I must represent life!
Thanks, I didn't get that one. The writing has taken such a hit. I posted a very funny meme on Twitter that I made when the episode aired, and I mean, look, it really would be like this happening in Parting of the Ways.
What are you, coward or killer?
Coward. Any day. Because I regret what I did in the Time War. And this is... because I regret what I did in the Time War. And this is me becoming the Doctor again and making up for that after my character development. That's my best, Chris Dragoson. I'm sorry. And on top of this, what was everyone so scared of? The Toymaker's words in the giggle are so fucking funny to listen to after this ending.
There's only one player I didn't dare face, the one who waits. I saw it, hiding, and I ran. That's someone else's game.
Also, while we're here, what the fuck is up with this scene?
We fought a monster, and now I must become a monster.
You got nothing to say about that, Ruby? Not even like a passing question about... I mean, that was fucking ominous as a thing to say. I cannot imagine any of the past companions in this situation with the Doctor saying something like that and them not saying anything at all. Honestly, I don't even think Chibnall would have done that. I think Yaz would have at least had a question. I mean, it would have been brushed under the rug and pushed aside by the Doctor, but like, there would have been words exchanged. The Doctor is also pretty torn up over having to kill Sutekh.
You turn me into this! I am the one that brings death.
The idea of bringing death is weighing on him since he doesn't often... Wait, where did I hear that before? So, to coin a new phrase that I didn't get from anywhere else, he brings death and skewers the King of the Goblins on the church spire without a second thought. Planets all come back, no mention of Skaro, so I have no idea why that was brought up in the first place. I guess it really just was an epic reference. And that's it. Sutekh is dealt with, it's all over, and the episode can wrap up. Susan Trier joins Unit because Kate is really annoying, and there's no dwelling on her possible PTSD. She's just fine, and we move on. There's no questions, not even any small pieces of advice from the Doctor. We just pretend like she didn't undergo a great trauma. She can work for Unit and get back to her tech company, who... But I think it's about time we addressed the large dog-shaped elephant that has been looming over this video since the start. This is where we find out who Ruby's mother really is. And it turns out she's just a woman. Completely ordinary. A teen mum from a bad home who gave away her daughter so that she could be safe. And you know what? In concept, that's fantastic. In concept, that's exactly what I love about Doctor Who. The issue with this isn't the concept of it, it's the absolute horrendous execution of it across the series. But for a start, we have to ask a couple of questions here. First of all, why couldn't the AI in Boom find Ruby's family? The scene is treated like everyone is expecting Ruby's mother to be what the AI will find, but instead it glitches out and can't find anyone, not even a close relative in their current time, which I suppose you can explain as, well, it was never going to find her mother given the time period they were in. But then why did Ruby and the Doctor both hold their breath like something would come of it? Misdirection for the sake of it, I guess. Second question is, why was UNIT able to find her? They retrieved the DNA, which I assume was already taken from 2046, but then how do they use that DNA to find a woman who has never stored her DNA anywhere? How did they find her name? How did they find her profile? How did they discover her home life in 2004? I don't understand how this happened logistically. None of that, though, is as important as the issue of how this doesn't work within the story they told. The entire premise is a complete and utter mess. The Doctor stands and explains the themes of the episode to us, trying to go over why it works as part of the story, like he's wrapping up a CBeebies bedtime story.
She was important because we think she's important. It's how everything happens. Every war, every religion, every love story. We invest things with significance. It made her sheer existence more powerful than Time Lords and gods.
But the thing is, no. She didn't gain importance because we arbitrarily placed importance on her. She gained importance because Russell T Davies, the writer of the show, framed her as important to make us think that. The reason people are disappointed with this reveal isn't because they dislike the concept. They're disappointed because the show bashed you over the head with clues as to why she would be important, things that, given the conclusion, actually don't make any fucking sense. Why could Ruby make it snow? Why did the memory change? What was the secret song hidden within her heart? Why did she teleport across the time window? Why couldn't we see her face? Why did a working class teenage mother in 2004 wear a medieval cloak to drop off her newborn baby? Why did she point menacingly at a sign that was also missing in the time window for no reason, and also wasn't even there during Church on Ruby Road? All of these pieces are pieces to a puzzle that didn't actually exist, which doesn't make for a satisfying reveal. There is nothing within the context of the series that will point towards Ruby's mother being ordinary, which is why it feels dissatisfying. The clues were misleading and existed only to trick you. Russell didn't want you to be able to guess the ending, and so threw in clues that would lead you to the conclusion he needed you to come to so he could subvert it and say, well, actually, you're silly for thinking that, but in a Welsh accent. But the clues still exist and don't actually make sense in the context of the conclusion we got. We didn't assume Ruby and her mother were important because we wanted to believe it. We assumed that because we were explicitly told by very clear clues that were placed to lie to us. Russell said they had to measure out the distances between actors and objects during Church on Ruby Road to match the finale, which makes no fucking sense given the fact the signpost is missing in the original version of the scene and the memory changes in Space Babies to have Ruby's mother point at what seems like the Doctor, like the monkey from Family Guy, until it's revealed, actually, you silly thing, she was pointing at the name of the road to name her daughter when nobody was around to see her do that. Also, I think if someone was pointing not at you directly, but to like several meters off to your left, you'd notice that, especially like on a high up street sign as well. Plus, if they had to measure things out, I don't think that helped because these two scenes next to each other, they're not the same. She's not even standing in the same spot. Russell, what are you talking about? The issue here, again, isn't that Ruby's mother being ordinary is a bad concept. There's a version of this story that works, but the clues that were included exist purely to deceive, not to guide or gently misdirect. They are clues that do not work when viewed in the context of the conclusion. You can't explain to me why she was dressed like this, and pointed like an evil demon lady, when the conclusion is just that she was a totally ordinary working class girl. Because what the fuck? And the reasoning given by RTD?
Why Louise Miller wore an ancient medieval cloak to the church? I think that's time shrouding her. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, that's
We actually asked her to be
good.
shrouded.
Yeah.
Because she had to be for the sake of the story.
He has literally just explained the reason he wrote it was to contrive it for plot reasons. He literally just got as close as humanly possible to saying, I did it because plot. And that's fucking insane, dude. I also think this is the reason the memory changed, because Russell needed it to. He needed Ruby's mother to point at the sign so Ruby had a way of introducing herself in the final scene. We needed a way to signify that Ruby's mother also named her Ruby independent of the social workers so we would recognize that name, because we never revisit that again. Why did the memory change? Why did she not point, but then did point after Space Babies? It's, again, just another thing that was included specifically to deceive us, and not because it makes any sense knowing the conclusion of the mystery. And look, the thing is, some of this stuff in isolation is good. The scene with Ruby and Louise in the cafe proves Russell can still write. The scene in isolation is beautiful, so is the Doctor's reaction thinking about Susan, but the scene doesn't exist in isolation. Again, it exists in the context of the series it's a part of, and in that context it's totally unearned thanks to the mystery itself making utterly no sense, and the theming being outright patronizing. As soon as this scene is done, we revert to our blank and shallow characters. Carla has no ounce of conflict about this, other than one vague shot of her face that doesn't last. Ruby even calls Louise, my real mum.
My mum. My real mum.
Dude, there's a fucking disgusting thing to say. Why is this how the show is written? Oh my god. This, of course, leads us to the goodbye, the moment a companion leaves, and I've seen this scene get a lot of praise, but honestly, I think it's rubbish for a few reasons. First of all, apparently the Doctor doesn't do families anymore.
You don't do that, do you?
I thought the whole point of him being healed was so that he didn't bottle up things anymore or run off. I thought the point was that he was much more in touch with himself and those around him. It would have actually shown a great development if he'd stuck around for a bit. It feels like RTD is picking and choosing when the Doctor acts like he used to be and who he is now, and it makes the character often feel disjointed and inconsistent, and that could be a major part of the story, but it's not a part of the story, it's just inconsistent writing. Second of all, the conclusion to the themes, which are barely explored across the season, culminate in this.
Because you changed me. Talk about family in a way that I never did before. Because of you. You have made my life bigger and better.
How he views family, how he views Susan, has changed, and that's not because of their time together, because family rarely came up, it's because of the previous scene, and that's it. It's because of one scene in the finale where the Doctor realizes, damn, maybe I should have gone back to see my granddaughter. It's not a consistent through line we can track across several major beats that lead to grander development, it's because of one scene that happened 2.5 minutes ago. The rest of the season counts for nothing with regards to this development. The idea established by how Russell interpreted the Timeless Child and the setup from the 14th Doctor's arc was that we'd slowly observe the Doctor coming to terms with not knowing his family, and because of that, realizing he has a duty to return to Susan, to finally go back and make amends because leaving her wasn't fair. But they don't really do that. They have him say it was a mistake, they have him react in an obvious way to the scene where Ruby goes and finds her mother, but that's it. It's not actually explored across the season in any way that matters. It's not baked into the season as a whole. It's set up in the 60th, teed up in the Christmas special. Susan is mentioned once in episode 2. I guess you could say Splice losing her dad is vaguely connected, a bit. And then it never comes up again until this episode and these 2 scenes. That's not a fucking arc. That's not how you do character development. But the biggest issue I take here is how sad the scene is. I don't have any connection to what travelling did for Ruby or her relationship to her time on the TARDIS. With Rose it was sad because the Doctor gave her life the purpose she sorely needed. With Donna it was a similar thing. Travelling allowed her to feel special, like she was worth something, after years of being made to feel worthless by her own mother and the complexity of their relationship. This goodbye should have been handled more similarly to Martha. It's bittersweet, it's somber, it's a shame, but it's hopeful and a cheerful goodbye. The Doctor needed Martha to keep himself afloat, and she needed him to believe in herself more as an individual, but they were both aware by the end their situation was a tiny bit toxic, and so they end on good terms, and off goes Martha to live her life, but they'll see each other again. It's a wonderful scene, and given what we know about Ruby's time with the Doctor, it felt more like a distraction to her, something to get her mind off of life. It wasn't as deep as we see for Rose or Donna, and so there's no reason for either of them to be this torn up about it. I just don't buy it, especially for a relationship that was largely superficial. And then, the Doctor doesn't say I love you back. Ruby says it. I don't buy it, but she does. And he doesn't say it back. He turns, stays silent, and cries. Again. But this feels wrong. The Doctor has undergone so much development across his time since series 2 to 4, when he didn't say I love you back to Rose on the beach either time. He bottles it up and moves on. This version, after 14's healing, he should have said it back. It would have shown growth, it would have shown maturity. After a season of us having a version of the Doctor more in tune with his emotions, despite me feeling it gives us less depth, you need to at least be consistent. Why choose now to give us a Doctor who bottles up his feelings? It doesn't feel right. Again, Out of context of the season at large, this scene works. If you showed this scene to me 3 years ago without any of Series 14 around it, I'd have probably felt it was a great scene that must have been the conclusion to a really great arc. But the problem is how it functions as a part of the series that is a conclusion too. It doesn't work. And that ends the finale of Doctor Who Series 14. Like I said, this finale compounds the flaws that were present the whole way along. Things that were just minor issues that could have been tied up become huge gaping holes in the entire makeup of the story, and it breaks the whole thing apart. Maybe it's not as bad as The Timeless Children, but that's not a very high bar. Conclusion. Why did Russell do this to me? Now, this is a very loaded question, and I'm not saying I believe Russell did this specifically to fuck with me and he's placed cameras in my house so that he can watch me react in real time. But why did this happen? Because it's not as simple as saying, look, he's a bad writer, because he isn't. His work on Doctor Who from 2005 to 2009 is my personal favourite. His work since has been generally great. I've loved a number of his shows, and even some isolated scenes within this series of Doctor Who have also been great. Not to mention the 60th specials, although flawed, were generally solid. Why did this season specifically end up so fucked? I think the first thing people will point to is the episode count. This season had 8 episodes. The prior recent seasons had 10, with his original series having 13 plus Christmas specials in between. I think there are 2 ways to look at this. First of all, I do not think the reduced episode count is an excuse for there being absolutely no character development or compelling depth. It's a Sin, also written by Russell T Davies, is a total of 5 episodes, all of which are under 50 minutes, the longest being 48. This show has layers upon layers, with characters that are convincing, real, authentic, and deeply engaging. The themes and commentary is woven so elegantly throughout a story that deals with multiple arcs and a story that is incredibly touching. It's one of my favourite shows of all time. It's both poignant and executed with pure talent. So no, I don't think Doctor Who being 8 episodes is the reason it sucked. Russell has proven 5 episodes is enough to get it so very right. Not to mention, if you look at Doctor Who, the growth we see from Rose in the first 6 episodes of Series 1 is leagues more than what we see from Ruby in 9 episodes, including the Christmas special. But there's another angle to consider. Josh Martin Jones made a great video on what if Series 1 to 4 had 8 episodes, trying to take the grander narrative, character arcs, and stories and condense the season into 8 episodes to try and make it work. While this is a great thought experiment on its own, I think it's also quite telling of just how much you lose when cutting out 5 episodes. You end up focusing on the episodes that work to convey concepts for the finale more than you do with episodes that gradually and carefully develop on your characters. Instead, it feels sudden and strange, with Series 1 missing episodes like Aliens of London that, while not important for the plot, is deeply character-driven, and it definitely feels we miss stories like that with Ruby. Not to mention Boomtown, another slower, low-stakes story that did wonders to ground Rose back on Earth again after so much time away. Series 3 losing Gridlock, and that character-centric story, as well as the return to Earth with the LazerzZ experiment, the involvement of Martha's family, and the integral scenes in 42. You end up losing so much. Definitely go check out this video, as well as the follow-up for Series 5 to 7, they're really interesting. I think looking at these older series in this way makes them feel similar to Series 14. Jumping from End of the World to Dalek feels so similar to jumping from Space Babies to The Devil's Court. It feels like we missed something. Same for how Series 3 looks. Sure, you have 2 episodes in chronological order, but you jump straight to something experimental in human nature, which, while great for altering our character's perspective, doesn't work without the episodes preceding it, and then going into Blink from there, again sidelining our main cast and then pushing into Utopia in the 3-part finale. It feels so similar to going from Boom right into 73 Yards, then Dot and Bubble before a brief excursion, then into the finale for Series 14. It feels like we're missing something. It feels like we're sometimes jumping in to see some adventures more than watching one cohesive season. And while I do feel you could write Doctor Who in 8 episodes in a way that feels cohesive, We are definitely missing something by having such few episodes. I'm not sure what to say about it though, because it's clear they spread their budget thin and did what they could with it. I guess for me, I'd have to say I'd prefer lower quality visual effects and sets, pull back on the budget a bit, and give us more episodes with more substance in favor of large concepts with higher production value. That, and maybe don't put budget into spin-off shows, and instead work on getting the main show right. The fact we've got a spin-off show in the works with a main show that desperately needs more episodes is a huge shame. I don't really know how budget allocation works specifically in television, so I can't say concretely, oh, they should have just done this, but it feels like one of the show's biggest flaws is not having the time or room to tell their story and do the legwork to make us care. It wouldn't alleviate all the flaws, but it would alleviate some. What wouldn't be fixed with more time is the way that Russell approached this season. He's spoken about this in multiple interviews and commentaries, but he very much had content on the brain when writing Series 14.
It's very much kind of internet age storytelling. You just hope it'll generate content.
There will always be a business side to television and film, of course there will. But when that's your primary focus as a creative, you've lost sight of the goal. Business and creativity being handled by the same person is a tricky thing to balance, and here it's clear Russell got lost in the weeds a bit. I think that's maybe the true reason this season went the way that it did. Russell needed those viewing figures. He needed to keep Disney on board, needed to get another season ordered. How do we make Doctor Who a household name again? He tried so hard to create a season that had the short-term goal of generating articles, videos, TikToks, tweets, anything to make Doctor Who relevant, to get those viewing figures up, and to get people talking about it. Forgetting that what made Doctor Who work in 2005 was its heart. People latched onto it because it was good, and the heart of the show made the whole thing a success. The short-term mystery of who is Harold Saxon or what does Bad Wolf mean isn't what keeps those seasons relevant now. It's the character depth, it's the authenticity, it's the stories that speak to us on a personal level and resonate in our core, things that Series 14 lacks. Series 14 doesn't have longevity. In 10 years from now, it'll just be another season of Doctor Who. But Series 1 will always be timeless, because it's not the mystery and the hype that makes Doctor Who tick, it's the meaningful core of the show that does so and keeps it alive even 61 years later. Hoping art generates content is something the higher-ups have to do, but isn't a burden that should befall the creatives. Having your art beholden to the desires of a business stifles it, and it's clear the priority was clicks and engagement over anything else. I think this is the true folly of Series 14, and I think Russell perhaps lost his way a bit here. It's the only explanation I can think of because he's not a bad writer, he's one of the best we have. But even the best writers can make missteps when focusing on the wrong goals. It doesn't help then that Russell wrote 70% of the season, with the only two guest writers being Stephen Moffat, as well as Kate Herron and Bryony Redman. In previous seasons, Russell will bring far more guest writers in, with most of the episodes actually not being written by him. I think it helps to have a writer's room of people willing to say no to things, to figure things out and improve on what's there. I don't know what that looked like this time, but RTD wrote most of the season, and I'd bet he probably didn't have a group of people willing to work things through with him as much as he had done previously. Again, this is all complete speculation, but it does feel like a lot of single-mindedness led us here. But what does this all mean? What am I trying to conclude, or even take away from this analysis? Well, I think it's useful to put my stance out there for one, to speak for a large group of people who feel this season was a shame and a waste, to try and put that into words as best I can and be part of a critical conversation about a show that I love, but also in the hopes that things can change, that Russell can learn and alter the way he focuses on the show, to reflect on his past work and on what Doctor Who should be, so that in the future we see something that lives up to what Doctor Who can and should be. I don't think Doctor Who will be cancelled, even if Disney doesn't order a third season. I can't imagine the BBC canning it outright. But I do think a third season is our best shot at getting something better. Season 2 was conceived alongside Season 1, with it effectively being one story split into 2 chapters, and so I imagine all the flaws found in Series 14 will carry into Series 15. But that doesn't mean all hope is lost. The same way Moffat began to flounder with Series 6, and definitely 7, he began to correct things as best he could into Series 8, despite Series 9 being a little undercooked with some questionable choices, the character work is generally superior to his time in Matt Smith's latter years, with Series 10 then being a lot of people's favourites. Just because Russell had a misstep here doesn't mean that he can't pick it back up and give us something tremendous again. The biggest shock, I think, came from the fact that a lot of us saw Russell T Davies' first run as pretty flawless. It's obviously not, but the larger picture is pretty fantastic, with the flaws being more minor than anything else. So when he came back, we immediately expected a huge improvement. But this season goes to show that even the very best can falter. But faltering doesn't mean failing, and so I can only hope that Doctor Who perseveres, as it always has, and that we end up with something worth celebrating. And if that doesn't happen, well, then...
Sack Russell T Davies, sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner, and I'll come back.
Thank you so much for watching this video through to the end if you did. You might have just skipped to the end, in which case, hi. Consider watching it, I'd appreciate it. I try not to push my Patreon in videos, I sort of just mention it, but I do want to say, this video has taken 3 months of my life, and it's very likely it's going to be completely demonetized. And by demonetized, I mean still monetized, just all the money goes to the BBC. Awesome. I've tried my best to work around copyright, but every time I upload tests, it looks fine, then weeks later it gets claimed. Odds are this video is just going to have the same thing happen to it when it's been up for a little bit. So I'm really expecting to make no money from this. Obviously, you never have to, but if you have some money lying around and you feel like supporting, Patreon is there. You can chuck $1 my way or whatever you feel like, and it would just really help with, you know, stuff like this in the future. But it's not for nothing either. I do a lot on Patreon. You get things for the tiers that you support for. It's not just support and you might get something sometimes. I'm really active on there actually, with tons of stuff and a backlog of loads of different videos. From just $1 to get access to a whole backlog of podcasts, plus access to my Discord. A $2 tier which gets access to every single companion video, including the companion video for this video, which is a video essay on Father's Day that I just recorded. So go check that out. I really like that script. I think it came together really nicely. $3.50 gives you access to every exclusive thing that I post there, whether it be early access, whether it be the monthly videos, whether it be commentaries, and so on. And on with each tier, there's different stuff. And obviously, if you just want to check it out for free, I do have free stuff over there too as well, so feel free. Get it? But honestly, I just can't believe this thing's done and finished and out the door, because holy shit, I did not expect this to be as big as it was. It was just sort of going to be a short critique. I didn't really like the season that much. Maybe it'll be like an hour long max, which for me is a short video, but it somehow just kept growing and growing and growing, and the more I spoke to different people about it, and the more I engaged on Twitter with different people, and the more that I looked at what other people were saying about it too, whether I agreed or disagreed, it sort of added to the script, because it was like, oh, that's something I hadn't thought of, and sort of developed my thoughts on it, or that's something I hadn't thought of in terms of something that I disagree with, and I could, you know, make an argument for that in my video. It sort of just grew and expanded and became this huge thing. But hopefully you enjoyed. I hope so. And hey, look, regardless of what happens to this video, whether people see it or not, whether people enjoy it or not, I'm really proud of it. So that's all that really counts at the end of the day, you know? I feel like due to this video, and even like the Black Flag one at the beginning of the year, I've been really inactive in terms of putting stuff out. Last year, I felt like I had a pretty good flow of things coming out. This year I've just felt like I've been lacking a little bit. I have a few ideas for other stuff I want to do for the rest of the year. Smaller videos, larger videos, sort of middle videos, and hopefully I can put out some more, you know, good stuff before the year is out, because I sort of feel like I've been neglecting it a little bit, maybe like in favor of Patreon almost. There's been a lot of things I've been doing on Patreon. I'm putting a lot of effort into that, but I really love it over there. I really do. I appreciate everyone that's there, and it's just a nice little community I really enjoy, that I'm enjoying cultivating and making stuff for. So there's, you know, if you need any other reason to go over, please. I'm gonna stop. I'll be fine. But I think that's it. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in future things. I'm sure I'll do more Doctor Who stuff down the line as well. Like I said, that video on Peter Capaldi's era, the 12th Doctor, I would love to make a video on that. Although there is that one video that I've been meaning to watch that might just be the video I was gonna make, so I don't know if I will, but maybe I'll have something different to say. Maybe it's not even the video that I think it is. I don't know. But I keep seeing it in my recommended, and I'm like, man, I should watch that. but I haven't yet. Maybe I'll do it today. I do have plans to get back to streaming too, so feel free to follow me on Twitch. I'll get back to that. I'll be doing more stuff. As well as I'm thinking of like multi-streaming, going to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So that might be interesting to try out. I won't be live here on this channel, but I will be live if I do multi-stream. It'll be on It's LazerzZ, which is like my second channel where I upload stream content and more relaxed things and stuff like that. So that's where I will be streaming on YouTube if I do that, which I might do. I think it might be cool to do that and sort of, I don't know, I feel like I'm just, there's no reason not to, now Twitch let you, so maybe that's something to do. But lots of stuff with regards to that channel and streaming that I want to do moving forward now that this project is out of my way. Anyway, that's it. I won't keep you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in future stuff. Wonderful. See you later, everybody. Bye-bye. A big thank you to everyone supporting me on Patreon, but an even bigger thank you to my producers and master assassins, because more money gives you a bigger thanks. That's how the world works. Thank you to Cabbage, Dildog, Jake Durbin, Mackenzie Watson, Arenathon, Callum Thefmus Kelly, Damien the Not So Orange Gnome, Demi, Flash Paradox, GeekFam, Luke Pierce, Rolands, and Zedda835. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate ya. See you later.